Book 3, Old Law Farm. Chapter 1. Those who had the entree entered the private apartments by the mirror door that gave onto the gallery and was kept shut. It was only opened when one scratched at it, and was closed again immediately. Saint-Simon. 25 years passed. On a night late in the autumn, George Mouse stepped out the window of what had been the third-floor library of his townhouse and through a small covered bridge which connected his window with the window of what had once been a kitchen in a tenement that adjoined his building. The ex-kitchen was dark and cold. George Mouse's breath was manifest in the light of his lantern. As he walked, rats or mice moved away from him and his light. He heard their scratches and rustlings, but saw nothing. Without opening a door, there hadn't been a door for years, he went out into the hallway and started carefully down the stairs, carefully because the stairs were rotten and loose, where they weren't missing altogether. Keeping people out. On the floor below there was light and laughter. People greeted him as they went in and out of apartments with the makings of a communal dinner. Children chased along the halls, but the first floor was dark again, unused now except for storage. George, holding his lantern aloft, peered down along the dark hall to the outer door, and could see its great bar in place, its chains and locks secure. He went around the stairs to the door which led to the basement, taking out as he went an enormous bunch of keys. One, specially marked, dark as an old penny, unlocked the ancient seagull lock of the basement. Every time he opened the basement door, George fretted over whether he shouldn't put a nice new padlock on it. This old lock was a toy by now, an elder's grip. Anyone could break it. He always decided that a new lock would only make people wonder, and a shoulder against the door would satisfy curiosity, new padlock or no. Oh, they had all grown very circumspect in this matter of keeping people out. Down the stairs, even more carefully. God knew what lived down here amid the rusted pipe and old boilers and fabulous detritus. He had once stepped on something large, soft, and dead, and nearly broken his neck. At the bottom of the stairs he hung up his lantern, went to a corner, and maneuvered an old trunk so that he could stand on it and reach a high rat-proof shelf. He had had the gift, predicted long ago by Great-Aunt Cloud, left him by a stranger and not money, for a long time before he learned how he could have come by it. Even before he learned, he was, in his mouse way, secretive about it, the result of growing up on the street and youngest in a nosy family. Everyone admired the potent, musky hashish George seemed always to be provided with, and all desired to have some, but he would not, could not, introduce them to his dealer, who was long dead. He kept everyone happy with free bits, and the pipe was always full at his place. But though sometimes, after a few pipes of it, he would look around at his stupefied company and feel guilt for his gloating, and his great, his hilarious, his astonishing secret would burn within him to be spilt, he never told, not a soul. It was Smoky who, inadvertently, revealed to George the source of his great good fortune. "I read somewhere," Smoky said, his usual entry into conversation, that 50 or 60 years ago your neighborhood was a Middle Eastern neighborhood, lots of Lebanese, and the little candy stores and places like that sold hashish right out in the open. You know, along with the toffee and halva. For a nickel you could buy a lot, big hunks, like chocolate bars." And indeed they were very much like chocolate bars. George had felt like a cartoon mouse suddenly struck over the head with the great, well-worn mallet of revelation. Ever afterward, when he went down to take from his hoard, he had imagined himself a goat-bearded Levantine, hook-nosed and skull-capped, a secret pederast who gave free baklava to the olive boys of the streets. Fussily he would arrange the old trunk and climb on it, lifting the frayed skirts of an imaginary dressing-gown, and lift the lid of the wooden crate stenciled with curling letters. Not much left. Time to reorder soon. Beneath a thick covering of silvered paper, layer upon layer of lay. The layers were separated by yellow-oiled paper. The bars themselves were wrapped tightly, too, in a third sort of oily paper. He took out two, considered a moment, and put one reluctantly back. It would not, though he had exclaimed so in awe many years ago, when he had discovered what it was, last forever. He replaced the layer of oiled paper, and then the layer of silvered paper. He drew back on the stout lid, and pushed in place the ancient shapeless nails. He blew across it to resettle the dust. He got down and studied the bar in the lantern's light, as he had the very first by electric light. He peeled away its paper carefully. It was as black as chocolate, and about the size of a playing card, 1/8 of an inch thin. It bore on it a convolute impress. A trademark? Tax stamp? Mystic sign? He had never decided. He pushed the trunk he had used for a step-ladder back into its place in the corner, took up the lantern, and started up the stairs. In his cardigan pocket was a piece of hashish something like 100 years old, and George Mouse had long ago decided not reduced in potency by age at all. Improved, perhaps, like vintage port. News from home. He was relocking the cellar door when there came a pounding at the street door, so sudden and unexpected that he cried out. He waited a moment, hoping it was some madman's momentary whim and wouldn't come again, but it did. He went to the door, listened at it without speaking, and heard frustrated cursing outside. Then, with a growl, the someone grabbed at the bars and began to shake them. "That's no use, that's no use," George called. The shaking stopped. "Well, open the door." "What?" It was a habit of George's, when stuck for an answer, to act as though he hadn't heard the question. "Open the door." "Now you know I can't just open the door, man. You know what it's like." "Well, listen. Can you tell me which of these buildings is number 222? Who wants to know? Why does everybody in this city answer everything with a question? Huh? Why can't you open the door and talk to me like a goddamn human being?" Silence. The horrid depths of frustration in that outcry touched George's heart, and he listened at the door to see if there would be more. He tingled secretly at the safety he felt behind the door's fastness. "Can you tell me," the someone began, and George could hear his rage strangled down into politeness, "please, where I can find, or if you know, the Mouse House, or George Mouse?" "Yes," George said. "I am him." That was risky, but surely even the most desperate bill collectors and process servers weren't abroad this late. "Who are you?" "My name is Oberon Barnable. My father—" But already the clankings and scrapings of locks and shootings of bolts drowned him out. George reached into the darkness and pulled the person standing on the threshold into the hall. With quick skill, he re-slammed and barred and bolted the door, and then raised his lamp to look at his cousin. "So you are the baby," he said, noting with perverse pleasure how ill this remark sat on the tall youth. The moving lantern made his expression changeful, but it wasn't really a changeful face. It was narrow and tight. In fact, the whole of him, slim and neat as a pen in pipe-rack black clothes that fit him well, was somewhat rigid and aloof. Just pissed off, George thought. He laughed and patted his arm. "Hey, how's the folks? How's Elsie, Lacey, and Tilly, whatever their names are? What brings you here?" "Dad wrote," Oberon said, as though unwilling to waste effort answering all this, if it had already been done. "Oh, yeah? Well, you know how the mail's been. Look, come on. We don't have to stand in the hall. Colder than a witch's tit here. Coffee and something?" Smoky's son shrugged shortly. "Be careful on the stairs," George said, and the lamplight threaded them both back through the tenement and over the little bridge till they stood together on the threadbare rug where Oberon's parents had first met. Somewhere along their route, George had picked up an old 3.5-legged kitchen chair. "Did you run away from home? Have a seat," he said, motioning Oberon to a tattered wingback. "My father and mother know I left, if that's what you mean." Oberon said, a bit haughtily, which was understandable, George thought. Then he shrank back in the chair. George had, with a grunt and a wild look, raised the broken chair over his head, and his face, twisted with exertion, brought it down on the stone hearth. It fell clattering to pieces. "Did they approve?" George asked, tossing the chair parts into the fire. "Of course." Oberon crossed his legs and plucked at his trouser knee. "He wrote. I told you. He said to look you up." "Oh, yeah? Did you walk?" "No," with some contempt. "And you came to the city to seek my fortune?" "Aha!" George hung a kettle over the fire and took down a precious can of contraband coffee from a bookshelf. "Any glimpse yet what form it might take?" "No, not exactly. Only—" George mm-hummed encouragingly as he prepared the coffee pot and set out mismatched cups. I want to write or be a writer." George raised his eyebrows. Oberon was twisted around in the wing-back chair as though these admissions were escaping him against his will, and he was trying to hold them in. "I thought television." "Wrong coast." "What?" "They do all that television out on the sunny, the golden, the West Coast." Oberon locked his right foot behind his left calf and declined to answer this. George, searching for something in the bookshelves and drawers and beating his many pockets, wondered how that antique desire could have made its way to Edgewood. Odd how the young take to these dying trades so hopefully. When he was young, when the last poets were prattling incommunicado, glowworms gone out in their dells of dew, boys of 21 set out to be poets. At length he found what he was looking for, a gift-shop dagger-shaped letter-opener, chased with enamel, which he had found years ago in an abandoned apartment and sharpened to a fine edge. "Takes a lot of ambition, that television," he said, "and drive, and the failures are many." He poured water into the coffee-pot. "How would you know?" his cousin said swiftly, as though he had heard that adult wisdom often before. "Because," George said, "I haven't got those qualities, and I haven't failed in that field 'cause I don't, to wit, QED. Coffee's running through." The boy didn't crack a smile. George put the coffee-pot on a trivet that bore a joke in Pennsylvania Dutch argot, and broke out a tin box of cookies, mostly broken. He also took from his cardigan pocket the brown square of hashish. "Like a taste?" he said, not at all grudgingly, he thought, showing Oberon the square. "Best Lebanese, I think." "I don't use drugs." "Oh, aha." Judging nicely, George cut off a corner with his Florentine instrument, pierced the fragment with its point, and dunked it in his cup. He sat turning the knife in the cup and looking at his cousin, who was blowing on his coffee with single-minded intensity. Ah, it was lovely to be old and grey, and to have learned to ask neither for too much nor too little. "So," he said. He lifted the knife from his coffee to see that the fragment had nearly dissolved. "Tell us your history." Oberon was mum. "Come on, let's have it." He slurped the fragrant brew eagerly. "News from home." It took a deal of questioning, but as the night wore down, Oberon did speak phrases, yield anecdotes. It was enough for George. His laced coffee finished, he heard a whole life in Oberon's sentences, complete with amusing detail and odd conjunctions. Pathos, even magic, even. He found himself looking into his cousin's closed heart as into the halved shell of a coiled and chambered nautilus. What George Mouse Heard. He'd left Edgewood early, awakening just before dawn, as he'd intended to. It was an ability he shared with his mother, that he could wake when he chose. He lit a lamp. It would be another hour or two before Smoky shuffled down to the basement to start up the generator. There was a trembling tightness around his diaphragm, as though something struggled for release or escape there. He knew the phrase, "butterflies in your stomach," but is one of those people to whom phrases like that communicate nothing. He has had butterflies in his stomach, as he'd had the willies and the jitters. More than once he has been beside himself, but has always thought these experiences were his alone, and never knew they were so common as to have names. His ignorance allowed him to compose poetry about the weird feelings he felt, a handful of typewritten pages which, as soon as he was dressed in the neat black suit, he put carefully into the green canvas knapsack along with his other clothes, his toothbrush, what else? An antique Gillette, 4 bars of soap, a copy of Brother North Wind's Secret, and the testamentary stuff for the lawyers. He walked through the sleeping house for what he solemnly imagined was the last time, on his way to an unknown destiny. The house seemed, in fact, to be quite restless, tossing and turning in an unquiet half-dream, opening its eyes, startled, as he passed. A watery, wintry light lay along the corridors. The imaginary rooms and halls were real in the gloom. "You look as though you hadn't shaved," Smoky said uncertainly when Oberon came into the kitchen. "You want some oatmeal?" "I didn't want to wake up everybody, running the water and everything. I don't think I can eat." Smoky went on fussing with the old wood stove anyway. It always amazed Oberon as a child to see his father go to bed at night in this house, and then appear at his desk in the schoolhouse next morning as though translated, or as though there were 2 of him. The first time he got up early enough to catch his father with frowsy hair and a plaid robe on his way between sleep and school, it was as though he had caught out a conjurer. But in fact Smoky always made his own breakfast, and though for years the glossy white electric range has stood cold and useless in the corner, like a proud old housekeeper unwillingly retired, and Smoky was as unhandy with fires as he was about most things, he went on doing it. It only meant he had to get up earlier to begin. Oberon, growing impatient with his father's patience, bent down before the stove and got it angrily flaming in a moment. Smoky stood behind him, hands in his robe pockets, admiring, and in a while they sat opposite each other with bowls of oatmeal, and coffee too, a gift from George Mouse in the city. They sat for a moment, hands in laps, looking not into each other's eyes, but into the brown Brazilian eyes of the 2 coffee cups together. And then Smoky, with an apologetic cough, got up and got the brandy bottle from a high shelf. "It's a long walk," he said, and spiked the coffee. "Smoky?" "Yes." George could see that there could well have grown in him in the last years a sort of constriction of feeling sometimes that a nip can untangle. No problem, really. Just a nip. So he can begin to ask Oberon if he's sure he has enough money, if he's got Grandpa's agent's address and George Mouse's address and all the legal instruments and so on about the inheritance and so on. And yes, he does. Even after Doc died, his stories continued to be published in the city's evening paper. George read them even before he read the funnies. Besides these posthumous stories squirreled away like winter nuts, Doc left a mess of affairs as thick and entangling as any briar patch. Lawyers and agents pursued his intentions there, and might for years. Oberon had a special interest in these thorny matters, because Doc had specified a bequest to him, enough to live for a year or so, and write unhampered. Doc had hoped, actually, though he was too shy to say so, that his grandson and the best friend of his last years might take up the little adventures, though Oberon was at a disadvantage there. He would have to make them up, unlike Doc, who for years had been getting them first-hand. There's a certain embarrassment, George could easily imagine, in learning that you can talk to animals. No one knew how long Doc's conviction was in growing, though some of the grown-ups could remember his first claiming it was so, shyly, tentatively, as a joke, they supposed, a lame sort of joke. But then Doc's jokes weren't ever very funny, except to millions of children. It took later the form of a metaphor or puzzle. He recounted his conversations with salamanders and chickadees with a cryptic smile, as though inviting his family to guess why he spoke so. In the end, he ceased trying to hide it. What he heard from his correspondents was just too interesting not to recount. Since all this was happening as Oberon was coming into consciousness, it only seemed to him that his grandfather's powers were growing surer, his ear more keen. When, on one of their long walks together through the woods, Doc at last stopped pretending that what he heard the animals say was made up, and admitted that he was passing on conversations he heard, they both felt a lot better. Oberon never much liked Let's Pretend, and Doc had hated lying to the child. The science of it escaped him, he said. Maybe it was only a result of his long devotion. Anyway, it was only certain animals he could understand, small ones, the ones he knew best. Bears, moose, the scarce and fabulous cats, the solitary long-winged predators he knew nothing of. They disdained him, or couldn't discourse, or had no use for small talk. He couldn't tell. And insects and bugs? Oberon asked him. Some, but not all, Doc answered. Ants? Oh, yes, ants, Doc said, sure. And taking his grandson's hands where they knelt together beside a new yellow hill, he gratefully translated for him the mindless shop talk of the ants within. George Mouse goes on overhearing. Oberon was asleep now, on the bursting love seat, curled beneath a blanket, as who would not be, who had risen as early and come as far in as many ways as he had today. But George Mouse, subject to tics and exulting on the giddy chutes and ladders of high thought, kept watch over the boy and continued to overhear his adventures. When, oatmeal untasted but coffee finished, he went out the great front door, Smoky's hand paternally on his shoulder though it was higher than his own, Oberon saw that he wasn't to make his getaway without good-byes. His sisters, all three, had come to see him off. Lily and Lucy were walking up the drive arm in arm, Lily bearing her twins fore and aft in canvas carriers, and Tacy was just turning in at the end of the drive on her bike. He might have known, but hadn't wished this send-off, wished it less than anything because of the formal finality his sister's presence always lent to whatever partings or arrivals or conjunctions they attended. How the hell, anyway, had they known this was to be the morning? He had only told Smoky late last night, and sworn him to secrecy. A certain familiar rage rose in him, whose name he didn't know was rage. "Hi, he said. "We came to say good-bye," Lily said. Lucy shifted the front twin and added, "And give you some things." "Yeah? Well." Tacy turned her bike neatly at the porch stairs and dismounted. "Hi," Oberon said again. "Did you bring along the whole county?" But of course they hadn't brought anyone else. No one else's presence was necessary, as theirs was. Perhaps because their names were so similar, or because so often in the community they appeared and acted together, but people around Edgewood always found it hard to distinguish among Tacy, Lily, and Lucy. In fact, they were very different. Tacy and Lily were descendants of their mother and her mother, long, big-boned, and coltish, though Lily had inherited from somewhere a head of fine, straight, blonde hair, straw spun into gold, as the princess in the story spun it, where Tacy's was curly reddish gold like Alice's. Lucy, though, was all Smoky's. Shorter than her sisters, with Smoky's dark curls and Smoky's cheerful, bemused face, and even something of Smoky's congenital anonymity in her round eyes. But in another sense, it was Lucy and Lily who were a pair, the sort of sisters who can finish one another's sentences and feel even at a distance one another's pains. For years the two of them kept up a running series of seemingly pointless jokes. One would ask, in a serious tone, a silly question, and the other would, just as seriously, give an even sillier answer, and then they would, never cracking a smile, give the joke a number. The numbers ran into the hundreds. Tacy, perhaps because she was the oldest, was remote from their games. She was a naturally regal and private person who cultivated intensely a number of passions, for the alto recorder, for raising rabbits, for fast bikes. On the other hand, in all complots, plans, and ceremonies that dealt with grown-ups and their affairs, it had always been Tacy who was priestess, and the younger two, her acolytes. In one thing all three were alike. They each had only one eyebrow, running over their noses from outer eye corner to outer eye corner without a break. Of Smoky and Alice's children, only Oberon was without it. Oberon's memories of his sisters would always be of their playing at the mysteries, birth, marriage, love, and death. He had been their baby when he was very young, chivied around from imaginary bath to imaginary hospital endlessly, a living doll. Later he was compelled to be bridegroom, and finally departed when he was old enough to be pleased simply to lie there, while they ministered to him. And it was not only play. As they grew older, all three seemed to develop an instinctive grasp of the scenes and acts of quotidian life, of the curtains rising and rung down in the lives around them. No one remembered telling them, they were aged 4, 6, and 8 then, that the youngest of the Bird girls was to be married to Jim J. over in Plainfield, but they appeared at the church in jeans with bunches of wildflowers in their hands, and knelt decorously on the church steps while inside the bride and groom took their vows. The wedding photographer, waiting outside for the couple to appear, took a whimsical picture of the 3 darlings, which later won a prize in a photo contest. It looked posed. In a sense, it was. From an early age they had all 3 learned needlework, becoming more skilled, and taking up in turn more difficult and esoteric branches of it as they got older, tatting, silk embroidery, crewel work. What Tacy learned first from Great-Aunt Cloud and her grandmother, she taught to Lily, and Lily to Lucy. And as they sat together expertly doing and undoing with thread, often in the many-sided music-room where the sun came in at all seasons, they kept up among themselves a constant calendar of the passings, pledges, partings, parturitions expected, announced or not, among the people they knew. They made knots, they snipped threads, they knew all. It came to pass that no sad or glad occasion was unknown to them, and few went forward without the 3 of them present. Those that did seemed incomplete, unsanctioned. Their only brother's departure for his appointment with Destiny and lawyers was not to be one of those. "Here," said Tacy, plucking from her bike's basket a small package done up in ice-blue paper. "Take this, and open it when you get to the city." She kissed him lightly. "Take this," Lily said, giving him one wrapped in minty green, "and open it when you think of it." "Take this," Lucy said. Hers was wrapped in white. "Open it when you want to come home again." He gathered these together, nodding, embarrassed, and put them in his duffel. The girls said nothing more about them, only sat for a while with him and Smoky on the porch, across which dead leaves blew unswept, gathering up under the seats of wicker chairs, which ought to go in the basement, Smoky thought, an old chore of Oberon's. He felt a chill of foreboding, or loss, but thought it to be the sombre November gloaming only. Oberon, who was young and solitary enough to think that he might have escaped his house without anyone being the wiser, that no one paid much attention to his movements, sat constrainedly with them, watching dawn grow. Then he slapped his knees, rose, shook his father's hand, kissed his sister's, promised to write, and at last stepped off southward into the sounding sea of leaves, striking for the crossroads where a bus could be hailed. He didn't look back at the 4 who watched him go. "Well," Smoky said, remembering his own journey to the city at an age near Oberon's, "he'll have adventures." "Lots," Tacy said. "It'll be fun," Smoky said. "Probably. Possibly. I remember—" "Fun for a while," Lily said. "Not much fun," Lucy said. "Fun first, though, at least." "Dad," said Tacy, seeing him trembling, "you shouldn't sit out here in your jammies, for God's sake." He rose, pulling his bathrobe around him. This afternoon he would have to get in the porch furniture before snow piled absurdly in its summery seats. A friend of the doctor's. Shifting focus, George Mouse watched from a niche in the old stone fence as Oberon came across the old pasture, short-cutting his way toward Meadowbrook. The meadow mouse in that niche, grass blade between his teeth and gloomy thoughts in his mind, watched the human come toward him, crunching great twigs and dead leaves by the hundreds beneath his boots. Ah, the great and clumsy feet of them! The shod feet, larger and harder even than the brown bears of ancient memory. Only the fact that they had only 2 each, and came around rarely and singly near his home, allowed the meadow mouse to feel somewhat more kindly toward them than toward the house-wrecking cow, his personal behemoth. As Oberon came closer, passing indeed very close to the niche where he huddled, the meadow mouse had a surprise. This was the boy, grown huge, who had once come with the doctor, who was the meadow mouse's great-great-grandfather's friend. The very same boy that the meadow mouse, as a tiny mouseling, had once observed, hands on his bare and scabby knees, peering intently into the familial home as the doctor took down great-great-grandfather's memoirs, which were so famous now, not only among generations of meadow mice, but throughout the great world as well. His natural timidity overcome by a rush of family feeling, the Meadow Mouse put his nose out of the niche in the wall and attempted a greeting. "My great-great-grandfather knew the doctor," he called out. But the fellow went right on. The doctor could talk with the animals, but the boy, apparently, could not. A Shepherd in the Bronx. When Oberon was standing by the crossroads, ankle-deep in golden leaves, and Smoky was standing abstracted before his tribe, who, puzzled that he had fallen silent, chalked a board, between noun and predicate, Daily Alice beneath her figured quilt, yes, George Mouse gasped at the breadth and length of his own mental sympathies, dreamed that her son Oberon, who lived in the city now, had telephoned to tell her how he was getting on. "For a while I was a shepherd in the Bronx," the disembodied and still secretive voice was saying. "But when November came, I sold the flock." And as he told her of it, she could see the Bronx he spoke of, its green-cropped sea-hills, a space of clean, windy air between those hills and the low, wet clouds. It was as though she had been there herself when he shepherded, and had followed the delicate prints and black droppings along the rutted ways to pasturage, her ears full of their complainings, nose full of the smell of their wet wool on misty mornings. Vivid. She could see her son when, as he told her, he would stand staff in hand on a promontory there and look off to the sea, and to the west from where the weather came, and to the south across the river, to the dark wood that covered the sea island there, and wonder. In the fall, then, he changed his leathers and gaiters for a decent suit of black, and his crook for a walking stick, and though he had never decided on it in so many words, he and the dog Spark, a good sheep-dog whom Oberon could have sold with the flock but couldn't part with, set out along the Harlem River till they came to a place where they could cross, near 137th Street. The aged ferryman had a beautiful great-granddaughter, brown as a berry, and a gray, flat, knocking, groaning boat. Oberon stood up in the bows as the ferry drifted along its line downstream to a mooring on the opposite side. He paid, the dog Spark leapt out before him, and he stepped off into the wildwood without looking back. It was late afternoon. The sun, he could glimpse it now and then, a dull yellow glow behind gray clouds, seemed so cold and cheerless he almost wished for night. Deeper in, he retracted this wish. Somehow he had turned the wrong way between St. Nicholas Park and Cathedral Parkway, and found himself climbing stony uplands written on by lichen. The great trees clinging to the rocky places with their knuckled toes groaned and chuckled at him as he passed, and made bold faces in the twilight. Panting on a high rock, he saw between the trees the gray sun go out. He knew he was still far uptown, and now night had come. He was cold, and how many warnings had he always had about night in this place? He felt small. In fact, he was growing small. Spark noticed it, but made no remark. The night, as it will do, brought forth creatures. Oberon began foolishly to hurry, which made him stumble, which caused the creatures to come close, thousand-eyed in the complex darkness all around. Oberon collected himself. Mustn't show them your fear. He took a grip on his stick. Looking neither right nor left, he toiled downtown. He walked, didn't walk, as appropriate. Once or twice he caught himself gawking up at the immense trees scraping the night sky. For sure he had grown much smaller, but lowered his eyes quickly. He didn't want to appear a stranger here, or someone who didn't know what was what. He couldn't keep, though, from glancing around himself at those who, grinning or knowing or indifferent, glanced at him as he passed. Where was Spark, he wondered, as he pulled himself from a tangled deadfall into which he had sunk hip-deep. Now he could have climbed onto the dog's back and gotten on much faster, but Spark had developed a contempt for his newly small master, and had gone off in the direction of Washington Heights to try his fortune alone. Alone. Oberon remembered the 3 gifts his sisters had given him. He took from his canvas knapsack the one Tacy had given him, and tore its ice-blue wrapping with trembling fingers. It was a combination pen and flashlight, one end to see by, and the other to write with. Handy. It even had its little battery. He pressed its button, and it burned. A few snowflakes drifted in the beam. A few faces that had come close withdrew, and by the light he saw that he stood before a tiny door in the woods. His journey was done. He knocked, and knocked again. Look at the time. George Mouse shuddered vastly. The effort of mental sympathy and the wearing off of his dose had him feeling a little ashen. It had been fun, but good Lord, look at the time. In a few hours he would have to be up again for milking. For sure, Sylvie, brown as a berry but not home yet, unless he missed his guess, wouldn't be up for it. Gathering up his hash-dispersed limbs, which ached with pleasant tiredness, long trip, he stitched them back roughly where they belonged on his consciousness, and rose. Getting too old for this. He made certain his cousin had blankets enough, raked up the fire, and already forgetting in the main what he had perceived behind his cousin's dark and shapely lids, took up the lamp and made his way to his own cluttered bedroom, yawning uncontrollably. The club meets. Some city blocks away at that hour, before the narrow townhouse of Ariel Hawksquill, which faced a small park, large and silent cars of another era one by one drew up and let out each a single passenger, and drove away to where cars like that await their masters. Each of the visitors rang Hawksquill's bell, and was admitted. Each must take off his gloves, finger by finger, so well they fitted. Each gave them to the servant inside his hat, and some had white scarves that whistled faintly as they drew them from their necks. They gathered in Hawksquill's parlor floor, which was chiefly library. Each crossed his legs as he sat. They exchanged a few words in low voices. When Hawksquill at last entered, they rose for her, though she motioned that they shouldn't, and sat again, each tugging at his trouser knee as he recrossed his legs. "I guess we can say," one said, "that this meeting of the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club is now open for new business." Ariel Hawksquill awaited their questions. She was in this year nearing the height of her powers, her figure angular, hair iron-gray, manner sharp and deliberate as a cockatoo's. She was imposing, if not quite the intimidating figure she would become, and everything about her, from dun shoes to ringed fingers, suggested powers, powers the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club at least was well aware she possessed. "The new business, of course," another member said, smiling toward Hawksquill, "being the matter of Russell Eigenblick, the lecturer." "What," a third asked Hawksquill, "do you think now? What are your impressions?" She put her fingertips together like Holmes. "He is and is not what he seems," she said in a voice as precise and dry as a parchment page. "More clever than he appears on television, though not so large. The enthusiasm he arouses is genuine, but I can't help thinking evanescent. He has 5 planets in Scorpio. So did Martin Luther. His favorite color is billiard-cloth green. He has large, moist, falsely sympathetic brown eyes, like a cow. His voice is amplified by miniature devices concealed in his clothing, which is expensive but doesn't fit well. He wears, beneath his pants, boots to his knees." They absorbed this. His character, one asked. Contemptible. His manners? Well, his ambitions. This she was for a moment unable to answer. Yet it was this question which the puissant bankers, board chairmen, bureaucratic plenipotentiaries, and retired generals who met under the aegis of the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club most wanted answered. As the secret guardians of a touchy, willful, aging republic, suffering in the more or less permanent grip of social and economic depression, they were minutely sensitive to any attractive man, preacher, soldier, adventurer, thinker, thug. Hawksquill was well aware that her insights had led to the putting away of more than one such. "He has no interest in being president," she said. One of the members made a noise that indicated, "If he does not, he could not have any other ambition that could truly alarm us. And if he does, he is helpless, because for some years the regular succession of shadowy presidents has been solely the concern of the club. whatever the people or the presidents may have thought. It was a brief noise, made in the throat. "It's difficult to describe precisely," Hawksquill said. "On the one hand, his self-importance seems ludicrous, and his aims so huge as to be dismissible entirely, like God's. On the other hand, he claims, for instance, often and with a particular expression that seems to hint at large secrets, to be in the cards, an old catchphrase, and yet somehow, I'm afraid I can't say quite how, I think his words are exact, and that he is in the cards, in some cards, only I don't know which ones." She looked over her slow-nodding listeners, and felt sorry to puzzle them, but she was puzzled herself. She had spent weeks with Russell Eigenblick on the road, in hotels, on planes, transparently disguised as a journalist. The hard-faced paladins who surrounded Eigenblick saw easily through the disguise, but could see nothing within. But she was less able now to offer a suggestion as to the disposition of his case than when she had first heard his name, and laughed. Fingertips on her temples, she walked carefully through the perfectly ordered new wing which she had added over the last weeks to her memory mansion to contain her investigation of Russell Eigenblick. She knew at what turnings he himself should appear, at the head of which staircases, at the nexus of which vistas. He would not appear. She could picture him with the ordinary or natural memory. She could see him against the rain-streaked window of a local train, talking indefatigably, his red beard wagging, and his curling eyebrows ascending and descending like a ventriloquist's dummies. She could see him haranguing the vast ecstatic dove-moaning audiences, real tears in his eyes, and real love poured forth from them to him. She could see him rattling a blue teacup and saucer on his knee at a women's club meeting after another interminable lecture, with his steely disciples, each holding his own cup and saucer and cake, around him. The lecturer. It was they who insisted on his being called that. They arrived first and made arrangements for the lecturer's appearance. The lecturer will stand here. No one must use this room but the lecturer. There must be a car for the lecturer. And their eyes never filled with tears as they sat behind his lectern, faces as composed and expressionless as their black-socked ankles. All this she had quarried from natural memory, and by artifice constructed into a fine Palladian wing of her memory mansion, where it ought all to make a new and subtle sense. She expected to be able to turn a marble corner and find him there, framed in a vista, suddenly revealed and revealing what he was, which she had known all along, but had not known she knew. That was how it was intended to work, how it had always worked in the past. But now the club waited, silent and unstirring, for her disposition, and between the pillars and on the belvederes there stood the disciples, neatly dressed, holding each the emblem to identify himself which she had given him. Train ticket stub, golf club, purple mimeosheets, dead body. They were clear enough. But he would not appear. And yet the whole wing was, yes, for sure, him, and it was chill and pregnant. "What about these lectures?" a member said, interrupting her survey. She looked at him coldly. "God," she said, "you have transcripts of them all. Is that what I'm to concern myself with? Can you read?" She paused then, wondering whether her contempt was merely a mask for her own failure to encompass her quarry. "When he speaks," she said more graciously, "they listen. What he says, you know. The old amalgam designed to touch every heart. Hope, a limitless hope. Common sense, or what passes for it. Wit that releases. He can draw tears, but many can. I think—" It was as close as she could come now to a definition, and was not close. "I think he is less or more than a man. I think we are somehow dealing not with a man, but with a geography." "I see," said a member, brushing a moustache pearly gray like his tie. "You do not," Hawksquill said, "because I do not." "Snuff him out," another said. "His message," said another, drawing from his supple case a sheaf of papers, "is not one we object to, though. Stability, vigilance, acceptance, love. Love, said another. All things degenerate. Nothing works any more. Everything misfires. There was a desperate quaver in his voice. There is no force left on earth found stronger than love. He burst into strange sobs. Do I see, Hawksquill, someone said calmly, decanters on your sideboard there? One is cut glass and has brandy, Hawksquill said. The other is not, and has rye. They calmed their associate with a taste of brandy, and declared the meeting closed, sine die, with Hawksquill's commission continued and the new business unresolved, and left her house in greater puzzlement than they had felt since the society whose secret pillars they were had first begun perversely to sicken and waste. Pictured heavens. When she had shown them out, Hawksquill's servants stood in the hall, gloomily contemplating what seemed to be a pale stain of dawn showing in the barred glass of the door, and complaining inwardly of her state, her subservience, her brief glows of night-time consciousness, worse almost than having none at all. All this while the grey light grew, and seemed to stain the unmoving servant, to subtract the living light from her eyes. She raised a hand in an Egyptian gesture of blessing or dismissal, her lips sealed. When Hawksquill passed her on her way upward, day had come, and the Maid of Stone, as Hawksquill named this ancient statue, was all marmoreal again. Hawksquill climbed up within the tall, narrow house, 4 long flights, a daily exercise that would keep her strong heart beating till great old age, and arrived at a small door at the very top of the house, where the stairs narrowed sharply and ran out. She could hear the steady noise of the great mechanism beyond the door, the drop of heavy weights inch by inch, the hollow clicks of catchments and escapements, and felt her mind already soothed. She opened the door. Daylight, many-colored and faint, poured out. The music of the spheres, like soft soughing wind among clicking bare branches, became distinct. She glanced at her old square-faced wristwatch and bent to enter. That this city house was one of only 3 in the world equipped with a complete patent cosmo-opticon, or Theatrum Mundi, in more or less working order, Hawksquill had known before she bought it. It had amused her to think that her house would be capped by such an enormous and iron-bound talisman of her mind's heavens. She had been prepared, though, neither for its great beauty, nor, when it had been set in motion, and she had adjusted it in certain long-thought-out ways, for its usefulness. She had been unable to learn much about the Cosmo-Opticon's designer, so she couldn't tell what he had conceived its function to be. Entertainment only, probably. But what he hadn't known she supplied, and so now when she bent to enter the tiny door, she entered not only a stained-glass and wrought-iron cosmos, exquisitely detailed and moving with spanking exactness in its clockwork rounds, but one which presented to Hawksquill the actual moment of the world-age that was passing as she entered. In fact, though Hawksquill had corrected the Cosmo-Opticon so that it accurately reflected the state of the real heavens outside it, it was still not quite exact. Even if its maker had been aware of it, there was no way to build into a machine of cogs and gears as gross as this one, the vast fall of the cosmos backward through the zodiac, the so-called precession of the equinoxes, that unimaginably stately grand tour which would take some 20,000 years longer, until once again the spring equinox coincided with the first degrees of Aries. Where conventional astrology for convenience's sake assumes it always to be, and where Hawksquill had found it fixed in her Cosmo-Opticon when she had first acquired the thing. No, the only true pictures of time were the changeful heavens themselves, and their perfect reflection within the powerful consciousness of Ariel Hawksquill, who knew what time it was. This engine around her was in the end a crude caricature, though pretty enough. Indeed, she thought, taking the green plush seat in the center of the universe, very pretty. She relaxed in the warm pour of winter sun. By noon it would be hot as hell inside this glass egg, something else its designer hadn't apparently taken into account, and gazed upwards. Blue Venus trine with blood-orange Jupiter, each blown glass figured sphere borne between the tropics on its own band. The mirror-surfaced moon, just declining below the horizon, and tiny ringed Saturn, milky gray, just rising. Saturn in the ascendant house, proper for the sort of meditation she must now make. Click. The zodiac turned a degree. Lady Libra, looking a little like Bernhardt in her finely leaded Art Nouveau draperies, and weighing something in her scales that had always seemed to Hawksquill to be a bunch of lush Malaga grapes, lifted her toes out of the austral waters. The real soul burned so hotly through her that her features were obscured, as they of course were in the blank blue sky of day, burned out entirely and invisible, but still, of course, there behind his brightness, of course. Already she felt her thoughts becoming ordered as the undifferentiated light of heaven was ordered by the colors and marked degrees of the Cosmo-Opticon. She felt her own Theatrum Mundi within open its doors, and the stage manager strike the stage 3 times with his staff to signal the curtain rising. The enormous engine, star-founded, of her artificial memory began to lay out for her once again the parts of the problem of Russell Eigenblick. And she felt, sharp set for the work, that there had not ever been among all the strange tasks her powers had been bent upon a task as strange as this one, or one which was more important to her herself, or one that would require her to go as far, dive as deep, see as widely, or think as hard. In the cards. Well, she would see. Chapter 2. La che, envolto comenzando umano, acaba in mortal fiera, es finque bachillera, que hace hoy a Narciso esco solicitar, desdeñar fuentes. De Góngora, Soledades. Oberon was awakened first by the crying of a cat. An abandoned child, he thought, and went back to sleep. Then the bleating of goats, and the raucous strangled reveille of a cock. Damn animals, he said aloud, and was again returning to sleep when he remembered where he was. Had he really heard goats and chickens? No, a dream, or some city noise transformed by sleep. But then cockcrow came again. Pulling the blanket around him, it was deathly cold in the library, the fire long since out. He went to the mullioned window and looked down into the yard. George Mouse was just returning from the milking, in high black rubber boots, carrying steaming milk pail. From a shed roof a scrawny Rhode Island red lifted its clipped wings and gave the cry again. Oberon was looking down on Old Law Farm. Old Law Farm. Of all George Mouse's fantastic schemes, Old Law Farm had had the virtue of necessity. These dark days, if you wanted fresh eggs, milk, butter, at less than ruinous prices, there was nothing for it but to supply them yourself. And the square of long empty buildings was uninhabitable anyway, so its outside windows were blinded with tin or blackened plywood, its doors stopped with cinder block, and it became the hollow castle wall around a farm. Chickens now roosted in the degraded interiors, goats laughed and bewailed in the garden apartments, and ate orts from clawfoot bathtubs. The nude brown vegetable garden which Oberon looked out on from the library windows, and which took up much of the old backyards within the block, was rimy this morning. Orange pumpkins showed beneath the remains of corn and cabbage. Someone, small and dark, was going carefully up and down the wrought iron fire escapes, and in and out of frameless windows. Chickens squawked. She wore a sequined evening gown, and shivered as she collected eggs in a gold lame purse. She looked disgusted, and when she called out something to George Mouse, he only pulled his wide hat down further over his face and galoshed away. She came down into the yard, stepping amid the mud and garden detritus on fragile high heels. She shouted a word after George, flinging up an arm, then tugged her fringed shawl angrily around her shoulders. The lame purse over her arm just then gave way under its load of eggs, and one by one they began to fall out as though laid. At first she didn't notice, then cried out, "Oh, oh, yike!" and turned to prevent more from falling, turned her ankle as a heel gave way, and burst into laughter. She laughed as the eggs fell through her fingers, laughed bent over, slipped in egg slime and nearly fell, and laughed harder. She covered her mouth delicately, but he could hear the laugh, deep and raucous. He laughed too. He thought then, seeing those eggs break, that he would find out where breakfast was happening. He tugged his wrinkled and spiraled suit into something like its right shape. He screwed his knuckles into his eyes, and ran his hand through his proud hair, an Irish comb, Rudy Flood always called that. But then he had to choose the door, or the window he had come in by. He remembered passing somewhere where food was cooking on his way into the library, and so he took up his bag, didn't want it inspected or stolen, and crept out onto the rickety bridge, shaking his head at the ridiculous crouch he must make. The boards groaned under him, and drab light came in through the cracks, like an impossible passageway in a dream. What if it fell under him, dropping him down the air shaft? And the window at the other end might be locked. God, this was stupid. What a stupid way to get from one place to another. He tore his jacket on a protruding nail and hunkered furiously back the way he had come, out with ruffled dignity and smutty hands, through the solid old doors of the library and down the winding stairs. In a statue niche at a turning, a pinch-faced silent butler in a pillbox hat stood, holding out a corroded ashtray. At the bottom of the stairs, a hole had been knocked in the wall, a brick-toothed rent that led into the next building, perhaps the building George had originally admitted him to. Or was he disoriented now? He went through the hole into a building of another kind, not faded elegance, but aged poverty. The number of coats of paint these stamped tin ceilings had had, the layers of linoleum one over another on these floors, it was impressive, almost archaeological. A single dim bulb burned in the hall. There was a door whose many locks were all open, and music coming from within, and laughter and odors of cooking. Oberon approached it, but was overcome by shyness. How did you approach the people of this place? He would have to learn. He who had rarely seen around him a face he hadn't known since babyhood was surrounded now by no one but strangers, millions of them. But he didn't feel like going in that door just now. Angry at himself, but unable to change his mind, he wandered away down the hall. Daylight showed through the opaque glass embedded with chicken wire of a door at the hall's end, and he shot its bolt and opened it. He found himself looking out over the farmyard in the middle of the block. In the buildings around it were dozens of doors, each different, each obstructed by a different sort of barrier, rusted gates, chains, wire fencing, bars, locks, or all of those, and yet looking fragile and openable. What was behind them? Some stood wide, and through one he glimpsed goats. There came out from it then a very small man, a bandy-legged black man with enormously strong arms, who carried on his back a great burlap sack. He hurried across the yard at a quick pace, despite his short legs. He was no bigger than a child, and Oberon called out to him, "Excuse me." He didn't stop. Deaf? Oberon set out after him. Was he naked? Or wearing some coverall the same color as himself? "Hey!" Oberon called, and this stopped the man. He turned his big dark flat head to Oberon and grinned widely. His eyes were mere slits above his broad nose. Boy, the people here get positively medieval, Oberon thought. Effects of poverty. He was about to frame a question, sure now the man was idiotic and wouldn't understand, when with a long, black, sharp-nailed finger the man pointed behind Oberon. He turned to look. George Mouse had just opened a door there, releasing 3 cats. He shut it again before Oberon could call him. He started for that door, tripping in the ruts of the garden, and turned back to wave thanks to the little black man. But he was gone. At the end of the hall to which the door led him, he paused, smelling cooking, and listened. Inside he could hear what sounded like an argument, the clash and rattle of pots and dishes, a baby crying. He pushed on the door, and it swung open. The B or the C. The girl he had seen dropping eggs stood at the stove, still in her golden gown. A child of almost visionary beauty, its face streaked with dirty tears, sat near her on the floor. George Mouse presided at a large circular dining table, beneath which his muddy boots took up a lot of room. "Hey," he said. "Grits, my man. Sleep well?" He rapped with his knuckles at the place next to his. The baby, only momentarily intrigued by Oberon, prepared himself for another round of crying by sputtering tiny bubbles from his angelic lips. He tugged at the girl's gown. "Ay, coño, man," she said mildly. "Take it easy." Just as she might have to a grown-up. The kid looked up at her as she looked down, and they seemed to come to an understanding. He didn't cry again. She rapidly stirred a pot with a long wooden spoon, an action she did with her whole body, making her gold-clad bottom snap neatly back and forth. Oberon was watching this closely when George spoke again. "This is Sylvie, my man. Sylvie, say hello to Oberon Barnable, who's come to the city to seek his fortune." Her smile was instant and unfeigned, sun bursting from clouds. Oberon bowed stiffly, aware of the blear in his eye and the shadow on his cheek. "You want some breakfast?" she said. "Sure he does. Sit downy, cousin." She turned back to the stove, plucking from the little ceramic auto where they rode one of two top-hatted figures labeled Mr. Salty and Mr. Peppy, and shook him vigorously over the pot. Oberon sat down and folded his hands in front of him. This kitchen looked out through diamond-paned windows at the farmyard, where now someone, not the strange man Oberon had seen, was driving the goats amid the decaying vegetation with a yardstick, Oberon noted. "Do you," he asked his cousin, "have a lot of tenants here?" "Well, they're not exactly tenants," George said. "He takes them in," Sylvie said, looking fondly at George. "They got no place else to go. People like me. Because he has a good heart." She laughed, stirring. "Little lost squirrels and stuff." "I sort of met someone," Oberon said, "a black guy, sort of, out in the yard." He saw that Sylvie had stopped her stirring and had turned to him. "Very short," Oberon said, surprised at the silence he'd made. "Brownie," Sylvie said. That was Brownie. "You saw Brownie?" "I guess," Oberon said. "Who?" "Yeah, old Brownie," George said. "He's kind of private, like a hermit, does a lot of work around the place." He looked at Oberon curiously. "I hope you didn't—" "I don't think he understood me. He went off." "Aw," Sylvie said gently. "Brownie." "Did you, well, take him in too?" Oberon asked George. "Who? Brownie?" George said, having fallen into thought. "Nah, old Brownie's always been here, I guess. Who the hell knows?" "So listen," he said, definitely changing the subject. "What are you up to today? Negocio?" From an inside pocket, Oberon took out a card. It said, "Petty, Smilodon and Ruth, attorneys at law," and gave an address and phone number. "My grandfather's lawyers. I've got to see about this inheritance. Can you tell me how to get there?" George puzzled over this, reading the address aloud slowly, as though it were esoteric. Sylvie, hiking her shawl over her shoulder, brought a battered steaming pot to the table. "Take the B or the C," she said. "Here's your nasties." She banged the pot down. George inhaled the steam gratefully. "She don't eat oatmeal," he said to Oberon with a wink. She had turned away, her face, her whole body, in fact, showing aversion very graphically, and, changing utterly in an instant, picked up with easy grace the child, who was in the process of sword-swallowing a ball-point pen. "Que jodiendo! Look at this implement. Come here, you. Look at these fat cheeks, so cute. Don't they make you want to bite 'em? Mmm." She sucked his fat brown cheeks avidly as he struggled to escape, eyes screwed tight. She sat him down in a rickety high chair, whose decals of bear and rabbit were all but worn away, and set food before him. She helped him eat, opening her mouth when he did, closing it around an imaginary spoon, cleaning the excess neatly from his face. Watching her, Oberon caught himself opening his own mouth in assistance. He snapped it shut. "Hey, sport model," George said to Sylvie as she finished with the baby. "You going to eat or what?" "Eat?" As though he had made an indecent suggestion. "I just got here. I'm going to bed, man, and I'm going to sleep." She stretched. She yawned. She offered herself wholeheartedly to Morpheus. She scratched her stomach lazily with long painted nails. The gold gown showed a small shadowed hollow where her navel was. Oberon felt that her brown body, however perfect, was too small to contain her. She shot out from it all over in flashes and spikes of intelligence and feeling. Even her impersonation now of exhaustion and debility exploded from her like a brilliance. "The bee or the sea?" he said. A Wingéd messenger. Riding racketing uptown on the B train underground, Oberon, with no experience at all of such things to guide him, tried to puzzle out what relation there might be between George and Sylvie. He was old enough to be her father, and Oberon was young enough to find the possibility of that kind of May-December coupling unlikely and repellent. Yet she had been making breakfast for him. What bed did she go to when she went to bed? He wished, well, he didn't know quite what he wished, and just then an emergency occurred on the train which threw all that out of his mind. The train began shaking violently to and fro. It screamed as though tormented. It was apparently about to burst apart. Oberon leapt up. Loud metallic knockings beat on his ears, and the light shuddered and went out. Clutching a cold pole, Oberon waited for the imminent collision or derailment. Then he noticed that no one on the train seemed the least concerned. Stony-faced, they read foreign-language newspapers, or rocked baby carriages, or rooted in shopping bags, or chewed gum placidly. My God, those asleep didn't even stir. The only thing they seemed to find odd was his own leaping up, and this they only glanced at furtively. But here was the disaster. Outside the almost comically filthy windows, he saw another train on a parallel track, sweeping toward them. Whistles and iron shrieks. They were about to sideswipe. The yellow windows, all that were visible of the other train, rushed at them like eyes aghast. At the last possible instant, the two trains shifted minutely and resumed their furious parallel, inches from one another's flanks, racing madly. In the other train, Oberon could see placid, overcoated riders reading foreign newspapers and rooting in shopping bags. He sat down. An aged black man in ancient clothes, who through all of this had been lightly holding a pole in the middle of the car, was saying as the noise diminished, "Now, don't get me wrong, holding out a long, gray-palmed hand to the passengers in general, whom, studiously ignoring him, he was reassuring. "Don't get me wrong. A well-dressed woman's something to see, now, you know. A thing of beauties, you understand, a joy forever. What I'm talking about's a woman who wears a fur. Now, don't get me wrong," a deprecatory shake of the head to forestall criticism, "but you see, a woman who wears a fur takes on the propensities of that animal. You see, takes on the propensities of the animal whose fur she wears. That's right." He struck a casual raconteur's pause and glanced around at his hearers with benign intimacy. As he pushed aside his unspeakable overcoat to place his knuckles on his hip, Oberon saw the heavy swing of a bottle in the pocket. "Now, I was in Saks Fifth Avenue the other day," he said, "and there was ladies pricing a coat made from the fur of the sable." He shook his head to think of it. Now, of all the animals in God's creation, the sable animal has got to be the lowest. The sable animal, my friends, will eat its own children. You hear what I'm saying? That's right. The sable is the dirtiest, low-downest, meanest. The sable is a meaner and lower thing than a mink, people, than a mink. And surely you know where the mink is at. Well, and here was these nice ladies wouldn't hurt a fly, feeling up this coat made of the sable animal. Yes, yes, ain't it fine? He laughed delicately, unable to check his amusement any longer. Yes, yes, the propensities of the animal, no doubt about it. His yellow eyes fell on Oberon, the only one there who'd followed him with any attention, wondering if he were right. He said, absently. His discourse done, a half-smile on his face. His eyes, wise, humorous, and reptilian at once, seemed to find something amusing in Oberon. The train just then turned a shrieking corner, propelling the man forward down the car. He gavodded away neatly, never falling, though without balance, the bottle-weighted pocket clanking on the poles. As he passed, Oberon heard him say, "Fans and furred robes hide all." He was brought up by the train's coming to a halt, began to dance backward. The doors slid open, and a final lurch of the train tossed him out. Just in time, Oberon recognized his own stop, and leapt out also. Clamor and acrid smoke, urgent announcements that were a garble of static and drowned anyway by the metal roar of trains and the constant echo and re-echo. Oberon, utterly disoriented, followed herds of riders upward along stairs, ramps, and escalators, and found himself still apparently underground. At a turning, he caught a glimpse of the black man's overcoat. At the next, which seemed intent on leading him downward again, he was beside him. He seemed now preoccupied, walking aimlessly. The garrulousness he had shown in the train was gone. An actor off stage, with troubles of his own. "Excuse me," Oberon said, fishing in his pocket. The black man, with no surprise, held out a hand to receive what Oberon would offer, and with no surprise withdrew the hand when Oberon came up with only the card of Petty, Smilodon, and Ruth. "Can you help me find this address?" He read it. The black man looked doubtful. "A tricky one," he said. "Seems to mean one thing, but it don't. Oh, tricky. Take some finding." He shuffled off, bent and dreaming, but his hand down at his side motioned with a quick motion that Oberon should follow. "Ever man, I will go with thee," he muttered, "and be thy guide, in thy most need to be by thy side." "Thanks," Oberon said, though not quite sure this was meant for him. He grew less sure as the man, whose gait was quicker than it looked, and who gave no warning at turnings, led him through dark tunnels reeking of urine, where rainwater dripped as though in a cave, and along echoing passages, and up into a vast basilica, the old terminal, and further upward by shining stairs into marble halls, he seeming to grow shabbier and smell stronger as they ascended into clean public places. "Let me see that again one time," he said, as they stood before a rank of swiftly revolving doors, glass and steel, through which a continual stream of people passed. Oberon and his guide stood directly in their path, the black man unconscious of them as he studied the little card, and the people flowed around them neatly, their faces fixed in angry looks, though whether because of this obstruction or for reasons of their own, Oberon couldn't tell. "Maybe I could ask someone else," Oberon said. "No," said the black man without rancor. "You got the one. You see, I'm a messenger." He looked up at Oberon, his snake eyes full of unreadable meaning. "A messenger. Fred Savage is my name. Wingéd messenger service. I only am escaped to tell thee." With quick grace he entered the threshing blades of the door. Oberon, hesitating, nearly lost him, threw himself into an empty segment, and was spun out rapidly into a thin, cold rain, outdoors at least, and stepped rapidly to catch up with Fred Savage. "My man Duke, you know," he was saying. "Met the Duke 'bout midnight in a lane behind of the churchyard, with a leg of a man over his shoulder. I says, 'Hey, Duke, my man.' Said he was a wolf. Only difference was, a wolf is hairy on the outside, you see, and he was hairy on the inside. Said I could rip up his skin and try. Oberon dodged after him through the well-drilled march and press of people, doubly afraid of losing him now, since Fred Savage hadn't given back the lawyer's card. But still he was distracted, his eye drawn upward to heights of buildings, some lost in the rainy clouds, so chaste and noble at the tops, and at their bases so ignoble, stuffed with shops, lettered, scarred, imposed upon, overlaid like mammoth oaks on which generations have carved hearts and nailed horseshoes. He felt a tug at his sleeve. "Don't be gawking upward," Fred Savage said, amused. "Good way to get your pocket picked. Besides—" His grin was wide. Either his teeth were extraordinarily perfect, or these were dentures of the cheapest kind. "They're not for looking up at anyway by the likes of you, you know. No, they're for looking out of by the type of folks inside, you understand? You'll learn that." He drew Oberon with him around a corner and along a street where trucks contested with one another and with taxis and people. "Now, if you look close," Fred Savage said, "you see this address seems to be on the avenue, but that's a fake. It's on this here street, so they don't want you to guess it." Cries and warnings from above. Out of a second-story window, an enormous ormolu mirror was being extruded, hung on guy ropes and tackle. On the street below were desks, chairs, filing cabinets, an office in the street. People had to step out into the loathsome gutter to get around it. Only just then trucks clogged the street. The warnings increased. "Watch your back! Watch your back!" And no one could move. The mirror swung free out into the air. Its face, which had before reflected only quiet interiors, now filled with shuddering, madly swinging city. It looked ravished, aghast. It descended slowly, rotating, flinging buildings and backward-reading signs to and fro within it. The people stood gaping, waiting for their own selves, overcoated and umbrellaed, to be revealed. "Come on," Fred said, and took Oberon's hand in a strong grip. He dodged amid the furniture, drawing Oberon after him. Shouts of horror and anger from the mirror's attendants. Something was wrong. The rope suddenly paid out. The mirror tilted madly only feet above the street. A groan from the watchers. Worlds came and went as it righted itself. Fred shuffled beneath it, his hat crown grazing its gilding. There was the briefest moment when Oberon, though looking into the street behind him, felt himself to be looking into the street ahead, a street from which, or into which, Fred Savage had disappeared. Then he crouched and passed under. On the other side, still followed by the curses of the mirror men, and by some kind of thunder as well from somewhere, Fred led Oberon up the vast arched entrance to a building. "Be prepared is my motto," he said, pleased with himself. "Be sure you're right, then go ahead." He pointed out the number of the building, which was indeed an avenue number, and handed back the little card. He patted Oberon's back to encourage him in. "Hey, thanks," Oberon said, and bethinking himself, dug in his pocket and came up with a crumpled $1. "The service is free," Fred Savage said, but took the $1 anyway, delicately, in thumb and index. There was a rich history incised in his palm. "Now go ahead. Be sure you're right, then go ahead." He propelled Oberon toward the brass-bound glass doors. As he entered, Oberon heard the thunder, or felt the bomb blast, or whatever it was, again, only much huger. It made him duck, a long tearing roll, as though the world, starting at one corner, were being bisected. As it rolled away, there came a gasp, a groan from many throats together, with high shrieking feminine overtones. And Oberon braced himself against the unmistakable noise of an enormous, a great glass smashing, unmistakable, though Oberon had never before heard a piece that size shivered. Now how many years' bad luck is that for someone, he thought, wondering if he had escaped something. A folding bedroom. "I'm putting you in the folding bedroom," George said as he led Oberon by flashlight through the mostly empty warren of buildings that surrounded Old Law Farm. It's got a fireplace, at least. Watch that stuff there. Up we go." Oberon followed, shivering, carrying his bag and a bottle of Doña Mariposa rum. A sleety rain had caught him on his way downtown, slicing cleanly through his overcoat, and so it felt, through his skinny flesh as well, to chill his heart. He had hidden from it for a while in a little liquor store whose red sign, "Liquor," went on and off in the puddles outside the door. Feeling intensely the shopkeeper's impatience at his free use of a place of business for profitless shelter, Oberon had begun staring at the various bottles, and at last bought the rum, because the girl on its label, in a peasant blouse, arms full of green cane stalks, reminded him of Sylvie, or rather seemed to him what Sylvie would look like if she were imaginary. George took out his bunch of keys and began hunting through them abstractedly. His manner since Oberon had returned had been glum, distracted, unaccommodating. He talked ramblingly about the difficulties of life. Oberon had questions to ask him, but felt he would get no answers to them from George in this state of mind, so he only followed silently. The folding bedroom was double-locked, and George was some time opening it. There was electric light inside, though, a lamp that on its cylindrical shade carried a panorama, a country scene through which a train moved, its locomotive almost devouring its caboose like the worm. George looked around the room, finger to his lips, as though long ago he had lost something here. "Now the thing is," he said, and then nothing more. He gazed at the spines of a shelf of paperbacks. The locomotive on the lampshade began to travel slowly through the landscape, caused to move by the heat of the bulb. "See, we all pull together here," George said. "Everybody does his part. You can dig that. I mean, the work's never done and all. So, this is all right, I guess. That John's the closet. The other way around, I mean. The stove and stuff is off, but eat with us. Everybody chips in. Well, listen." He counted his keys again, and Oberon had the feeling he was about to be locked in. But George slipped 3 from the ring and gave them to him. "Don't for God's sake lose them." He managed a bleak smile. "Hey, welcome to Big Town, man, and don't take any wooden nickels." Wooden nickels? It seemed to Oberon as he closed the door that his cousin's speech was as full of antique rubbish and battered ornament as his farm. A card, maybe he'd call himself. Well, a peculiarity felt more than perceived about this folding bedroom became clear to him as he looked around. There was no bed in it. There was a wine-red velvet boudoir chair, and a creaky wicker one with pillows tied on. There was a shabby rug, and an enormous wardrobe or something of glossy wood, with a beveled looking-glass on its front, and drawers with brass pulls at the bottom. This he couldn't figure out how to open. But there was no bed. From a wooden apricot crate, golden dreams, he took wood and paper and made a fire with trembling fingers, contemplating a night on the chairs. For sure he wasn't going to try threading his way back through Old Law Farm to complain. When the fire was hot, he began to feel somewhat less sorry for himself. In fact, as his clothes dried, he felt almost an elation. Kind Mr. Petty, of Petty, Smilodon, and Ruth, had been oddly evasive about the status of his inheritance, but they had willingly advanced him a sum against it. He had it in his pocket. He had come to the city, and not died or been beaten. He had money, and the prospect of more. Real life was beginning. The long, long ambiguity of Edgewood, the stifling sense of mysteries continually propounded, never solved, the endless waiting for purposes to be made clear and directions pointed out, all over. He had taken charge. A free agent, he would make $1 million, win love, and never go home at bedtime any more. He went to the tiny kitchen attached to the folding bedroom, where the dead stove and a lumpish refrigerator, presumably also dead, shared the floor with a tub and a sink. He dug up a white coffee mug, all crazed, wiped the husk of a bug from it, and got out his bottle of Doña Mariposa rum. He was holding a mugful of this in his lap, looking into the fire with a grin on his face, when there came a knocking at the door. Sylvie and Destiny. It took him a moment to see that the dark, shy girl at his door was the same he had seen breaking eggs in a golden gown. Dressed now in jeans faded and soft as homespun, and clutching herself so tightly against the cold that her multiform earrings shook. She looked far less large. That is, she was just as small, but she had hidden the energy that had made her seem so large before, under the bushel of her compact shape. "Sylvie," he said. "Yeah." She looked away down the dark hall, and then back at him, in some kind of hurry, or in some annoyance, or something. What? "I didn't know anybody was in here. I thought it was empty." He so obviously filled the doorway that there was no answer he could make to this. "Okay," she said. She allowed one cold hand out from where it hid in her armpit, so it could press her lip against her teeth to be bitten, and glanced away again, as though he were compelling her to stay here, and she were impatient to get away. "Did you leave something here?" She didn't respond. "How's your son?" At this, the hand that had been pressing her lip covered her mouth altogether, and she seemed to weep or laugh, or both, still looking away, though it was obvious she had no place to go. At last he saw that. "Come in," he said, and motioned her in, stepping aside so she could enter, and nodding encouragement. "Sometimes I come here," she said as she came in, "when I want to be, you know, alone." She looked around her with what Oberon supposed was a justified air of grievance. He was the intruder. He wondered if he should yield it to her and go sleep in the street. Instead he said, "Would you like some rum?" She appeared not to hear. "So listen," she said, and then nothing more. It would be some time before Oberon realized that these words were often as not a mere vocable in city speech, and not intended to roughly command his attention, as they seemed. He listened. She sat on the little velvet chair, and said at last, as though to herself, "It's cozy here. Nice fire. What are you drinking?" "Rum. Would you like some?" "Sure." There was, it appeared, only the one cup, so she and he passed it back and forth between them. "He's not my son," Sylvie said. "I'm sorry if I—" "He's my brother's kid. I got a crazy brother, named Bruno, like the kid." She pondered, staring into the fire. "What a kid. So sweet and smart. And bad?" She smiled. "Just like his papo." She gripped herself more tightly, drawing her knees up almost to her breasts, and he could see she wept inwardly, and only by this constant pressure against herself kept it from spilling out. "You and he seem to get along well," Oberon said, nodding in what he realized was an absurdly solemn fashion. "I thought you were his mother." "Oh, his mother, man," with a look of pure disdain touched only faintly with pity. "She's sad. She's a sad case. Pitiful." She brooded. "The way they treat him, man, he's going to turn out just like his father." This was apparently not a good thing. Oberon wished he could think of a question that would draw the whole story from her. "Well, sons do turn out like their fathers," he said, wondering if it would ever seem true of him. After all, they're around them a lot. She snorted in disgust. "Shit! Bruno hasn't seen this kid in a year. Now he shows up and says, 'Hey, my son,' and all this, just because he got religion." "Not religion, but this guy he works for, or follows, Russell. What is it? I don't know. I go blank. Anyway, he says, love, family, blah, blah, blah. So here he is on the doorstep. They'll kill that kid." Tears did gather in her eyes, but she blinked them away. None fell. Damn George Mouse. How could he be so dumb? "What did he do?" "He says he was drunk, had a knife." "Oh." There being no reflexive in the language Sylvie had to speak here, Oberon was soon lost among the he's, and had no idea who had a knife or who said who was drunk. He would have to hear the story twice more in the next days before he sorted out that Brother Bruno had come drunk to Old Law Farm, and under the press of his new faith or philosophy demanded nephew Bruno from George Mouse, who in Sylvie's absence, and after a prolonged debate which had threatened to turn violent, had yielded him up. and that nephew Bruno was now in the hands of bedeviling and loving and deeply stupid female relatives. Brother Bruno wouldn't stay, she was sure of that, who would raise him just as her brother had been raised after his father's desertion, to vanity and wildness, a touchy ungovernability, and a sweet selfishness no woman could resist, and few men for that matter, and that, even if the child avoided being put in a home, Sylvie's plan to rescue him had failed. George had forbidden the farm to her relatives. He had enough troubles. "So I can't live with him any more," she said. George, this time, doubtless. A strange hope rose in Oberon. "I mean, it's not his fault," she said. "Not his fault, really. I just couldn't any more. I'd always think of it. And anyway—" She pressed her temples, pressing in the thing there. Shit. If I had the nerve to tell them off. All of them. Her grief and bedevilment were reaching a climax. "I never want to see them again myself. Never, never, never." She almost laughed. "And that's really stupid, because if I leave here I got no place else to go. No place else." She wouldn't weep. She hadn't, and the moment was past now. Now blank despair was in her face as she looked into the fire, both cheeks in her hands. Oberon clasped his hands behind him, studied an offhand, neighborly tone, and said, "Well, of course you can stay here. You're welcome to," and realized he was offering her a place which was much more hers than his, and flushed. "I mean, of course you can stay here, if you don't mind my staying too." She looked at him, warily he thought, which was proper, considering a certain base obligato in his feelings just then, which he was in fact trying to conceal. "Really," she said. She smiled. "I wouldn't take up much room." "Well, there's not much room to take up." Become host, he looked the place over thoughtfully. "I don't know how we'd arrange it, but there's the chair, and, well, there's my overcoat almost dry. You could use that for a blanket." He saw that he himself, curled up in a corner, would probably not sleep at all. Now, though, her face had closed somewhat at these cheerless arrangements. He couldn't think what else to yield up to her. "I couldn't," she said, "have just a corner of the bed, like down at the foot. I'll curl up real small. Bed." "The bed," she said, growing impatient. "What bed?" Suddenly getting it, she laughed aloud. "Oh, wow!" she said. "Oh, no, you were going to sleep on the floor. I don't believe it." She went to the massy wardrobe, or highboy, which stood against one wall, and reaching up along its hidden side, she turned a knob or pulled a lever, and, enormously pleased, let down the whole tall front of the thing. Counterweighted, the dummy drawers held lead weights. It swung gently, dreamily down. The mirror reflected floor, and then was gone. Brass knobs at each upper corner extruded themselves, slipping out as the front came down, and became legs, locking in place by a gravity-worked mechanism whose ingenuity he would later marvel at. It was a bed. It had a carved headboard. The top of it, as wardrobe, had become the footboard, as bed. It had a mattress, bedclothes, and 2 plump pillows. He laughed with her. Displayed, the bed took up most of the room. The folding bedroom. "Isn't it great?" she said. "Great." "Room enough for 2, isn't there?" "Oh, sure. In fact—" He was about to offer the whole of it to her. That was only right, and he would instantly have done so in the first place if he'd known it to be hidden there. But he saw that she assumed he was ungentlemanly enough to assume that she would be grateful for half, and assumed that he assumed that she— A sudden cunning shut his mouth. "You're sure you don't mind?" she asked. "Oh, no, if you're sure you don't mind." "Nah, I've always slept with people. My granny and I slept together for years, usually with my sister, too." She sat on the bed. It was so plumply high she had to hoist herself up with her hands, and her feet didn't reach the floor from it, and smiled at him, and he smiled back. "So," she said. The room transformed. Was the rest of his life transformed? Everything not already metamorphosed by the departure and the bus and the city and the lawyers and the rain. Nothing now would ever be the same again. He realized he had been staring wildly at her, and that she had lowered her eyes. "Well," he said, holding up the cup, "how about a little more of this?" "Okay." While he was pouring it, she said, "So how come you came to the city, by the way?" "To seek my fortune." "Huh?" "Well, I want to be a writer." Rum and intimacy made it easy to say. "I'm going to look for a job writing. Something. Maybe television." "Hey, great. Big bucks. You could write like A World Elsewhere." "What's that?" "You know, the show." He didn't. An absurdity in his ambitions became clear to him when they bounced back, as it were, from Sylvie, instead of, as they always had before, paying out endlessly into futurity. "Actually, we never had a television set," he said. "Really? Well, I'll be." She sipped the rum he gave her. "Couldn't afford one? George told me you guys were real rich." "Oops." "Well, rich. I don't know about rich." Well, there was an inflection like Smokey's, which Oberon heard for the first time in his own voice, that putting of imaginary doubt quotes around a word. Was he growing old? "We could have bought a TV, certainly. What's this show like?" "A World Elsewhere? It's a daytime drama." "Oh, the endless kind. You just get over one problem and another starts, mostly done. But you get hooked." She had begun to tremble again, and drew her feet up on the bed. She pulled down the quilt and wrapped it around her legs. Oberon busied himself with the fire. "There's a girl on it who reminds me of me." She said it with a self-deprecating laugh. Boy, has she got problems. She's supposed to be Italian, but she's played by a PR, and she's beautiful. She said this as though she said, "She has one leg, and is like me in that. And she has a destiny. She knows it. All these terrible problems, but she has a destiny, and sometimes they show her just looking out misty-eyed while these voices sing in the background. Ah, ah, ah. And you know she's thinking of her destiny." All the wood in the wood-box was scrap, most of it parts of furniture, though there were pieces that bore lettering, too. The varnish on fluted and turned wood sizzled and blistered. Oberon felt an exhilaration. He was part of a community of strangers, burning unbeknown to them their furniture and belongings, just as they, not knowing him, took his money at change booths and made room for him on buses. A destiny, huh? Yeah. She looked at the locomotive on the lampshade, turning through its little landscape. "I have a destiny," she said. "You do?" "Yeah." She said this syllable in a way, and with an attitude of face and arms that meant, "Yes, it's true, and a long story, and while possibly to my credit, is something I have nothing to do with, and is even a little embarrassing, like a halo." She studied a silver ring on her finger. "How does somebody know," he asked, "that they have a destiny?" The bed was so large that to sit in the little velvet chair at its foot would place him absurdly low. So, gingerly, he got up on the bed beside her. She made room. They took up opposite corners, resting in the wings which protruded from the headboard. "An espiritista read mine," Sylvie said, "a long time ago." "A who?" "An espiritista. A lady with powers. You know, reads cards and does stuff with stuff from the Botanica. A bruja, sort of, you know?" "Oh." "This one was sort of an aunt of mine. Well, not really mine. I forget whose aunt she was. We called her Titi, but everybody called her La Negra. She scared the shit out of me. Her apartment way uptown always had candles lit on these little altars, and the curtains drawn, and these crazy smells. And out on the fire escape she kept a couple of chickens, man. I don't know what she did with those chickens, and I don't want to know. She was big, not fat, but with these long, strong gorilla arms and a little head, and black, sort of blue-black, you know. She couldn't have really been in my family. So when I was a little kid I got malnutritioned real bad, wouldn't eat. Mummy couldn't make me. I got so skinny, like this." She held up a red-nailed pinky. "The doctor said I was supposed to eat liver." Liver? Can you imagine? Anyway, Granny decided that somebody was maybe doing a number on me, you know. Brujeria. From a distance. She waggled her fingers like a stage hypnotist, like revenge or something. Mummy was living with somebody else's husband then, so maybe his wife had got an espiritista to do revenge on her by making me sick. Anyway. She touched his arm lightly, because he had looked away. In fact, she touched his arm every time he looked away, which had begun somewhat to annoy him. His attention couldn't have been more riveted. He thought this must be a bad habit of hers, until much later he saw that the men who played dominoes on the street and the women who watched children and gossiped on stoops did it too. A racial, not a personal habit. Maintain the contact. Anyway, she took me to La Negra to get it wiped out or whatever. Man, I was never so scared in my life. She started pressing me and feeling me up with these big black hands and sort of groaning or singing and talking this stuff, and her eyeballs rolled back in her head and her eyelids fluttered. Creepy. Then she dashes over to this little burner and throws some stuff on it, powder or something, and this real strong perfume comes out, and she rushes back, sort of dances, and feels me some more. She did some other stuff, too, that I forget. Then she drops all that, gets real regular, like, you know, a day's work all done, like at the dentist. And she told Granny, no, nobody had a spell on me. I was just skinny and ought to eat more. Granny was so relieved, so... Again the brief wrist touch. He had stared into the mug for a moment. So they're sitting around drinking coffee, and Granny's paying, and La Negra just kept looking at me. Just looking. Man, I was freaking out. What's she looking at? She could see right through you. She could see your heart of hearts. Then she goes like this. Sylvie motioned with a slow, large, black bruja hand for the child to come close, and starts talking to me, real slow, about what dreams I had and other stuff I forget, and it's like she was thinking real hard. Then she gets out this deck of cards, real old and worn out, and she puts my hand on them and her hand over mine, and her eyes roll up again, and she's like in a trance. Sylvie took the cup from Oberon, who'd been gripping it, in a trance himself. "Oh," she said, "no more?" "Lots more." He went to get some. So listen. She lays out these cards. "Thanks." She sipped, her eyes rising, looking for a moment like the child she was telling of, and she starts reading them for me. That was when she saw my destiny. And what was it? He sat again beside her on the bed. A big one. "The biggest," she said, mimicking a confidential hot news tone. "The very biggest." She laughed. She couldn't believe it. This skinny, malnutritioned kid in a homemade dress, this big destiny. She stared and stared. She stared at the cards. She stared at me. My eyes got big, and I thought I was going to cry. And Granny's praying, and La Negra's making noises, and I just wanted out. But what, Oberon said, was the destiny? Exactly. Well, exactly, she didn't know. She laughed. The whole thing had become silly. That's the only trouble. She said a destiny and a biggie, but not what? A movie star, a queen of the world, man, anything. As quickly as she had laughed, she grew thoughtful. "It sure ain't come true yet," she said. "I used to picture it, though, like in the future, coming true. I had this picture. There was this table in the woods, like a long banquet table, with a white cloth and all these goodies on it, end to end, heaped up, but in the woods, trees and stuff around, and there was an empty place at the middle of the table. And that's all. I just saw it. I thought about it. She glanced over at him. "I bet you never knew anybody who had any big destiny before," she said, grinning. He didn't want to say that he had hardly known anyone who didn't. Destiny had been like a shameful secret shared among all of them at Edgewood, which none of them would exactly admit to, except in the most veiled terms, and only at great need. He had fled his. He had outrun it, he was sure, like the geese outrunning Brother North Wind on strong wings. It couldn't freeze him here. If he wanted a destiny now, it would be one of his own choosing. He'd like, for instance, for a single simple instance, to have Sylvie's. To be Sylvie's. "Is it fun?" he asked, "having a destiny?" "Not much," she said. She had begun to clutch herself again, though the fire had heated the little room well. "When I was a kid they all made fun of me for it, except Granny, but she couldn't resist going around telling everybody about it, and Negra told, and I was still such a bad, skinny kid who didn't do shit that was wonderful." She wiggled within the bedclothes, embarrassed, and turned the silver ring on her finger. Sylvie's big destiny. There was a lot of jokes. Once, she looked away, once this real old gypsy guy came around. Mummy didn't want to let him in, but he said he'd come all the way from Brooklyn to see me. So he comes in, all bent and sweaty and real fat, and talking this funny Spanish, and they dragged me out and showed me off. I was eating a chicken wing, and he stared at me a while with these big goggle eyes and his mouth open. Then, oh man, it was weird, he got down on his knees. It took him a long time, you know, and he says, 'Remember me when you come into your kingdom,' and he gave me this." She held up her hand, the palm lined minutely and clearly, and turned it to show the silver ring, back and front. "Then we all had to help him stand up." "And then?" "He went back to Brooklyn." She paused, remembering him. "Man, I didn't like him." She laughed. "As he was leaving, I put the chicken wing in his pocket. He didn't see. In his coat pocket, in exchange for the ring." "A wing for a ring?" "Yeah." She laughed, but soon ceased. She seemed restless and plagued again. Changeful, as though her weather blew faster, fair to foul to fair again, than most people's did. "So big deal," she said. "Forget it." She drank, quickly and deeply, and then exhaled rapidly and waved her hand before her open mouth to cool the rum flames. She gave him the cup and dug more deeply into the bedclothes. "What has it ever got me? I can't even take care of myself, much less anybody else." Her voice had grown faint. She turned away and seemed to be trying to disappear. Then she rolled back and yawned hugely. He could see her mouth's interior, her arched tongue, even her uvula. Not the pale rosebud color of white people's interior parts, but a richer color, tinged with coral. He wondered. "That kid was probably lucky," she said, when she was done, "to get away from me." "I can't believe that," he said. "You got along so well." She answered nothing, only stared at her thoughts. "I wish," she said, but then no more. He wished he could think of something to offer her, besides everything. "Well," he said, "you can stay here as long as you want. As long as you want." Suddenly she flung off the covers and scrambled across the bed, getting away, and he had a wild impulse to grab her, restrain her. "Pee-pee," she said. She climbed over his legs and down to the floor, and pulled open the door of the closet. It opened only wide enough to admit her before striking the edge of the bed, and turned on a light within. He heard her unzip. "Wow, that seat is cold." There was a pause, and then the hollow hiss of number 1. She said when she was done, "You're a nice guy, you know that?" And any answer he might have made to that, he had none to make, was drowned in the roar of waters as she pulled the chain. Gate of Horn. Preparing for their mutual bed was a lot of laughs. He made a joke about sleeping with a naked sword between them that she thought hilarious, never having heard of the thing before. But when the locomotive was stilled and darkness around them, he heard her weep softly, smothering her tears, far away on her allotted side of the bed. He supposed that really neither of them would sleep. But after long search, on this side and then that, after crying out, "Ah, Ah, softly several times, as though frightened by her thoughts, Sylvie did find a pathway to the gate of horn. The tears were dry on her black lashes. She was asleep. In her struggle, she had wound the bedclothes tortuously around herself, and he didn't dare extract much, not knowing that once passed to the other side, she was as good as dead for hours. For sleeping, she wore a T-shirt, intended as a souvenir for tourist children, which showed garish and inaccurate pictures of 4 or 5 big city attractions. Nothing but this and a pair of panties, patches of black silk on an elastic, and no bigger than a blindfold. He lay awake next to her for a long time, while her breathing grew regular. He slept briefly, and dreamed that her child's shirt and her great grief, and the bedclothes twisted protectively around her brown limbs, and the deliberate high sexiness of her nearly non-existent underwear, were a rebus. He laughed, dreaming, to see the simple puns contained in these items, and the surprising but obvious answer, and his own laugh awoke him. With the stealth of one of Daily Alice's cats trying to find the warmth and not disturb the sleeper, his arm worked its way under the blankets and over her. For a long time he lay that way, still and wary. He half dreamt again, this time that his arm, through contact with her, was turning slowly to gold. He woke and found it asleep, heavy and dead. He withdrew it. It sprouted pins and needles. He caressed it, forgetting why it and not the other should appear in his mind as valuable. Slept again. Woke again. She had grown greatly heavy beside him, seemed to weight her side of the bed like a treasure, the richer for its compactness, and richer still for being all unconscious of itself. When at last he slept for real, though, it was of nothing in Old Law Farm that he dreamt, but of his earliest childhood, of Edgewood, and of Lilac. Chapter 3. One thought, one grace, one wonder, at the least which unto words no virtue can digest. Marlowe, Tamburlaine. The house Oberon grew up in wasn't quite the same house his mother had grown up in. As Smoky and Daily Alice had come into possession, the natural directors of a household composed of their children and Alice's parents, the reins of an old orderliness were loosened. Daily Alice liked cats, as her mother hadn't, and as Oberon grew up, the number of cats in the house grew by geometrical progression. They lay in heaps before the fireplaces. Their airborne down coated the furniture and the rugs as though with a dry and permanent hoarfrost. Their self-possessed small demon faces looked out at Oberon from the oddest places. There was a calico tiger, whose striped pelt made fierce false eyebrows above her eyes, 2 blacks or 3, a white with discreet and complex black patches like a melting chessboard. On cold nights, Oberon would awake oppressed, toss within his bedclothes, and displace 2 or 3 compact, dense bodies out of a deep enjoyment. Lilacs and Fireflies. Besides cats, there was the dog Spark. He was descended from a long line of dogs who all looked, so Smoky said, like natural sons of Buster Keaton. Light patches above Spark's eyes gave him the same faintly reproachful, enormously alert, long-nosed face. Spark, when fabulously aged, impregnated a visiting cousin and fathered 3 anonymous dogs and another Spark. His lineage assured, he curled up in Doc's favorite chair before the fire for the rest of his life. It wasn't only the animals, and Doc expressed himself clearly enough without ever speaking about his dislike for pets, that pushed Doc and Mom aside. It was as though, while losing no dignity or place, they were being silently sailed into the past on a quick and heaping tide of toys, cookie crumbs, bird's nest, diapers, Band-Aids, and bunk beds. Mom, since her daughter was a mom too, became Mom Drinkwater, then Mom D, then Momdy, which she couldn't help feeling was an uncomfortable kind of kicking upstairs for one who had always served hard and well below. And somehow, over the years, the many clocks in the house began to chime unsynchronized, though Doc, usually with 1 or 2 children around his knees, used to set them and wind them, and peer at their mechanisms often. The house itself aged gracefully on the whole, and still sounded hard, but sagging here and loosening there. Its maintenance was a huge job, and never done. At its perimeters, rooms had to be closed off. A tower, an extravagance, a glass orangery whose barley-sugar panes lay scattered amid the flower-pots, fallen square by diamond out of the icing of white wrought iron into which John Drinkwater had puttied them. Of the many gardens and flower-beds around the place, the kitchen gardens was the slowest downfall and the longest decadence. Though whitewash flaked from the pretty cut-out porch, and the grape leaves strangled up the ogee arches, though the steps sagged, and the flagstone path disappeared under dock and dandelion muscling up through its crevices, still, for as long as she was able, Great Aunt Cloud tended the flower-beds, and they brought forth blossoms. 3 crab-apple trees had grown up at the garden's end, grown old and hale and gnarled. Every autumn they scattered their hard fruit on the ground to inebriate the wasps as it rotted. Momdy made jelly of a fraction of it. Later on, when he became a collector of words, the word crabbed would bring to Oberon's mind those puckered orange apples withering in their useless sourness amid the weeds. Oberon grew up in the kitchen garden. When at last the spring came, when Cloud decided that trying to keep up the garden, her back and legs being as they were and failing, would be more painful than letting it go altogether, then Oberon liked it better. Now the flower-beds weren't forbidden him. And as it was abandoned, the garden and its buildings took on some of the attractions of a ruin. The tools in the earth-smelling potting shed were dusty and remote, and spiders spun webs across the openings of watering cans, giving them the fabulous antiquity of casks in a buried hoard. The pump-house had always had for him this quality of the remote, the barbaric, with its useless tiny windows and peaked roof and miniature eaves and cornices. It was a heathen shrine, and the iron pump was the long-crested, great-tongued idol. He would stand on tiptoe to raise the pump-handle, raise it and lower it with all his strength, while the idol choked hoarsely, until there came a catch in its throat as the handle met some mysterious resistance, and he must pull himself almost off his feet to draw it down, and again, and then with a magical sudden ease and release, the water would sluice down the pump's broad tongue and splash in a continuous, smooth, clear sheet onto the worn stones. The garden was huge then to him. Seen from the vast, slightly undulating deck of the porch, it went on, great as a seascape, to the crab-apples, and then broke in a high surf of overgrown flowers and indomitable weed against the stone wall and the X-gate forever shut in it, which led into the park. It was a sea and a jungle. He alone knew what had become of the flagstone path, because he could go on all fours beneath the overarching leaves where it ran secretly, its stones as cool and gray and smooth as water. At evening there were fireflies. He was always surprised by them, how one moment there seemed to be none, and then, when evening turned blue, and he looked up from some absorbing thing, the making inch by inch of a molehill, maybe, they would be a light in the velvet darkness. There was an evening when he decided to sit on the porch as day turned to night, sit and watch only and nothing else, and catch the first one to light itself, and the next, for the sake of some completeness he hankered after, would always hanker after. The porch steps were, that summer, just throne height to him, and so he sat, sneakered feet planted firmly, not so rigidly attentive that he didn't look up at the phoebe's nest modelled neatly in the porch rafters, or at the silver pen-stroke of an unseen jet's smoke. He even sang, without a tune, the words a meaningless onomatopoeia of the fading twilight. All the while he kept watch. Yet in the end it was Lilac who saw the first firefly. "There," she said, in her little gravelly voice, and off amid the jungle of the ferns the light did go on, as though created by her pointing finger. When the next lit, she pointed with a toe. Lilac wore no shoes. She never did, not even in winter, only a pale blue dress without sleeves or a belt that came midway down her satiny thighs. When he told his mother so, She asked didn't Lilac ever get cold, and he couldn't answer. Apparently not. She never shivered. It was as though with the blue dress on she was complete, whole, needed no further protection. Her dress, unlike his flannel shirts, was part of her, and not put on to cover or disguise. The whole nation of the Fireflies was coming into being. Whenever Lilac pointed and said, "There," another one, or many, lit their pale candles, whitey green like the phosphorescent tip of the light pull in his mother's closet. When they were all present, the only clarity in a garden grown vague and colorless and massy, Lilac circled her finger in the air, and the Fireflies began to gather slowly, by jumps, as though reluctant, in the middle of the air where Lilac pointed. And when they had gathered, they began to wheel there, at the direction of Lilac's finger, a twinkling circle, a solemn pavan. He could almost hear the music. "Lilac made the Fireflies dance," he told his mother when at length he came in from the garden. "He circled his finger in the air, as Lilac had, and made a hum." "Dance?" his mother said. "Don't you think it's time for you to go to bed?" "Lilac stays up," he said, not comparing himself to her. There were no rules for her, but only associating himself with her, even though he had to go to bed, wrongly, when blue light still suffused the sky, and not all the birds were yet asleep. Still he knew someone who did not, who would sit up in the garden deep into the night as he lay dreaming, or walk in the park and see the bats, and never sleep at all, if she so chose. "Ask Sophie to turn on your bath," his mother said. "Tell her I'll be up in a minute." He stood looking up at her a moment, considering whether to protest. Bathing was another thing Lilac never did, though often she sat on the edge of the tub, studying him, aloof and immaculate. His father rattled his paper and made a noise in his throat, and Oberon went out of the kitchen, a good little soldier. Smoky put down his paper. Daily Alice had fallen silent at the sink, the dishclout in her hand, her eyes elsewhere. "A lot of kids have imaginary friends," Smoky said, "or brothers or sisters." "Lilac," Alice said. She sighed and picked up a cup. She looked at the tea leaves in it, as though to divine from them. "That's a secret." Sophie allowed him a duck. It was often easier to earn such favors from her, not because she was necessarily more kindly, but because she was less alert than his mother, and seemed not always to be paying much attention. When he was neck-deep in the Gothic bathtub, large enough almost for him to swim in, she unwrapped a duck from its tissue. He could see that there were 5 still left in the compartmented box. The ducks were made of Castile soap, Cloud said, who had bought them for him, and that's why they float. Castile soap, she said, is very pure and doesn't sting your eyes. The ducks were neatly carved, of a pale lemon yellow which did seem very pure to him, and of a smoothness that inspired a nameless emotion in him, something between reverence and deep sensual pleasure. "Time to start washing," Sophie said. He set the duck afloat, brooding on an unrealizable dream, to set all the pale yellow ducks afloat at once, without regard, flotilla of supernal, smooth, carven purity. "Lilac made the Fireflies dance," he said. "Oh, wash behind your ears." Why, he wondered, or rather did not quite wonder, was he always told to do something or other whenever he mentioned Lilac? Once his mother had suggested to him that it might be better not to say too much about Lilac to Sophie, because it might make her feel bad. But he thought it enough if he was careful to make the distinction. "Not your Lilac." "No. Your Lilac is gone." "Yes, before I was born." "That's right." Lilac, sitting on the Episcopal toilet seat, only looked from one to the other, seemingly unmoved, as though none of this concerned her. There was a host of questions Oberon had about the 2 Lilacs. Or was it 3? And every time Sophie's came to his mind, a new question budded on the complex bush. But he knew there were secrets he would not be told. Only as he grew older would he come to resent that. "Betsy Bird's getting married," he said. Again. How do you know that?" "Tacy said so. Lily said she's going to marry Jerry Thorne. Lucy said she's going to have a baby." "Already?" He mimicked the intrigued, faintly censorious tone his sisters took. "Well, first I've heard of it," Sophie said. "Out you come." With reluctance he abandoned the duck. Already its sharply incised features had begun to soften. In future baths it would grow eyeless, then featureless. Its broad beak would dwindle to a sparrow's, then gone, then headless. He would be careful not to break its increasingly skinny neck, not wanting to interfere with its dissolution. At last shapeless, not a duck any more, a duck's heart only, still pure, still floating. She towelled him roughly, yawning. Her bedtime was often as not before his. Unlike his mother, she usually left wet spots on the backs of his arms, his ankles. "Why don't you ever get married?" he asked. This would solve one of the difficulties about one of the Lilacs. "Nobody ever asked me." This wasn't true. "Rudy Flood asked you, when his wife died." "I wasn't in love with Rudy." "Where did you hear that anyway?" "Tacy told me." "Were you ever in love?" "Once." "With who?" "That's a secret." Books and a battle. It wasn't until Oberon was past 7 years old that his lilac went away, though long before that he stopped mentioning her existence to anyone. When he was grown up, he would sometimes wonder if most children who have imaginary friends have them for longer than they admit. After a child has stopped insisting that a place be set for his friend at dinner, that people not sit in chairs his friend is sitting in, does he usually go on having some intercourse with him? And does the usual imaginary friend fade only slowly, lingering on more and more spectrally as the real world becomes realer? Or is it usually the case that on one specific day he disappears, never to be seen again, as Lilac did? The people he questioned said they remembered nothing about it at all. But Oberon thought they might still be harboring the old small ghosts, perhaps ashamed. Why, after all, should he alone remember so vividly? That one specific day was a June day, as clear as water, summer fully clothed, the day of the picnic, the day Oberon grew up. The morning he spent in the library, stretched out along the Chesterfield, the leather cool against the backs of his legs. He was reading, or anyway holding a heavy book on his chest, and looking at lines of dense print one by one. There had never been a time when Oberon hadn't loved reading. The passion had begun long before he could actually read, when he would sit with his father or his sister Tacy by the fire, feet up, turning, when they turned, the incomprehensible pages of a big picture-poor volume, and feeling inexpressibly cozy and at peace. Learning to decipher words had only added to the pleasures of holding spines and turning pages, measuring the journey to the end with a thumb riffle, poring over frontispieces. Books. Opening with a crackle of old glue, releasing perfume. Closing with a solid thump. He liked them big. He liked them old. He liked them best in many volumes, like the 13 on a low shelf, golden brown, obscure, of Gregorovius's Medieval Rome. Those, the big ones, the old ones, held secrets by their very nature. Because of his years, though the paragraphs and chapters passed each under his scrutiny, he was no skimmer. He couldn't quite get at those secrets, prove the book to be, as most books after all are, dull, dated, stupid. They kept their magic mostly. And there were always more on the burdened shelves, the occult volumes John Drinkwater collected, no less compelling to his great-great-grandson than the multi-volume stuff he had bought by the yard to fill up the shelves. The one he held at the moment was the last edition of John Drinkwater's Architecture of Country Houses. Lilac, bored, flitted from corner to corner of the library, taking poses, as though playing statue tag with herself. "Hey," Smoky said through the open double doors. "What are you doing frowsting in here?" The word was Cloud's. "Have you been outside? What a day!" He got no response but a slowly turned page. From where he stood, Smoky saw only the back of his son's cropped head, Smoky's own hair-cutting, with 2 pronounced tendons, a vulnerable hollow between them, and the top of the book, and 2 crossed, big-sneakered feet. He didn't have to look to know Oberon wore a flannel shirt buttoned at the wrists. He never wore any other kind, or unbuttoned the wrists, no matter how hot the weather. He felt a kind of impatient pity for the boy. "Hey," he said again. "Dad," Oberon said, "is this book true?" "What book is that?" Oberon held it up, waggling it to show the covers. Smoky felt a dense rush of feeling. It had been a day like this one, perhaps this very day of the year, yes, on which long ago he had opened that book. He hadn't looked at it since, but he knew its contents very much better now. "Well, true," he said. "True. I don't know exactly what you mean by true." Each time he said it, the invisible doubt quotes around the word became clearer. "Your great-great-grandfather wrote it, you know," he said, coming to sit on the end of the sofa, "with some help from your great-great-grandmother, and your great-great-great-grandfather." This didn't intrigue Oberon. He read, "There is a realm by definition precisely as large as this one, which should not be," he stumbled, "reducible by any expansion or enlargeable by any contraction of this one here. And yet it must be that inroads have been made on that kingdom of late, that what are called by us progress, and the growth of commerce, and the enlargement of the bounds of reason, have caused a flight further within their borders of that people, so that, though they have, by the nature of things must have, infinite room in which to retreat, their ancient holdings have been reduced by much. Are they angry at this? We cannot tell. Do they plan revenge? Or are they, like the Red Indian, like the African savage, now so debilitated, made so spiritless, so reduced in number, that they will at last be," another hard one, "extirpated entirely, not because they have nowhere left to flee, but because the losses, both of place and sovereignty, which our rapacity has inflicted on them, are griefs too great to be borne. We cannot tell. Not yet." "What a sentence," Smoky said. 3 mystics talking at once made for a thickish prose. Oberon lowered the book from before his face. "Is it so?" he said. "Well," Smoky said, feeling the trapped embarrassment of a parent before a child demanding to be told the facts of sex or death, "I don't know, really. I don't know if I really understand it. Anyway, I'm not the one to ask about it." "But is it made up?" Oberon insisted. A simple question. "No," Smoky said. "No, but there are things in the world that aren't made up, but which aren't exactly true either. Not true like the sky is up and the ground is down, and 2 and 2 make 4, things like that." The boy's eyes regarding him took no comfort from this casuistry. Smoky could see that. "Listen, why don't you ask your mother or Aunt Cloud? They know a lot more about that stuff than I do." He grasped Oberon's ankle. "Hey, you know the big picnic's today." "What's this?" Oberon said, having discovered the chart or map on onion skin paper tipped into the back of the book. He began to unfold it, turning it wrongly at first, so that an old fold tore. And just for a moment Smoky saw into his son's consciousness, saw the expectation of revelations which any chart or diagram promises, and this one more than any, saw the greed for clarity and knowledge, saw the apprehension in all senses of the strange, the heretofore hidden, the about to be seen. Oberon at last had to climb off the couch and put the book down on the floor in order to open the chart fully out. It crackled like a fire. Time had punched tiny holes in it where folds crossed one another. To Smoky it looked far older and fainter than it had looked 15 or 16 years ago when he had first seen it, and burdened with figures and features he didn't remember, complex as it had then seemed to him. But it must be the same. As he came to kneel beside his son, who was already intently studying it, eyes alight and fingers tracing lines, he saw that he could understand it no better now, though in the intervening years he had learned. Had he learned anything else? Oh, much. How best to go about not understanding it. "I think I know what this is," Oberon said. "Oh, yes," Smoky said. "It's a battle." In old history books, Oberon had studied the maps. The oblong blocks labeled with little flags, disposed across a zebra landscape of topographical lines, gray blocks facing a roughly symmetrical disposition of black blocks, the bad guys. And on another page, the same landscape hours later. Some of the blocks bent aside, penetrated by the opposing blocks, pierced by the broad arrow of their advance. Others reversed entirely, and following the broad arrow of a retreat, and the diagonally striped blocks of some belated ally appearing on one side. The great pale chart on the library floor was harder to figure out than those. It was as though the entire course of an immense battle, positions at dawn, positions at 2:30 p.m., positions at sunset, had been expressed here all at once, retreats superimposed on advances, and orderly ranks on broken ones, and the topographical lines, not squiggled and bent along the rises and declivities of any battleground, but regular and crossing. So many geometries, subtly altering each other as they interlaced, that the whole shimmered like moire silk and led the eye into mazes of false appraisal. Is this line straight? Is this one curved? Are these nested circles, or a continuous spiral? "There's a legend," Smoky said, feeling weary. There was. There were also, Oberon saw, blocks of minute type placed explanatorily here and there, lost Allies regiments, and the hieroglyphs of the planets, and a compass rose, though not of directions, and a scale, though not of miles. The legend said that the thick lines bounded here, and the thin lines there, but there was no way to be sure which lines on the chart were truly thick, which thin. Below the legend, in italic type underscored to emphasize its importance, was this note: circumference equals nowhere. Center point equals everywhere. In deep difficulties, and in what suddenly seemed like danger as well, Oberon looked up at his father. He seemed to see in Smoky's face and downcast eyes, and it was this face of Smoky's that in after years Oberon would most often see when he dreamt of him. A sad resignation, a kind of disappointment, as though he would say, "Well, I tried to tell you, tried to keep you from going this far, tried to warn you. But you're free, and I don't object. Only now you know, now you see, now the milk's spilt and the egg's broken, and it's partly my fault, and mostly yours." "What?" Oberon said, feeling a thickness in his throat. "What? What is—" He had to swallow, and found himself then with nothing to say. The chart seemed to make a noise over which he couldn't hear his own thoughts. Smoky gripped his shoulder and rose. "Well, listen," he said. Perhaps Oberon had mistaken his expression. As he stood and brushed rug lint from his trouser knees, he looked only bored. Perhaps. Probably. "I really don't think this is the day for this, you know. I mean, come on, the picnic's on." He thrust his hands in his pockets and bent slightly over his son, taking a different air. "Now, maybe you don't feel terrifically enthusiastic about that, but I think your mother would appreciate a little help getting things ready. Do you want to go in the car or bike?" "Car," Oberon said, still looking down, not sure whether he was glad or the reverse, that though for a moment, just a moment, his father and he had seemed to venture into strange lands together, they now resumed their distant relations. He waited for his father's eyes, which he could feel on the back of his head, to turn away, and for his father's footsteps to sound on the parquet outside the library, before he looked up from the chart or map, which had grown less compelling, though no less confusing, like an answerless riddle. He folded it up again, closed the book, and instead of replacing it in the glass-fronted case with its forebears and cousins, he secreted it beneath the chintz skirts of a plump armchair, where he could retrieve it later. "But if it's a battle," he said, "which side is which?" "If it's a battle," Lilac said, cross-legged in the armchair. The old geography. Tacy had gone on ahead to the place that for some time had been decided on as this year's picnic grounds, flying down old roads and new paths on her well-kept bike, pursued by Tony Buck, for whom she'd begged a guest's place. Lily and Lucy were coming from another direction, from a morning visit of some importance which Tacy had sent them on. So in the aged station wagon were Alice at the wheel, Great Aunt Cloud beside her, and Smoky at the door. In the back, Doc and Momdy and Sophie, and yet further back, legs crossed, Oberon and the dog Spark, who had the habit of pacing back and forth endlessly when the car was in motion, unable to accept, perhaps, scenery flying by his face while his legs did nothing. There was room also for Lilac, who took up none. "Scarlet Tanager," Oberon said to Doc. "No, a red start," Doc said. "Black with a red—" "No," Doc said, raising a forefinger. "The tanager is all red, with a black wing. Redstart is mostly black, with red patches." He patted his own breast pockets. The station wagon jounced, squeaking protests from every joint, over the roundabout, rutted road that led to their chosen site. Daily Alice claimed it was only Spark's back and forth that kept this antiquity in motion at all, as Spark himself also believed, and for certain it had done service in recent years that would have affronted most vehicles its age into silence and immobility. Its wooden sides were as grey as driftwood, and its leather seats as wrinkled with fine wrinkles as Aunt Cloud's face, but its heart was still strong, and Alice had learned its little ways from her father, who knew them, despite what George Mouse thought, as well as he knew the habits of redstarts and red squirrels. She'd had to learn, in order to do the Brobdingnagian grocery shoppings her growing family required. No more semi-monthly shopping lists. These had been the days of 6-legged chickens, of cases of this and dozens of that, of giant economy sizes, of 10-pound boxes of drudge detergent, and magnums of oil and Jeroboams of milk. The station wagon lugged it all, over and over, and bore it about as patiently as Alice herself did. "Do you think, dear," Momdy said, "you ought to go much further? Will you be able to get out?" "Oh, I think we can go a ways yet," Alice said. It was mostly for Momdy's arthritis and Cloud's old legs that they drove at all. In former days. They passed over a rut, and everyone but Spark was lifted somewhat off his seat. They entered a sea of leaf shadow. Alice slowed, almost able to feel the gentle strokings of the shadows over the hood and the top of the car. She forgot about former days in a sweet accession of summer happiness. The first cicada any of them had heard sang its semi-tune. Alice let the car drift to a halt. Spark stopped pacing. "Can you walk from here, Ma?" she asked. "Oh, sure." "Cloud?" There was no answer. They were all silenced by the silence and the green. "What? Oh, yes," Cloud said. "Oberon'll help me. I'll bring up the rear." Oberon chortled, and so did Cloud. "Isn't this," Smoky said, when they were on foot in 2s and 3s down the dirt road, "isn't this a road?" He shifted his grip on the handle of the wicker basket he carried with Alice. "Didn't we come along this road when—" "Yes," Alice said. She glanced sidewise at him with a smile. "That's right." She squeezed her handle of the wicker basket as though it was his hand. "I thought so," he said. The trees that stood up on the slopes above the gully of the road had grown perceptibly, had become even more noble and huge with arboreal wisdom, more thickly barked, more cloaked in serious garments of ivy. The road, long closed, had fallen into desuetude, and was filling up with their offspring. "Around here somewhere," he said, "was a short cut to the woods. Yep, we took it." The Gladstone bag he shared with Alice drew down his left shoulder and made walking difficult. "That short cut's gone now, I guess," he said. Gladstone bag? It was a wicker basket, the same that Momdy had once packed their wedding breakfast in. "Nobody to keep it open," Alice said, glancing back at her father, and seeing him glance toward those same woods. "No need to." Both Amy Woods and her husband Chris were 10 years dead in this summer. "It's amazing to me," Smoky said, "how little of this geography I can keep straight." Said Alice. "I had no idea this road ran here." "Well," she said, "maybe it doesn't." One hand around Oberon's shoulder, the other on a heavy cane, Cloud placed her feet carefully among the stones of the road. She had developed a habit of making a small, constant chewing motion with her lips, which, if she thought anyone noticed, would have embarrassed her greatly, and so she had convinced herself no one noticed it, since she couldn't help making it, though in fact everyone did. "Good of you to struggle with your old aunt," she said. "Aunt Cloud," Oberon said, "that book your father and mother wrote, was that your father and mother who wrote it?" "Which book is that, dear?" "About architecture, only it's not mostly." "I thought," Cloud said, "that those books were locked up with a little key." "Well," Oberon said, ignoring this, "is all that it says true?" "All what?" It was impossible to say all what. "There's a plan in the back. Is it a plan of a battle?" "Well, I never thought it was. A battle? Do you think so?" Her surprise made him less sure. "What did you think it was?" "I can't say." He waited for at least an opinion, a stab, but she made none. Only chewed and toiled along. He was left to interpret her remark to mean not that she was unable to say, but somehow forbidden. "Is it a secret?" "A secret? Again her surprise, as though she had never given these matters the least thought before. "A secret, you think? Well, well, perhaps that's just what it is. My, they are getting on ahead, aren't they?" Oberon gave it up. The old lady's hand was heavy on his shoulder. Beyond, where the road rose and then fell away, the towering trees framed a silver-green landscape. They seemed to bend toward it, exhibit it with leafy hands extended, offering it to the walkers. Oberon and Cloud watched the others top the rise and pass through the portals into that place, enter into sunlight, look around themselves, and, walking downwards, disappear. Hills and Dales. "When I was a girl," Momdy said, "we used to go back and forth quite a bit." The checkered tablecloth around which they were all disposed had been spread in the sun, but was now in the shade of the great solitary maple by which they had camped. Great damage had been inflicted on the ham and the fried chicken and a chocolate cake. 2 bottles lay fallen, and a third canted over, nearly done for. A flying squadron of black ants had just reached the outskirts of the field, and were relaying the message back. Great good luck. "The hills and the dales," Momdy said, "always had connections with the city. Hill is my mother's name, you know," she said to Smoky, who did. "Oh, it was fun in the 30s, taking the train in, having lunch, going to see our Hill cousins. Now the Hills hadn't always lived in the city." "Are these the Hills?" Sophie asked from beneath the straw hat she had tilted over her face against the generous sun, "that are still up in Highland?" "That's a branch," Momdy said. "My Hills never had much to do with the Highland Hills. The story is—" "The story is long," Doc said. He lifted his wine glass to the sun. He always insisted on real glasses and silverware at picnics. The out-of-doors luxury of them made a picnic a feast, and watched the sun caught in it. "And the Highland Hills get the best of it. "Not so," Momdy said. "How do you know what story the story is?" "A little bird told me," Doc said, chuckling, indulging himself. He stretched out, back against the maple, and pulled his Panama, as old almost as himself, into snooze position. Momdy's reminiscences had in recent years got longer, more rambling and repetitious, as her ears had got deafer, but she never minded being apprised of it. She went right on. "The hills in the city," she said to all of them, "were really very splendid. Of course, back then, it was nothing to have a servant or two, but they had flocks, nice Irish girls, Marys and Bridgets and Kathleen's. They had such stories. Well, the city hills more or less died out. Some of them went out west, to the Rockies. Except one girl about Nora's age then, who married a Mr. Towns, and they stayed. That was a wonderful wedding, the first where I cried. She wasn't beautiful, and she was no spring chicken, and she already had a daughter by a previous husband. What was his name? Who hadn't lasted. So this Towns man, what was his first name, was quite a catch. Oh, dear, you can't talk that way nowadays, can you? And all those maids lined up in their starched outfits. Congratulations, missus. Congratulations. Her family was so happy for her. All the hills, Smoky said, danced for joy. And it was their daughter, or rather her daughter Phyllis, you see, who later on, about the time I got married, met Stanley Mouse, which is how that family and my family get connected in a roundabout way. Phyllis, who was a hill on her mother's side, George and France's mother. Partorient montes, Smoky quipped into the void, et nascatur ridiculus mus. Momdy nodded thoughtfully. Ireland in those days was a dreadfully poor place, of course. Ireland, Doc said, looking up. How did we get to Ireland? One of those girls, Bridget, I think, Momdy said, turning to her husband. Was it Bridget or Mary? Later married Jack Hill when his wife died. Now his wife... Smoky quietly rolled away from her discourse. Neither Doc nor Great-Aunt Cloud were truly listening either, but as long as they stayed in more or less attentive poses, Momdy wouldn't notice his defection. Oberon sat cross-legged apart from them, preoccupied. Smoky wondered if he had ever seen him otherwise occupied, and tossing an apple up and down in his hand. He was looking sharply at Smoky, and Smoky wondered if he meant to shy the apple at him. Smoky smiled, thought of a joke to make. But since Oberon's expression didn't change, he decided against it, and standing up, changed his place again. In fact, Oberon hadn't been looking at him at all. Lilac sat between him and his father, blocking his view of Smoky, and it was her face he looked at. She wore a peculiar expression. He would have called it sad, since he had no better word, and he wondered what it meant. He sat down next to Daily Alice. She lay with her head pillowed on a hummock, and her fingers interlaced over a full tummy. Smoky drew a sedge from its squeaking new casing and bit down on the pale sweetness. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "What?" She didn't quite open her sleepy eyes. "When we got married," he said, "that day, you remember?" "Mm-hmm," she smiled. "When we were going around and meeting people, they gave us some presents." "Mm-hmm. And a lot of them, when they gave us things, said thank you." The sedge's green ear bounced in rhythm to his speech. He could see it. "What I wondered was why they said thank you to us instead of us saying thank you to them." "We said thank you." "But why did they? That's what I mean." "Well," she said, and thought. He had asked so few things over the years that when he did ask something, she thought hard how to answer him so that he wouldn't brood. Not that he tended to brood. She often wondered why he didn't. "Because," she said, "the marriage had been promised, sort of." "Yeah, so?" "Well, they were glad that you'd come, and that the promise had come out like it had been promised." Oh. So that everything would go on like it was supposed to. You didn't have to, after all. She put a hand on his. You didn't have to. I didn't see it that way, Smoky said. He thought. Why would they care so much what was promised, if it was promised to you? Well, you know, a lot of them are relatives, sort of. Part of the family, really, though you're not supposed to say it. I mean their daddy's half-brothers or sisters, or their kids, or their kids' kids. Oh, yes. August. Oh, yes. So they had an interest. It wasn't precisely the answer he'd been looking for, but Davy Alice said it as though it were. It gets very thick around here, she said. Blood's thicker than water, Smoky said, though that had always seemed to him among the dumber proverbs. Of course blood was thicker. So what? Who was ever connected by this water that blood was supposed to be thicker than? Tangled, Alice said, her eyes drifting closed. Lilac, for instance. A lot of wine and sun, Smoky thought, or she wouldn't have let that name fall so casually. A double dose. A double cousin, sort of. Cousin to herself. How do you mean? Well, you know, cousins of cousins. I don't, Smoky said, puzzled. You mean by marriage? What? She opened her eyes. Oh, no. No, of course not. You're right. No. Her eyes closed again. Forget it. He looked down at her. He thought, follow one hare, and for sure you'll start another. And while you watch that one scamper out of sight, the first one gets away too. Forget it. He could do that. He stretched himself beside her, propping his head on one arm. They were posed like lovers then, head to head nearly, he above looking down, she basking in his regard. They had married young. They were still young, only old in love. There was a tune. He raised his eyes. On a rock not quite out of earshot, Tacy sat playing her recorder. Now and then she stopped to remember notes, and to brush from her face a long curl of blonde hair. At her feet Tony Buck sat, with the transfigured look of a convert to some just-revealed religion, unaware that Lily and Lucy a ways off whispered about him, unaware of anything but Tacy. Should girls as skinny as Tacy, Smoky wondered, and with legs as long, wear shorts that short and tight? Her bare toes, already sun-browned, kept the rhythm. Green grow the rushes so, and all the hills around them danced. A getaway look. Doc, meanwhile, had also drifted away from his wife's discourse, leaving her only Sophie, who was asleep, and Great Aunt Cloud, who was also asleep, though Momdy didn't know it. Doc went with Oberon, following the toiling caravan of ants bearing goodies to their hill. A good big new one, when they found it. Stocks, supplies, inventory, Doc translated, a look of quiet absorption in his face, and his ear cocked to the little city. Watch your step, watch your back. Routes, workloads, chain of command, upper echelons, front office gossip. Drop it, forget it. Circular file, pass the buck, wander off. Let George do it. Back in line, the old salt mines, in harness, in and out, lost and found. Directives, guidelines, grapevines, schedules, check in, knock off, out sick. Much the same. He chuckled. Much the same. Oberon, hands on his knees, watched the miniature armored vehicles, driver and vehicle in one, and radio antenna too, tumble in and out. He imagined the Congress within, endless busyness in the dark. Then he half saw something, as though there were a darkness or a brightness in the corner of his vision, gathering until it was large enough for him to notice. He looked up and around. What he had seen or noticed was not something, but something missing. Lilac was gone. Now up or down, at the Queen's. That's very different, Doc said. Yeah, I see, Oberon said, looking around. Where was she? Though there were often long periods when he didn't exactly notice her presence, he had always been aware of her, had always sensed she was there by him somewhere. Now she was gone. "This is very interesting," Doc said. Oberon caught sight of her down the hill, just going around a group of trees antechamber to the woods. She looked back for a moment, and seeing that he saw her, hurried out of sight. "Yes," Oberon said, sidling away. "Up at the Queen's," Doc said. "What is it?" "Yes," Oberon said, and ran, racing toward the place where Lilac had disappeared, apprehension in his heart. He didn't see her when he entered that stand of trees. He had no idea which way to follow further, and a panic seized him. That look she had given him, as she turned away into the woods, had been a getaway look. He heard his grandfather's voice calling him. He stepped carefully. The beech wood he stood in, smooth-floored and regular as a pillared hall, showed him a dozen vistas down which she could have fled. He saw her. She stepped out from behind a tree, quite calmly. She even had what appeared to be a bunch of dog-tooth violets in her hand, and seemed to be looking around herself for more. She didn't look back at him, and he stood confused, knowing deeply that she had run away from him, though she didn't look now like she had. And then she was gone again. She'd tricked him with the bouquet into standing still one moment too long. He raced to the place she'd disappeared, knowing, even as he ran, that she was gone for good now, but calling, "Don't go, Lilac." The woods into which she had escaped were various, dense and briery, dark as a church, and showed him no prospects. He plunged in blindly, stumbling, torn at. Very quickly he found himself deeper in the wood than he had ever been, as though he had shot through a door without noticing that it opened on a flight of cellar stairs to pitch him headlong down. "Don't!" he called out, lost. "Don't go!" An imperious voice, such as he had never used to her before, such as he had never had to, such as she could not conceivably have refused. But nothing answered him. "Don't go," he said again, not imperiously, afraid in the dark of the wood, and more bereft, more suddenly than his young soul could have conceived possible. "Don't go. Please, Lilac, don't go. You're the only secret I ever had." Gigantic, aloof, not much disturbed but quite interested, old ones looked down like trees at the small one who had so suddenly and fiercely come in among them. Hands spread on their enormous knees, they considered him, in so far as they could consider someone or something so minute. One put his finger to his lips. Silently they watched him stumble amid their toes. They cupped huge hands behind their ears, and with eavesdroppers' slight smiles they heard his cry and his grief, though Lilac could not. Two beautiful sisters. "Dear parents," Oberon in the folding bedroom wrote, typing featly with 2 fingers on an old machine he had discovered there. "Well, a winter here in the city is going to be quite an experience. I'm glad it won't last forever. Though today temp is 25, and it snowed again yesterday. No doubt it's worse where you are, ha-ha." He paused, having made this gay exclamation carefully out of the single quote mark and the period. "I've been twice now to see Mr. Petty, at Petty, Smilodon, and Ruth, Grandpa's lawyers, as you know, and they've been kind enough to advance me a little more against the settlement, but not much, and they can't say when the darned thing will be straightened out at last. Well, I'm sure everything will turn out fine." He was not sure. He raged. He had shouted at Mr. Petty's automaton of a secretary, and nearly balled up the paltry check and thrown it at her. But the persona whacking out this letter, tongue between teeth and searching fingers tense, didn't make admissions like that. Everything was fine at Edgewood. Everything was fine here, too. Everything was fine. He made a new paragraph. "I've already about worn out the shoes I came in. Hard city streets. As you know, things have got very expensive here, and the quality is no good. I wonder if you could send the pair of tall lace-up ones in my closet. They're not very dressy, but anyway I'll be spending most of my time working here at the farm. Now that winter's here, there's a lot to do, cleaning up, stabling the animals, and so on. George is pretty funny in his galoshes, but he's been very good to me, and I appreciate it even if I do get blisters. And there are other nice people who live here." He stopped. As before a precipice he was about to tumble over, his finger hovering above the S. The machine's ribbon was old and brownish. The pale letters staggered drunkenly above and below the line they should be walking. But Oberon didn't want to display his school hand to Smoky. It had degenerated. He had lately taken up ball-points and other vices. What now about Sylvie? Among them are... He ran down in his mind the current occupancy of Old Law Farm. He wished he hadn't taken this route. 2 sisters, who are Puerto Rican, and very beautiful. Now what the hell had he done that for? An old secret agent obfuscation inhabiting his fingers. Tell them nothing. He sat back, unwilling to go on, and at that moment there was a knock at the door of the folding bedroom, and he drew the page out, finish it later, though he never did, and went, 2 steps across the floor was all it took his long legs, to admit the 2 beautiful Puerto Rican sisters, wrapped into one, and all his, all his. But it was George Mouse who stood on the threshold. Oberon would soon learn not to mistake anyone else at the door for Sylvie, because Sylvie, instead of knocking, always scratched or drummed at the door with her nails. It was the sound of a small animal wanting admission. George had an old fur coat over his arm, an antique lady's pot de soie black hat on his head, and 2 shopping bags in his hands. "Sylvie not here?" he said. "No, not just now." With all the practiced skills of a secretive nature, Oberon had managed to avoid George Mouse for a week in his own farm, coming and going with a mouse's forethought and haste. But now here he was. Never had Oberon experienced such embarrassment, such a terrible caught-out feeling, such an awful sense that no common remark he could make would not carry a load of hurt and rejection for another, and that no pose, solemn, facetious, offhand, could mitigate that. And his host, his cousin, old enough to be his father, usually not at all intensely aware of the reality of others, or of others' feelings. Oberon just then felt what his cousin must feel, as though he inhabited him. "She went out, I don't know where." "Yeah, well, this stuff is hers." He put down the shopping bags and plucked the hat from his head. It left his gray hair standing upright. "There's some more. She can come get it. Well, a load off my mind." He tossed the fur coat over the velvet chair. "Hey, take it easy. Don't hit me, man. Nothing to do with me." Oberon realized he had taken a rigid stance in a corner of the room, face set, unable to find an expression to suit the circumstance. What he wanted to do was to tell George he was sorry, but he had just enough wit to see that nothing could be more insulting. And besides, he wasn't sorry, not really. "Well, she's quite a girl," George said, looking around. Sylvie's panties were draped over the kitchen chair. Her unguents and toothbrush were at sink. "Quite a girl. I hope yous are very happy." He punched Oberon's shoulder and pinched his cheek unpleasantly hard. "You son of a bitch." He was smiling, but there was a mad light in his eye. "She thinks you're terrific," Oberon said. "Is that a fact?" "She said she doesn't know what she would have done without you, without your letting her stay here." "Yeah, she said that to me, too. She thinks of you like a father, only better." "Like a father, huh?" George burned him with his coaly eyes, and without looking away began to laugh. "Like a father." He laughed louder, a wild staccato laugh. "Why are you laughing?" Oberon asked, not certain he was meant to join, or whether it was he who was being laughed at. "Why?" George laughed all the harder. "Why? What the hell do you want me to do? Cry?" He threw back his head, showing white teeth, and roared. Oberon couldn't help joining in then, though tentatively, and when George saw that, his own laugh diminished. It went on in chuckles, like small waves following a breaker. "Like a father, huh? That's rich." He went to the window and stared out at the iron day. A last chuckle escaped him. He clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. "Well, she's a hell of a girl. Too much for an old fart like me to keep up with." He glanced over his shoulder at Oberon. "You know she's got a destiny?" "That's what she said." "Yeah." His hands opened and closed behind him. "Well, it looks like I ain't in it. Okay by me. 'Cause there's a brother in it, too, with a knife, and a grandmother and a crazy mother, and some babies." He was silent a while. Oberon almost wept for him. "Old George," George said. "Always left with the babies. Here, George, do something with this. Blow it up. Give it away." He laughed again. "And do I get credit? Damn right I do, you son of a bitch, George. You blew up my baby." What was he talking about? Had he slipped into madness under the pressure of grief? Would losing Sylvie be like that? Would it be so awful? A week ago he wouldn't have thought so. With a sudden chill, he remembered that the last time Great Aunt Cloud had read the cards for him, she had predicted a dark girl for him. A dark girl who would love him for no virtue he had, and leave him through no fault of his own. He had dismissed it then, as he was in the process of dismissing all of Edgewood and its prophecies and secrets. He dismissed it now again, with horror. "Well, you know how it is," George said. He pulled a tiny spiral notebook from his pocket and peered in it. "You're on for the milking this week, right?" "Right." "Right." He put away the book. "Hey, listen. You want some advice?" He didn't, any more than he wanted prophecy. He stood to receive it. George looked at him closely, and then around the room. "Fix the place up," he said. He winked at Oberon. "She likes it nice, you know." "Nice." He began to be caught by a fit of laughing again, which burbled at the back of his throat as he took a handful of jewelry from one pocket and gave it to Oberon, and a handful of change from another and gave him that too. "And keep clean," he said. "She thinks us white people are a little on the foul side most of the time." He headed for the door. "A word to the wise," he said, and chuckling left. Oberon stood with jewels in one hand and money in the other, hearing, down the hall, Sylvie pass George on her way up. He heard them greet each other in a volley of wisecracks and kisses. Chapter 4. It often happens that a man cannot recall at the moment, but can search for what he wants and find it. For this reason, some use places for the purposes of recollecting. The reason for this is that men pass rapidly from one step to the next. For instance, from milk to white, from white to air, from air to damp, after which one recollects autumn, supposing that one is trying to recollect that season. Aristotle, De Anima. Ariel Hawksquill, greatest mage of this age of the world, and a match, she was not too modest to think, of many great ones of the so-called past with whom she now and then discoursed, possessed no crystal ball. Judicial astrology she knew to be a fraud, though she had uses for the old pictured heavens. She disdained spells and geomancies of all kinds, except at great need, and the sleeping dead and their secrets she let sleep. Her one great art, and it was all she needed, was the highest art of all, and required no vulgar tools, no book, no wand, no word. It could be practiced, as on a certain rainy afternoon of the winter in which Oberon came to Oldlaw Farm, she was practicing it, before the fire, with feet up and tea and toast at hand. It required nothing but the interior of her skull, that, and a concentration, and an acceptance of impossibility which saints would have found admirable and chess-masters difficult. The art of memory, as it is described by ancient writers, is a method by which the natural memory we are born with can be improved tremendously, beyond recognition, in fact. The ancients agreed that vivid pictures in a strict order were the most easily remembered. Therefore, in order to construct an artificial memory of great power, the first step, Quintilian and other authorities agree on this, though they diverge at other points, is to choose a place. A temple, for instance, or a city street of shops and doorways, or the interior of a house, any place that has parts which occur in a regular order. This place is committed to memory carefully and well, so well that the rememberer can scurry around it backwards, forwards, any which way it will. The next step is to create vivid symbols or images for the things one wishes to remember. The more shocking and highly colored the better, according to the experts. A ravished nun, say, for the idea of sacrilege, or a cloaked figure with a bomb for revolution. These symbols are then cast onto the various parts of the memory place, its doors, niches, forecourts, windows, closets, and other spaces, and then the rememberer has simply to go around his memory place in any order he wishes, and take from each spot the thing which symbolizes the notion which he wishes to remember. The more one wishes to remember, of course, the larger the house of memory must be. It usually ceases to be an actual place, as actual places tend to be too plain and incommodious, and becomes an imaginary place, as large and varied as the rememberer can make it. Wings can be added at will, and with practice. Architectural styles can vary with the subject matter they are meant to contain. There were even refinements of the system, whereby not notions but actual words were to be remembered by complex symbols, and finally individual letters, so that a collection of sickle, millstone, and hacksaw instantly brings the word God to mind when gathered from the appropriate mental nook. The whole process was immensely complicated and tedious, and was for the most part rendered obsolete by the invention of the filing cabinet. The art of memory. But the greatest practitioners of the old art discovered some odd things about their memory houses the longer they lived in them, and modern practitioners, or practitioner really, there being only one of any skill, and she keeps it to herself, have improved on and even further complicated the system for reasons of their own. It was discovered, for instance, that the symbolic figures with vivid expressions, once installed in their proper places, are subject to subtle change as they stand waiting to be called forth. That ravished nun who meant sacrilege might, when one passes her again, have acquired a depraved air about the mouth and eyes one hadn't thought he had bestowed on her, and something wanton about her deshabille that looks somehow purposeful rather than forced. And sacrilege changes to hypocrisy, or at least borrows some of its aspects, and thus the memory she symbolizes alters perhaps in instructive ways. Also, as a memory house grows, it makes conjunctions and vistas that its builder can't conceive of beforehand. When, out of necessity, he throws up a new wing, it must abut the original place in some way. So a door in the original house that previously opened on a weedy garden might suddenly blow open in a draught, and show its astonished owner his grand new gallery full of just installed memories from the back side, so to speak, at a left-hand turning, facing in the wrong direction. Also instructive. And that new gallery might also turn out to be a short cut to the ice house, where he had put a distant winter once, and then forgot. Yes, forgot. Because another thing about a memory house is that its builder and occupier can lose things in it, just as you can in any house. The ball of string which you were certain you kept either with the stamps and the tape in the desk drawer, or in the hall closet with the tack hammer and the picture wire, but which isn't in either place when you go to look for it. In the ordinary or natural memory, such things can simply vanish. You don't even remember you forgot them. The advantage of a memory house is that you know it's in there somewhere. So it was that Ariel Hawksquill was rooting around in one of the oldest attics of her memory mansions, looking for something she had forgotten, but knew was there. She had been rereading in Ars Memorativa of Giordano Bruno's, called De Umbris Idearum, a huge treatise on symbols and seals and signs to be used in the highest forms of the art. Her first edition copy had marginal notes in a neat italic hand, often illuminating but more often puzzling. On a page where Bruno treats of the various orders of symbols one might use for various purposes, the commentator had noted, "As in the carts of the return of R.C. are 5 persons, places, things, etc., which emblems or cards are for remembering or foretelling, and discovery of small worlds." Now this R.C. could stand for Roman Church, or just possibly Rosicrucian. But it was the persons and places and things that had rung a distant bell. A bell here, she thought, where she had stored her distant childhood long ago. She moved carefully, but with increasing impatience, through the miscellany there. Her dog Spark, a trip to Rockaway, her first kiss. She became intrigued with the contents of chests, and went off down useless corridors of reminiscence. In one place she had put a battered cowbell. Why, she at first had no idea. Then she rang it tentatively. It was the bell she had heard, and instantly she remembered her grandfather, whom the cowbell was, of course, to represent, since he had been a farm labourer in England till he emigrated to this vast and cowless city. She saw him distinctly now, where she had put him, below the mantel with the Toby jugs on it, which resembled him, in a battered armchair. He turned the cowbell in his hands as he had used to turn his pipe. "Did you," she questioned him, "tell me once about cards, with persons and places and things?" "I might have." "In what connection?" Silence. "Well, small worlds, then." It grew clearer in that attic, lit with a past sun, and she sat at Grandpa's feet in the old apartment. "It was the only thing I ever found had any value, like," he said, "and I threw it away on a silly girl. Would have brought 20 bob in any dealer's, I can tell you that. They were that old and fine. I found them in an old cottage that the squire wanted pulled down, and she was a girl who said she saw fairies and pixies and such, and her father was another like her. Violet her name was. And I said, 'Tell my fortune, then, with these, if you can.' And she, like, riffled through them. There were pictures on them of persons and places and things, and she laughed and said I'd die a lonely old man on a 4th story, and wouldn't give me back the cards I'd found." There it was, then. She put the cowbell back in its place in the order of her childhood, put it next to a well-thumbed deck of old maid cards from the same year, just to keep the connection clear, and shut up that room. Small world, she thought, staring out the rain-crazed window of her parlour. To discover small worlds. In no other connection had she ever heard of these cards. The persons and places and things were reminiscent of the art of memory, in which a place is established and a vivid person imagined, holding his emblematic things. And the return of R.C. If that meant the brother R.C. of the Rosicrucians, it would place the cards in the first flush of Rosicrucian enthusiasms, which, she pushed away the tray of tea and toast and wiped her fingers, might make some sense of the small worlds, too. The arcane thought of those years knew of many. The Athanor of the alchemists, for instance, the philosopher's egg within which the transformation from base to gold took place, was it not a microcosm, a small world? When the Black Book said that the work was to be begun in the sign of Aquarius and completed in Scorpio, they meant not those signs as they occurred in the heavens, but as they occurred in the universe of the world-shaped, world-containing egg itself. The work was not older than Genesis. The Red Man and the White Lady, when they appeared, microscopic in the egg, were the soul of the philosopher himself, as an object of the philosopher's thought, itself a product of his soul, and so on, regressus ad infinitum, and in both directions, too. And the art of memory. Had not the art interjected into the finite circle of her, Hawksquill's skull, the mighty circles of the heavens? And did not that cosmic engine within then order her memory, thus her perception, of things sublunar, celestial, and infinite? The immense laughter of Bruno when he understood that Copernicus had inverted the universe. What was it but joy in the confirmation of his knowledge that mind, in the centre of all, contains within it all that it is the centre of? If the earth, the old centre, now was seen truly to revolve somewhere halfway between the centre and the outside, and the sun, which before had revolved on a path halfway to the outside, were now the center. Then a half-turn, like that in a Möbius strip, was thrown into the belt of the stars. And what then became of the old circumference? It was strictly unimaginable. The universe exploded into infinitude, a circle of which mind, the center, was everywhere, and the circumference nowhere. The trick mirror of finitude was smashed. Bruno laughed. The starry realms were a jeweled bracelet in the hand. Well, all that was old. Every schoolboy, in the schools that had schooled Hawksquill, knew small worlds were great. If these cards were in her hands, she had no doubt she could quickly learn just what small worlds they were intended to discover, had little doubt that she herself had travelled in them. But were these cards the cards her grandfather had found and lost? And were they as well the cards Russell Eigenblick claimed to be in? A coincidence of that magnitude didn't seem inherently unlikely to Hawksquill. There was no chance in her universe. But she had no idea how further to search for them and learn. In fact, that alley seemed just at the moment so blind that she decided to walk no further up it. Eigenblick was no Roman Catholic, and the Rosicrucians, as everybody knows, were invisible. And whatever else Russell Eigenblick was, he was very visible. The hell with it, she was saying under her breath when the doorbell rang. She consulted her watch. The maid of stone still slept, though the day was already as dark as night. She went to the hall, took a heavy stick from the umbrella stand, and opened the door. Overcoated and broad-hatted, wind-blown and rain-swept, the black figure on her doorstep momentarily frightened her. "Wingéd messenger service," he said. "Hello, lady." "Hello, Fred," Hawksquill said. "You gave me a start." For the first time she had understood the pejorative spook. "Come in, come in." He would come no further than the vestibule, because he dripped. He stood dripping while Hawksquill fetched him a wine-glass of whiskey. "Dark days," he said, taking it. "St. Lucy's," Hawksquill said. "Darkest of all." He chuckled, knowing very well she knew he meant more than the weather. He drained his glass at a gulp, and drew from his plastic-sheathed carrier a thick envelope for her. It bore no sender's address. She signed Fred Savage's book. "Bad day to be working," she said. "Neither rain nor sleet nor snow," said Fred. "And the owl, for all his feathers, was a cold." "You won't stay a moment," she said. "The fire's lit." "If I stayed a moment," Fred Savage said, leaning to one side, "I'd stay an hour," leaning to the other side, rain running from his hat, "and that'd be that." He straightened and bowed out. No man more faithful when he was working, which wasn't often. Hawksquill shut the door on him, thinking of him as a dark shuttle or bobbin stitching up the rainy city, and returned to her parlor. The fat envelope contained a deck of new bills in large denominations and a brief note on the stationery of the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club. "Payment per agreement in the matter of R.E. Have you come to any conclusions?" It was unsigned. She dropped this note on the open folio of Bruno she had been studying, and was going back to the fire, counting her huge and as yet unearned fee, when a lurking connection was made within her consciousness. She went to the table, turned on a strong light, and looked closely at the marginal note which had originally stoked this long train of thought, a train which had just been shunted by the note from the club. The italic hand is notable for its legibility. Yet now and then the swash capitals, if written quickly, can confuse. And yes, looked at closely, there was no doubt that what she had read as "The Return of R.C." should be read "The Return of R.E." Where on earth, if on earth at all, were those cards? A geography. As she grew older, Nora Cloud seemed to those around her to take on greater mass and solidity. To herself also, though she gained no physical weight, she seemed to grow great. As her age reached toward 3 digits, and she moved slowly through Edgewood on 2 canes to support her massy years, she bent, so it seemed, less from weakness than to accommodate herself in the narrow corridors of the house. She came with four-footed deliberateness down from her room toward the drum table in the many-sided music-room, where beneath a brass and green-glass lamp the cards in their bag in their box waited for her, and where Sophie, these several years her student, waited too. Cloud let herself down into her chair, her sticks rattling and the bones of her knees popping. She lit a brown cigarette and placed it in a saucer beside her, where its smoke rose ribbony and curling like thought. "What's our question?" she asked. "Like yesterday," Sophie said, "just to continue." "No question," Cloud said. "All right." They were silent a while together. A moment of silent prayer, Cloud had been delighted and surprised to hear Smoky describe this as. A moment for considering the question, or no question, as today. Sophie, with her long soft hand over her eyes, thought of no question. She thought of the cards, dark in their bag in their box. She didn't think of them as units, as individual pieces of paper, could no longer think of them that way, even if she chose to. She didn't think of them either as notions, as persons, places, things. She thought of them as one thing, like a story or an interior, something made of space and time, lengthy and vast but compact, jointed, dimensional, ever unfolding. "Well," Cloud said with gentle finality. Her brown spotted hand hovered over the box. "Shall I lay out a rose?" "May I?" Sophie asked. Cloud withdrew her hand before it touched the box, which might spoil Sophie's control. Attempting Cloud's wasteless gestures, her calm attention, Sophie laid out a rose. 6 of cups and 4 of wands, the knot, the sportsman, ace of cups, the cousin, 4 of coins, and queen of coins. The rose grew out across the drum table with an iron, yet an organic force. If there was no question, as today, the question always was, what is this rose the answer to? Sophie laid down the central card. "The fool again," Cloud said. "Contention with the cousin," Sophie said. "Yes," Cloud said. "But whose cousin? His own or ours?" The fool card in the center of the rose showed a full-bearded man in armor crossing a brook. Like the White Knight, he was in the act of pitching head-first and straight-legged from his brawny horse. His expression was mild, and he looked not into the shallow stream he fell toward, but outward at the viewer, as though what he was doing were intentional, a trick, or possibly an example of something. Gravity? In one hand he held a scallop shell, in the other some links of sausage. Before interpretation of any fall could be considered, Cloud had taught Sophie they must decide how the cards themselves must at this moment be construed. You can think of them as a story, and then you must find the beginning, middle, and end, or a sentence, and you must parse it, or a piece of music, and you must find the tonic and signature, or anything at all that has parts and makes sense. It may be," she said, looking down now at this rose with a fool in the middle, "that what we have here isn't a story or an interior, but a geography." Sophie asked her what she meant by that, and Cloud said she wasn't at all sure. Her cheek was in her hand. Not a map or a view, but a geography. Sophie's cheek was in her hand, too, and for a long time she gazed down at the rose she had made and only wondered. She thought, a geography, and wondered if it might be that here, that this, that. But then she closed her eyes and paused a moment. No, there was no question today, please, and not that question of anyone. Wakings up. Life, her own life anyway, Sophie had come to think as it grew longer, was like one of those many-storied houses of dreams she had once been able to build, where the dreamer, with a slow or sudden rush of understanding, like a wash of cool water, knows himself to have been merely asleep and dreaming, to have merely invented the pointless task, the grim hotel, the flight of stairs. They go away, tattered and unreal. The dreamer awakes relieved in his own bed, though the bed, for a reason he can't quite remember, is laid in a busy street or afloat in a calm sea, and rises yawning, and has odd adventures which go on until, with a slow or sudden rush of understanding, he awakes. He had only fallen asleep here in this desert place. "Oh, I remember," or "Oh, I see. in this palace antechamber, and it's time to be up and about life's business, and so on and on. Her life had been of that kind. There had been a dream about Lilac, that she had been real, and Sophie's. Then she had awakened, and Lilac wasn't Lilac at all. She came to see that something dreadful had happened, for no reason she could imagine or remember, and Lilac was neither Lilac nor hers, but something else instead. That dream, one of the awful kind, the kind where something terrible and irrevocable has happened, something that oppresses the soul with a special, unrelievable grief, had gone on for nearly 2 years, and had not truly ended on the night she could still not think about without shudders and involuntary moans, no, not after 20 years, when in desperation, telling no one, she had brought the false thing to George Mouse. And the fireplace, and the blasts, and the phosphorescence, and the rain and the stars and the sirens. But anyway, awake or not, she had no more Lilac then at all. Her dream was another kind then, the endless search, that one where some goal recedes forever, or changes when it is approached, leaving you always with further work to do, and, though pressing always on your attention, is never nearer to completion. It was then that she had begun to seek for answers from Cloud and her cards, not only why, but also how. Who, she supposed she knew, but not where, and most important of all, would she ever see, have, hold her real daughter again, and when? Cloud, try as she might, could give no clear answers to these questions, though she held that still the answers must be in the deck and its conjunctions somewhere. And so Sophie began to study their falls herself, feeling that the intensity of her desire might allow her to discover what Cloud could not. But no answer came for her either, and soon she gave up and took to her bed again. But life is wakings up, all unexpected, all surprising. On a certain November afternoon, 12 years ago, from a certain nap, why that day? Why that nap? She had awakened from sleeping. From eyes closed, blankets up to chin, pillow sleep, Sophie awakened, or had been awakened for good, as though someone, while she slept, had stolen them. Her powers of sleeping and escaping into the small dreams within the large had gone away, and Sophie, startled and lost, had had to dream from then on that she was awake, and that the world was around her, and to think what to do with it. It was only then, because her sleepless mind had to have an interest, any interest, that without any hard question, without any question at all, she had taken up the study of the cards, beginning at the beginning humbly, as Cloud's tutee. And yet, though we wake, though there is no end to waking and saying, "Oh, I see," not ever, Sophie knew it and was patient, still within the dream in which we find ourselves, every other dream is nested, every one we have awakened from. Sophie's hard first question to the cards had not precisely gone without an answer. It had been transmuted into questions about the question. It had branched and rooted like a tree, growing questions like buds. And then at some moment all the questions had become one question. What tree is this? And as her study progressed, as she shifted and shuffled and laid out in geometrical figures the greasy, cornerless speaking cards, the question intrigued her further, involved her, at last absorbed her utterly. What tree is this? And yet always at its base, between its roots, beneath its branches, still unfound and growing unfindable, a lost child lay asleep. No going back out. 6 of cups and 4 of wands, the knot, the sportsman. The queen of coins reversed, the cousin. Contention with the fool in the middle of the deck. A geography. Not a map or a view, but a geography. Sophie looked down at the puzzle of it, shifting her consciousness across it, paying attention without quite paying attention, pricking up the ears of her thought, and easing them again as hints of speech proceeded from and then retired back into the gabble of the cards' alignments. Then, "Oh," Sophie said, and again, "Oh," as though suddenly in receipt of bad news. Cloud looked up at her questioningly, and saw Sophie pale and shocked, eyes wide with surprise and pity, pity for her, Cloud. Cloud looked down again at the geography, and yes, in a twinkling it had contracted, like those optical illusions where a complex urn becomes, without your choosing it, two faces regarding each other. Cloud was used to these vagaries, and to this message. Sophie evidently was not yet. "Yes," she said softly, and smiled at Sophie, reassuringly she hoped. "You hadn't seen that before?" "No," Sophie said, both in answer and in denial of what was there in the linked gavotte of cards. "No." "Oh, I've seen it before." She touched Sophie's hand. "I don't think, though, that we need tell the others, do you? Not just yet." Sophie was weeping softly, but Cloud chose to ignore it. "It's the difficult thing, the hard thing about secrets," she said, as though in some small annoyance at the fact, but really passing on to Sophie, in the only way she could hope to, the only important lesson about reading these cards. "Sometimes you really don't want to know them, but once you do, there's no going back out, no unlearning them. Well, now buck up, there's still a lot you can learn." "Oh, Aunt Cloud." "Shall we study our geography?" Cloud said, and picked up her cigarette and inhaled smoke gratefully, voluptuously, and breathed it out again. Slow fall of time. Cloud moved crabwise amid the furniture of the house, down 3 stairs, the note of her sticks changing as she went from wood to stone, and through the puzzle of the imaginary drawing-room where a tapestry on the wall moved in a draught with spooky life. Then the stairs upward. There were 365 stairs within Edgewood, her father told her. The left-hand stick, the right-hand foot. Right-hand stick, left-hand stick, left-hand foot. There were as well 7 chimneys, 52 doors, 4 floors, and 12. 12 what? There must be 12 of something. He wouldn't have left that out. Right-hand stick, left-hand foot, and a landing where a lancet window poured a pearly stain of winter light on the dark wood. Smoky had seen an ad in a magazine for a sort of chair elevator to move old folks up and down stairs. It even tilted up to deposit the aged body at its chosen floor. Smoky pointed this out to Cloud, but she had said nothing. An object of perhaps some abstract interest, but why was he showing it to her? That's what her silence said. Upward again, the minute risers, 9 inches exactly, growing ever more cliffy no matter how big she was herself, no matter that the banisters shouldered her and the coffered ceiling pressed on her bent neck. It was wrong in her, she thought as she toiled, not to have warned Sophie of what she, Cloud, had for a long time known about. What had become a kind of recurrent obligato in her recent readings of the cards, a memento mori that could show up in any fall, cast for any person. But it was so constant lately that Cloud had really ceased to notice it. She didn't anyway need, at her huge age, any reminders in her cards of what was obvious to anyone, and most of all to her. It was no secret. She was packed and ready. Those of her treasures which had not already been distributed were all labelled for the ones they were meant for. The jewelry, Violet's things, stuff she had never really considered hers anyway. And the cards would of course be Sophie's. That was a relief. She had made over the house and grounds and rents to Smoky, an unwilling Smoky. He would be caretaker, good, conscientious man. Not that the house couldn't in the main take care of itself. It couldn't come apart, not anyway until the tale was all told, if then. But there was no thinking about that. That was no excuse not to execute legal instruments, make wills, and make repairs. Alone of them all, Great Aunt Cloud still remembered Violet's instructions. Forget. She had acted so well on those instructions that she supposed that her nieces and nephews and grand and great-grand-nieces and nephews really had forgotten, or never quite learned, what they must forget, or needn't learn. Perhaps, like Daily Alice, they thought it had all somehow slipped out of their reach, each generation slipping further from it as the inexorable slow fall of time was consumed to embers, the embers to ashes, the ashes to cold clinkers, each generation losing something of the last's close connection or easy access or quick understanding, the times when Oberon could photograph them, or Violet wander in their realms and return with news, now the dim, fabulous past. And yet Cloud knew it to be so. Each generation, in fact, grew closer to it, and only ceased to search or bother themselves about it because they felt fewer and fewer distinctions between themselves and it. And upon a time there would be no searching at all for a way in, because there they would be. The tale, she thought, would end with them, with Tacy and Lily and Lucy, with lost Lilac wherever she was, with Oberon, or with their children at the latest. This conviction grew as she grew older, rather than fading, and that was the clue in these matters that she knew to trust. And it was a shame, a damn shame, she thought, that she had lived nearly to 100, at the cost of great effort, and not only on her part, and yet wouldn't live to see the end. Last Stair. She put her stick on it, one foot, the other stick, the other foot. She stood stock still while the clamour of effort subsided in her body. A fool and a cousin, a geography and a death. She had been right, that every fall of the cards was related to every other. If she read a fall for George Mouse and saw a vista of corridors, or for Oberon and saw the dark girl he would love and lose, that was not different from searching for lost Lilac, or glimpsing the dim lineaments of the tale, or reading the fate of the great world itself. How that could be, how each secret revealed could encode another, or all others. Why behind a fall that showed a grand geography, empires, frontiers, a final battle, there should appear one old woman's death, she couldn't tell. Perhaps, probably, it couldn't be told. Her dismay at this was mitigated by her old resolution, her promise to Violet, that even if she could tell, she wouldn't. She looked down the mountain of stairs she had just barely, had almost not conquered, and, weakened and slowed more by sad understanding than by any arthritis, she turned toward her room, certain now she would not ever go down them again. The next morning Tacy came, packed for a long visit, bringing needlework to pass the time. Lily and the twins were already there. Lucy came at evening, not surprised to find her sisters there, and settled in with them, with her needlework, to help and watch and wait. Princess. Before anyone else could have perceived morning in the sombre air above Oldlaw Farm, the cock crew and woke Sylvie. Oberon beside her stirred. She was pressed against his long unconscious warmth, and felt a mystery in being awake next to his sleep. She contemplated it, rooting gently in the warmth, thinking that it was odd that she knew she was awake, and he asleep, and that he knew neither. And in thinking so, she slept again. But the cock called her name. She rolled over carefully, so as not to enter the colder frontier of the bed's edge, and put her head out. She should wake him. It was his turn to milk, his last day. But she couldn't bring herself to do that. How would it be if she did it for him, a gift? She imagined his gratitude, and weighed it against the cold dawn and the stairs downward, the wet farmyard and the labor. The gratitude seemed to win. She could feel it the more intensely, could feel it almost as a gratitude of hers toward him. "Ah," she said, grateful for her own kindness, and slipped out of bed. Swearing terribly and softly, she took the stool in the closet, not quite putting her flesh against its iciness, and then in a quick Chinese stepping crouch, blowing through her chattering teeth, hunted up her clothes and put them on. Her hands shook with cold and hurry as she did up buttons. A hard life, she thought with pleasure, as she breathed the foggy air out on the fire escape, pulling on brown gardener's gloves. A hard life, this farm labourer's life. She went down. Outside the door of George's kitchen hallway was a bag of selected garbage for the goats, to be mixed with their meal. She shouldered this, and slopped across the yard to the goats' apartment, hearing them stirring. "Hi, guys," she said. The goats, Punchita and Nuni, Blanca and Negrita, Guapo and Lagrani, and the unnamed ones, George had never named any of them, and Sylvie's inspiration hadn't yet reached 2 or 3, of course they must all have names, but the right names, looked up, clattered on the linoleum, shat, and gave voice. The smell of their garden apartment was vivid. Sylvie wondered if she remembered it from childhood. It seemed to suit her nostrils so well. She fed them, measuring grain and garbage into the bathtub with a nice eye, and mixing it carefully, as though it were a child's formula. She talked to them, criticizing faults and praising virtues even-handedly, but reserving special affection for the black kid and for the oldest, La Granny, a granny indeed, all backbone and shin, like a bicycle, Sylvie said. Arms crossed, leaning on the jamb of the bathroom door, she watched them chew with a sidewise motion and raise their heads in rotation to look at her, and then down again to their breakfast. Morning light had begun to enter the apartment. The flowers on the wallpaper awoke, and those on the linoleum, neglected beds and growing indiscernible year by year under dirt, even with all of Brownie's sweeping and mopping in the night. She yawned widely. Why do animals get up so early? Up and at 'em, huh? She said. Late for work, dummies. She thought, as she prepared for milking, look what love makes me do. And she stopped for a moment, feeling warmth suddenly poured into her heart and loins, for she hadn't before used the word about her feelings for Oberon. Love, she said again to herself. And yes, there was the feeling. The word was like a swallow of rum. For George Mouse, her buddy for life, no matter what, who had taken her in when she had no place else, she felt deep gratitude and a complex of other feelings, mostly good. But not this heat, like a flame with a jewel held at its heart. The jewel was a word. Love. She laughed. Love. Nice to be in love. Love disguised her in a peacoat and brown gloves. Love sent her to the goats and warmed her hands in her armpits for the goats' udders. Okay, okay, take it easy, she said gently to them, and to the love disguised in labor. Take it easy, we're coming. She stroked Punchita's udders. Hey, big tits. Hi, Mommy. Where'd you get them big tits? You find them under a bush? She worked, thinking of Oberon asleep in his bed, and George asleep in his. She alone awake, and all unknown. Found under a bush, a foundling, saved from the city, taken within these walls, and put to work. In the stories, the foundling always turns out to be some high-type person left for dead or something by mistake, a princess no one knows. Princess! That's what George always called her. Hey, princess! A lost princess, enchanted and robbed of her memory of being a princess. The goat girl. But if you tore off the dirty goat girl clothes, there would be the sign, the jewel, the birthmark, the silver ring, everybody amazed, everybody laughing. Quick streams of milk rang against the bucket, and then hissed in rising foam, left, right, calming and bemusing her. And then come into her kingdom, after all the work, grateful for the humble shelter, and humbled herself to have found true love there. So all you guys get to be free, and get gold, and the hand of the princess. She leaned her head against Punchita's hairy, warm flank, and her thoughts turned into milk, to wet leaves, baby animals, snail shells, fawn's feet. Some princess, Punchita said. Lots of labor there. What'd you say? Sylvie said, looking up. But Punchita only turned her long face to Sylvie and went on chewing her endless gum. Brownie's house. Out into the yard, with a jar of fresh milk and a new-laid brown egg she had taken from under a hen who nested in the exploded sofa which stood still in the living room of the goat's apartment. She crossed the humpy vegetable patch to a building on the other side, a building clad in brown vines, with tall, sad, blind windows and stairs that led up to no door. Behind and below the stairs, a tiny, damp areaway led to the basement. Miscellaneous broken boards and gray slats were nailed up over its entrance and windows. You could peek in, but could see nothing in the darkness. Hearing Sylvie's approach, there swarmed out from within the basement several mewling cats, some of the farm's cat troops. George said sometimes that at his farm they grew mostly bricks and raised mostly cats. A big, flat-headed, one-eyed thug was king down there. He didn't deign to appear, but a delicate calico did, hugely pregnant the last time Sylvie had seen her. Not now, though. Skinny, depleted, with flaccid stomach and big pink titties. You got kittens, you, Sylvie said in reproach, and didn't tell nobody? You. She stroked her, and poured milk for them, and hunkering down, peered through the slats. Wish I could see, she said. Kitties. They roamed around her for a time as she looked in, but she could see only a pair of big yellow eyes. The old guy's? Or Brownie's? Hi, Brownie, she said, for that was Brownie's house, too, she knew, though no one had ever seen him in it. Leave him alone, George always said. He gets along okay. But Sylvie always said hello. She sealed the jar of milk, half full, and with the egg put it just inside the basement on a ledge there. "Okay, Brownie," she said. "I'm going. Thanks." That was a ruse, in a way, for she waited, hoping to catch a glimpse. Another cat appeared, but Brownie stayed within. She rose then, and stretching, started back toward the folding bedroom. Morning had come to the farm, foggy and soft, not so cold after all. She stopped a moment in the center of the high-walled city garden, feeling sweetly blessed. Princess. Under her dirty goat-girl clothes were only yesterday's underwear. Soon she'd have to think about getting a job, making some plans, getting her story under way again. But for this moment, in love and safe, chores done, she felt she needn't go anywhere at all, or do anything else, and her story would unfold anyway, clearly and happily. And endlessly. She knew for a moment that her story was endless, more endless than any kid's fairy tale, more endless than A World Elsewhere and all its complications. Endless. Somehow. She strode across the farm, hugging herself, breathing in the farm's rich animal and vegetable exhalations, and smiling. From deep within his house, Brownie watched her go, smiling too. He took with his long hands and without a sound the jar of milk and the egg from the shelf where Sylvie had put them. He drew them within his house. He drank the milk. He sucked the egg. He blessed his queen with all his heart. A banquet. She undressed as quickly as she had dressed, leaving only her panties, as Oberon, awaking, watched from within the bedclothes. Then she hurried, making small cries, to climb in with him, climb down into warmth. Warmth she deserved, she felt, as no other did, warmth where she ought always to be. Oberon retreated, laughing, from her cold hands and feet that sought him, sought his sleep-soft and helpless flesh, but then surrendered. She pressed her cold nose into the crook of his neck to warm it, moaning like a dove, as his hands took hold of her panties' elastic. At Edgewood, Sophie laid one card on another, Knight of Wands on Queen of Cups. Later Sylvie said, "Do you have thoughts?" Said Oberon. His nakedness draped in his overcoat, he was building a fire. "Thoughts," Sylvie said. "Then. I mean during then. I have lots, almost like a story." He saw what she meant and laughed. "Oh, thoughts," he said. Then, "Sure, crazy thoughts." He built the fire hurriedly, heedlessly throwing in most of the wood left in the woodbox. He wanted it hot in the folding bedroom, hot enough to draw Sylvie out from the blankets she sheltered beneath. He wanted to see her. "Like now," she said. "This time. I was wondering." "Yes," he said, for he had been too. "Children," she said. "Babies, or baby animals, dozens, all sizes and colors." "Yes," he said. He'd seen them too. "Lilac," he said. "Who?" He blushed, and stabbed the fire with a golf club that was kept there for that purpose. "A friend," he said. "A little girl, an imaginary friend." Sylvie said nothing, only wandered in thought, still not quite returned. Then, "Who again?" she said. Oberon explained. At Edgewood, Sophie turned down a trump, the knot. She was looking, not having chosen to look, but once again looking, for a lost child of George Mouse's and her fate, but couldn't find them. Instead she found, and the more she looked the more she went on finding, another girl, and not lost now, but searching. Past her the kings and queens marched, rank on rank, speaking each his message. "I am hope. I am regret. I am idleness. I am unlooked-for love." Armed and mounted, solemn and minatory, they went on progress through the dark wood of the trumps. But apart from them, unseen by them, glimpsed only by Sophie, moving brightly amid dark dangers, a princess none of them knew. But where was Lilac? She turned down the next card. It was the banquet. "So whatever happened to her?" Sylvie asked. The fire was hot, and the room warming. "Just what I told you," Oberon said, parting the skirts of his coat to warm his buttocks. "I never saw her again after that day at the picnic." "Not her," Sylvie said. Not the made-up one, the real one, the baby. Oh. He seemed to have been propelled forward several centuries since his arrival in the city. Trying to remember Edgewood at all now was an effort, but to search in childhood was to dig up Troy. You know, I don't really know. I mean, I don't think I was ever told the whole story. Well, what happened, though? She moved luxuriously within the sheets, warming too. I mean, did she die? I don't think so, Oberon said, shocked at this notion. For a moment he saw the whole story through Sylvie's eyes, and it seemed grotesque. How could his family have lost a baby? Or if it hadn't been lost, if the explanation were simple, adoption, death even, then how could it be that he didn't know it? In Sylvie's family history there were several lost babies, in homes or fostered. All were minutely remembered, all mourned. If he had been capable just then of any emotion other than that directed towards Sylvie and his plans for her in the next moments, he would have felt anger at his ignorance. Well, it didn't matter. It doesn't matter, he said, glad to know it didn't. I gave up on it all. She yawned hugely and tried to speak at the same time and laughed. I said, so you're not going back? No. Even after you find your fortune? He didn't say, I've found it, though it was true. He'd known it since they'd become lovers. Become lovers, like a wizardry, like frogs become princes. You don't want me to go back, he said, doffing the overcoat and climbing on the bed. I'd follow you, she said. I would. Warm, he said, drawing down the quilt that covered her. Hey, she said. Ay, que grande. Warm, he said, and took the neck and shoulders he had revealed by turns between his lips, sucking and munching like a cannibal. Flesh, but all alive, all alive. I'm melting, she said. He entwined her in him as though his long body could swallow hers, a morsel but endless. He bent to her nakedness, a banquet. In fact, I'm cooking, she said. And she was, her warmth and comfort deep as it was heated further and made more perfect by the incandescent jewel within her. She watched him for a moment, amazed and gratified, watched him swallow her endlessly toward his hollow heart. Then she went wandering, and he too, both again in the same realm. Later they would speak of it and compare the places they had been and find them the same. A realm where they were led, so Oberon thought, by Lilac. Coupled, not walking, but still wandering, they were led down concave, weed-spined lanes in an endless land, down the twists and turns of a long, long story, a boundless and then, toward a place something like the place Sophie at Edgewood contemplated in the dark-edged trump called the Banquet. A long table clothed in just unfolded linen, its claw feet absurd in the flowers beneath twisted and knotty trees, the tall compote overflowing, the symmetrical candelabra, the many places set, all empty. Book 4, The Wild Wood. Chapter 1. They neither work nor weep. In their shape is their reason. Virginia Woolf. The years after baby Lilac was wrapped from her sleeping mother's arms were the busiest Mrs. Underhill could remember in a long, in fact as good as eternal, life. Not only was there Lilac's education to attend to, and a watch kept just as ever on the rest of them, but there were as well all the councils, meetings, consultations, and celebrations, multiplying as the events they had all so long nursed into being came more and more rapidly to pass. And all this in addition to her usual tasks, each composed of countless details, no one of which could be skimped or scamped. A time and a tour. But look how she had succeeded. On a day in November, a year after the boy Oberon followed imaginary Lilac into the dark of the woods and lost her, Mrs. Underhill, quite otherwhere, measured the real Lilac's golden length with a practised eye. She was, at just past 11 years old, as tall as bent Mrs. Underhill. Her chicory blue eyes, clear as brook water, were level with the old ones which studied her. "Very good," she said. "Very, very good." She circled Lilac's slim wrists with her fingers. She tilted up Lilac's chin and held a buttercup beneath it. She measured with thumb and forefinger the span from aureole to aureole, and Lilac laughed, tickled. Mrs. Underhill laughed too, pleased with herself and with Lilac. There wasn't a tinge of green to her biscuity skin, not a trace of absence in her eyes. So often Mrs. Underhill had seen these things go wrong, seen changelings grow dim and marrowless, become, at Lilac's age, attenuated pieces of vague longing, and good for nothing ever after. Mrs. Underhill was glad she had taken on the hand-rearing of Lilac. What if it had worn her to a ravelling? It had succeeded, and there would be eons in which to rest soon enough. Rest? She drew herself up. There must be strength for the end. "Now, child," she said, "what was it you learned from the bears?" "Sleep," Lilac said, looking doubtful. "Sleep, indeed," said Mrs. Underhill. "Now, I don't want to sleep," Lilac said. "Please." "Well, how do you know till you've tried it? The bears were comfortable enough." Lilac, pouting, overturned a darkling beetle which was just then crossing her instep, and righted it again. She thought of the bears in their warm cave, oblivious as snow. Mrs. Underhill, who knew the names of many creatures, as every naturalist should, introduced them to her: Joe, Pat, Martha, John, Kathy, Josie, and Nora. But they made no response, only drew breath all together, and let it out, and drew it again. Lilac, who had never closed her eyes except to blink or play hide-and-seek since the night she woke in Mrs. Underhill's dark house, stood bored and repelled by the 7 sleepers, like 7 sofas in their lumpish indifference. But she took her lesson from them, and when Mrs. Underhill came for her in the spring, she had learned it well, and for a reward Mrs. Underhill showed her sea lions asleep in northern waters bobbing in the waves, and albatrosses in southern skies asleep on the wing. Still she hadn't slept, but at least she knew how. But now the time had come. "Please," Lilac said, "I will if I must, only—" "No ifs, ands, or buts," Mrs. Underhill said. "There are times that just go by, and times that come. This time's come." "Well," Lilac said, desperate, "can I kiss everyone good night?" "That would take years." "There are bedtime stories," Lilac said, her voice rising. "I want one." "All the ones I know are in this one, and in this one it's now the time you fall asleep." The child before her crossed her arms slowly, still thinking. A dark cast came over her face. She would fight this one out. And like all grannies faced with intransigence, Mrs. Underhill bethought her how she might give in, with dignity, so as not to spoil the child. "Very well," she said. "I haven't time to argue. There's a tour I was to take, and if you'll promise to be good, and after take your nap, I'll take you too. It might be educational." Oh, yes. And education, after all, was all the point. It was. "Well, then." Seeing her excitement, Mrs. Underhill felt for the first time something like pity for the child. How she would be long bound up in the vines and tendrils of sleep, as quiescent as the dead. She rose. "Listen now. Hold tight to me, great thing though you've become, and nor eat nor touch a single thing you see." Lilac had leapt up, her nakedness pale and alight as a wax candle in Mrs. Underhill's old house. "Wear this," she said, taking a tiny green 3-clawed leaf from within her clothes, licking it with a pink tongue, and sticking it to Lilac's forehead, "and you'll see what I say you'll see. And I think—" There was a heavy beating of wings outside, and a long broken shadow passed over the windows. "I think we can go. I needn't tell you," she said, raising a warning finger, "that no matter what, you're not to speak to anyone you see. Not anyone." And Lilac nodded solemnly. Rainy day wonder. The stork they rode flew high and fast over swift unfolding brown and grey November landscapes, but still perhaps somehow within other borders, for Lilac, naked on her back, felt neither warm nor cold. She held tight to folds of Mrs. Underhill's thick clothing, and clutched the stork's heaving shoulders with her knees, the smooth oiled feathers beneath her thighs soft and slippery. With taps of a stick, here, there, Mrs. Underhill guided the stork up, down, right, and left. "Where do we go first?" Lilac asked. "Out," Mrs. Underhill said, and the stork dove and twisted. Beneath, far off but coming closer, a large and complex house appeared. Since babyhood, Lilac had seen this house many times in dreams. How it could be she dreamt but didn't sleep she never thought about. There was much that Lilac, raised the way she had been, had never thought about, knowing no different way the world and selfhood might be organized, just as Oberon never wondered why 3 times a day he sat at a table and put food into his face. She didn't know, though, that when she dreamt, she walked the long halls of that house, touching the papered walls hung with pictures and thinking, what could this be? That then her mother and her grandmother and her cousins dreamt, not of her, but of someone like her, somewhere else. She laughed when now, from the stork's back, she saw the house entire and recognized it instantly, as when the blindfold was lifted from her in a game of blindman's buff, and the mysterious features she had been touching, the nameless garments, were revealed to be those of someone well known, someone smiling. It grew smaller as they grew closer. It shrank, as though running away. If that goes on, Lilac thought, by the time we're close enough to look in its windows, one of my eyes only will be able to see in at a time, and won't they be surprised inside as we go by, darkening the windows like a storm cloud? "Well, yes," Mrs. Underhill said, "if it were one and the same, but it's not, and what they'll see, or rather not see, I should think, is stork, woman, and child about a midge's size or smaller, and never pay it the least never mind." "I can't," said the stork beneath them, "quite feature that." "Neither can I," Lilac said, laughing. "Doesn't matter," Mrs. Underhill said. "See now as I see, and it's all one for the purpose." Even as she spoke, Lilac's eyes seemed to cross, then right themselves. The house rushed greatly toward them, rose up house-sized to their stork size, though she and Mrs. Underhill were smaller, another thing for Lilac not to think to ask about. From on high they sailed down to Edgewood, and its towers round and square bloomed like sudden mushrooms, bowing neatly before them as they flew over, and the walls, weedy drives, porte-cochere, and shingled wings altered smoothly in perspective too, each according to its own geometries. At a touch of Mrs. Underhill's stick, the stork tipped its wings and fell sharply to starboard like a fighter plane. The house changed faces as they swooped. Queen Anne, French Gothic, American. But Lilac didn't notice. Her breath was snatched away. She saw the house's trees and angles up-tilt and right themselves as the stork pulled out of her dive, saw the eaves rush up, then closed her eyes, clinging tighter. When her maneuver was completed and the stork was steady again, Lilac opened her eyes to see they were in the shadow of the house, circling to perch on a flinty belvedere outcropping on the house's most November-y side. "Look," Mrs. Underhill said, when the stork had folded her wings. Her stick, like a knuckly finger, indicated a narrow ogive window, casements ajar, kitty-corner to where they stood. "Sophie asleep." Lilac could see her mother's hair, very like her own, displayed on the pillow, and her mother's nose peeking from under the coverlet. Asleep. Lilac's bringing up had trained her to pleasure, and to purpose, though she didn't know it, not to affection and attachments. Rainy days could bring tears to her clear eyes, but wonder, not love, shook her young soul most. So for a long time, as she looked within the dim bedroom at her motionless mother, a chain of feelings was knitted within her for which she had no name. Rainy day wonder. Often they had told her, laughing, how her hands had gripped her mother's hair, and how with scissors they had cut the hair to free her, and she'd laughed too. Now she wondered what it would be like to be laid against that person, down within those covers, her cheek on that cheek, her fingers in that hair, asleep. "Can we," she said, "go closer to her?" Said Mrs. Underhill. "I wonder." "If we're small as you say," the stork said, "why not?" "Why not?" Mrs. Underhill said. "We'll try." They fell from the belvedere, the stork laboring under her load to rise, neck straining, feet climbing. The casements ahead grew big as though they came closer, but for a long time they came no closer. Then, "Now," said Mrs. Underhill, and tapped with her stick, and they swooped in a vertiginous arc through the open casement and into Sophie's bedroom. As they flew between floor and ceiling toward the bed, they would have appeared to an observer, if such a one were possible, to be the size of the bird one makes of two linked hands waving. "How did that work?" Lilac asked. "Don't ask me how," Mrs. Underhill said. "Anywhere but here it wouldn't." She added thoughtfully, as they circled the bedpost, "And that's the point about the house, isn't it?" Sophie's flushed cheek was a hill, and her open mouth a cave. Her head was forested in golden curls. Her breathing was as slow and low a sound as a whole day makes together. The stork stalled at the bed's head and turned to coast back toward the arable lands of the patchwork quilt. "What if she woke?" Lilac said. "You dasn't!" Mrs. Underhill cried out, but it was too late. Lilac had loosed her grip of Mrs. Underhill's cloak, and as they passed, inspired by an emotion like mischief, but fiercer by far, had taken hold of a coiling rope of golden hair and tugged. The jolt nearly upset them. Mrs. Underhill flailed with her stick, the stork squawked and stalled, they circled Sophie's head again, and still Lilac hadn't released the hank she held. "Wake up!" she shouted. "Bad child! Oh, horrible!" Mrs. Underhill cried. "Squawk!" said the stork. "Wake up!" Lilac called, hand cupped by her cheek. "Away!" cried Mrs. Underhill. And the stork beat strongly toward the casement, and Lilac, if she weren't to be pulled from the stork's back, had to release her mother's hair. One thick strand as long as a tow-line came away in her fingers, and laughing, shrieking with fear of falling, and trembling head to foot, she had time to see the bedclothes heave vastly before they reached the casement again. Just outside, like a sheet suddenly shaken open, and with a noise like that, they became again stork-sized to the house, and mounted quickly to the chimney-pots. The hair that Lilac held, 3 inches long now, and so fine she couldn't hold it, slipped from her fingers and sailed away glittering. Sophie said, "What?" and sat bolt upright. More slowly she lay back again amid the pillows, but her eyes didn't close. Had she left that casement open? The end of a curtain was waving goodbye madly out of it. It was deathly cold. What had she dreamt? Of her great-grandmother, who died when Sophie was 4. A bedroom full of pretty things, silver-backed brushes and tortoise-shell combs, a music-box, a glossy china figurine, a bird with a naked child and an old woman on its back, a big blue glass ball as fine as a soap bubble. "Don't touch it, child." A voice dim as the dead's from within the ivory-lace bedclothes. "Oh, do be careful." And all the room, all of life, distorted, made blue in the ball, made strange, gorgeous, unified because spherical, within the ball. "Oh, child, oh, careful." A weeping voice. And the ball slipping from her grasp, falling as slow as a soap bubble toward the parquet. She rubbed her cheeks. She put out a foot, wondering, toward her slippers. Smashing on the floor, without a sound, only her great-grandmother's voice saying, "Oh, oh, child, what a loss!" She ran a hand through her hair, impossibly tangled, elf-locks, Mumdy called them. A blue glass ball smashing. But what had come before that? Already it had fled from her. "Well," she said, and yawned, and stood upright. Sophie was awake. That's the lot. The stork was fleeing Edgewood when Mrs. Underhill pulled herself together. Hold hard," she said soothingly. "The harm's been done." Lilac behind her had fallen silent. "I just want," the stork said, leaving off her furious wing beats, "none of the blame for this to fall on me." "No blame," Mrs. Underhill said. "If punishments are to be handed out," the stork said, "no punishments. Don't worry your long red beak about it." The stork fell silent. Lilac thought she should volunteer to take whatever blame there might be, and soothe the beast, but didn't. She pressed her cheek into Mrs. Underhill's coarse cloak, filled again with rainy-day wonder. "Another 100 years in this shape," the stork muttered, "is all I need." "Enough," said Mrs. Underhill.
It may be all for the best. In fact, how could it be otherwise? Now," she tapped with her stick, "there's still much to see, with time a-wasting." The stork banked, turning back toward the multiple housetops. "Once more around the house and grounds," said Mrs. Underhill, "and then off." As they climbed over the broken, every-which-way mountains and valleys of the roof, a small round window in a particularly peculiar cupola opened, and a small round face looked out, and down, and up. Lilac, though she had never seen his real face before, recognized Oberon, but Oberon didn't see her. "Oberon," she said, not to call him, she'd be good now, but only to name him. "Paul Pry," said the stork, for it was from this window that Doc had used to spy on her and her chicks when she had nested here. Thank it all, that part was over. The round window closed. Mrs. Underhill pointed out long-legged Tacy as they came over the house. Gravel spun from beneath her bike's slim tires as she shot around a corner of the house, making for the once trim little Norman farmhouse, which had been stables once, and then garage. The old wooden station wagon slept here in the dark, and was now also where Bum Bum and Jane Doe and their many offspring had their hutches. Tacy dropped her bike at the back entrance, seeming, to Lilac over her head, to be a complex, scurrying figure suddenly coming apart into two pieces, and the stork with a wing beat rose out over the park. Lily and Lucy walked a path there, arm in arm singing. The sounds they made rose up to Lilac faintly. The path they walked intersected another, which ran past the leafless hedges, wild now as madman's hair, stuck full of dead leaves and small birds' nests. Daily Alice loitered there, a rake in her hand, watching the hedge where perhaps she had seen a bird's or an animal's movement. And when they had gained a bit more altitude, Lilac could see Smoky far down the same path, eyes on the ground, books under his arm. "Is that?" Lilac asked. "Yes," Mrs. Underhill said. "My father," Lilac said. "Well," Mrs. Underhill said, "one of them anyway," and guided the stork to swoop that way. "Now mind you mind, and no tricks." How odd people looked from right above, the egg of the head in the center, a left foot seeming to emerge from the back of it, a right foot from the front, then the reverse. Smoky and Alice at last saw each other, and Alice waved, her hand also seeming extruded from the head like an ear. The stork swooped low beside them as they met, and they took on more human shape. "How's Trix?" Alice said, putting the rake under her arm like a shotgun, and thrusting her hands in the pockets of her denim jacket. "Trix is good," Smoky said. "Grant's stone threw up again." "Outside?" "At least outside. Amazing how it quiets things down, for a minute, an object lesson." "About?" "Stuffing a dozen marshmallows into your face on the way to school. I don't know. The ills that flesh is heir to. Mortality. I look very grave and say, 'I guess we can go on now.'" Alice laughed, and then looked sharply left, where a movement had caught her eye, either a far-off bird or a last fly nearby. Saw nothing. Did not hear Mrs. Underhill, who had been regarding her, tenderly say, "Bless you, dear, and watch the time." Only she didn't speak again all the way to the house, nor did she hear much of what Smoky told her about school. She was absorbed in a feeling she had felt before, that the earth, unimaginably massy as it was, turned beneath her only because she walked it, like a treadmill. Peculiar. When they came close to the house, she saw Oberon flee from it, as though pursued. He gave a glance at his parents, but no acknowledgment, turning a corner and disappearing, and from an upstairs window she heard her name called. Sophie stood at her casement window. "Yes?" Alice called, but Sophie said nothing, only looked down at them both in wonderment, as though it had been years, and not hours, since she'd seen them last. The stork glided over the walled garden, and then, wings cupped, skimmed the ground between the avenue of sphinxes, all but featureless now, and more silent than ever. Ahead, running the same way, was Oberon, in 2 flannel shirts, one like a jacket, grown somewhat small in a burst of growing he was doing, but still buttoned at the wrist. His long-skulled head balanced on a skinny neck, his sneakered feet pigeon-toed a bit. He ran a few steps, walked, ran again, talking to himself in a low voice. "Some prince!" Mrs. Underhill said in a low voice as they caught up to him. "A lot of labour there." She shook her head. Oberon ducked, hearing wing beats at his ear as the stork rose up past him, and though he didn't stop walk-running, his head swiveled to see a bird he couldn't see. "That's the lot," said Mrs. Underhill. "Away!" Lilac looked down as they rose away, and kept on looking down at Oberon growing smaller. In her growing up, Lilac, no matter that Mrs. Underhill strictly forbade it, had spent long days and nights alone. Mrs. Underhill herself had her enormous tasks, and the attendants set to wait on Lilac as often as not had games of their own they wanted to play, amusements the thick, fleshly, stupid human child could never grasp or join. Oh, they had caught it when Lilac was found wandering in halls and groves she had no business to be in yet, startling once with a thrown stone her great-grandfather in his melancholy solitude, but Mrs. Underhill could think of no help for it, and muttered, "All part of her education," and went off to other climes and spaces that needed her attention. But in all this there was one playmate who had always been with her when she liked, who had always done her bidding without a moment's hesitation, who had never grown tired or cross. The others could be sometimes, not only cross but cruel, and always felt as she did about the world. That he had also been imaginary. "Who's the child always talking to?" asked Mr. Woods, crossing his long arms, "and why amn't I allowed to sit in my own chair?" hadn't really distinguished him from a lot that went on in Lilac's odd childhood. That he had gone away one day on some excuse hadn't really surprised her. Only now, as she watched Oberon lope toward the castellated summer house on an urgent mission, she did wonder what this real one, not very like her own Oberon really, but the same, there was no doubt of it, had been doing through all her growing up. He was very small now, pulling open the door of the summer house. He glanced behind him as though to see if he had been followed. Then, "Away!" cried Mrs. Underhill, and the summer house bowed beneath them, showing a patched roof like a tonsured head, and they were off, high and gaining speed. A secret agent. In the summer house, Oberon unscrewed his fountain pen even before he sat down at the table there, though he firmly shut and hooked the door. He took from the table's drawer a locked imitation leather 5-year diary from some other 5 years, opened it with a tiny key from his pocket, and flipping to a page in a long-ago unrecorded march, he wrote, "And yet it does move." He meant by this the old orrery at the top of the house, from whose round window he had looked out as the stork bearing Lilac and Mrs. Underhill had passed. Everyone told him that the machinery which operated the planets in this antiquity was clabbered thick with rust, and had been immovable for years. Indeed, Oberon had tried the cogs and levers himself, and couldn't move them. And yet it did move. A vague sense he had had that the planets Sun and Moon were not, on one visit, in quite the same places they had been on a previous visit, he had now confirmed by rigorous tests. It does move, he was sure, or pretty sure. Just why they should all have lied to him about the orrery didn't just at the moment concern him. All he wanted was the goods on them, proof that the orrery moved, and much harder to get, but he would get it, the evidence was mounting, proof that they all knew very well that it moved, and didn't want him to know. Slowly, after glancing at the entry he had made and wishing he had more to state, he shut and locked the diary and put it in the table drawer. Now what question could he think of, what seemingly chance remark could he let fall at dinner, that would cause someone, his great-aunt, no, far too practised in concealments, expert at looks of surprise and puzzlement, or his mother, or his father, though there were times when Oberon thought his father might be as excluded as he was, to confess inadvertently. As the bowl of mashed potatoes went around, he might say, slowly but surely, like the planets in the old orrery, and watch their faces. No, too brazen, too obvious. He pondered, wondering what anyway would be for supper. The summer house he sat in wasn't much changed from the time his namesake had lived and died there. No one had been able to think what to do with the boxes and portfolios of pictures, or felt up to disturbing what seemed a careful order. So they only patched the roof against leaks and sealed the windows, and thus it stayed while they thought. The image of it would now and then pass through one or another of their minds, particularly docks and clouds, and they would think of the past stored up there. But no one got around to unsealing it, and when Oberon came to take possession, no one disputed him. It was headquarters now, and contained all things necessary for Oberon's investigations, his magnifying glass, old Oberon's in fact, his clack-clack folding measure and roll-up tape measure, the final edition of the Architecture of Country Houses, and the diary which contained his conclusions. It also contained all of Oberon's pictures, which Oberon the Younger had not yet begun to look into. The pictures that would end his quest, as it had the elders, through vast superfluity of ambiguous evidence. Even as it was, he wondered if the thing about the orrery weren't dumb after all, and his arrangement of string and pencil marks open to more than one conclusion anyway. A blind alley, as lined with mum sphinxes as the others he had gone up. He stopped tilting back the old chair he sat in, stopped vigorously chewing the end of his pen. Evening was gathering. No evening more oppressive than one like this, in this month, though at 9 years old he didn't attribute his oppression to the day and the hour, or call it by that name. He only felt how hard it was to be a secret agent, to go in disguise as a member of his own family, trying to so insinuate himself among them that, without his ever asking a question, that would expose him instantly. The truth would be spilled in his presence, because they would have no reason to doubt he was already privy to it. Crows cawed away toward the woods. A voice, blown around the park with odd alteration, called his name and announced dinner. He felt, hearing the long-drawn melancholy vowels of his own name, at once sad and hungry. The worm turned. Lilacs saw a sunset elsewhere. "Magnificent!" Mrs. Underhill said. "And terrifying. Doesn't it make your heart beat high?" "But it's all made of cloud," Lilacs said. "Hush, dear," Mrs. Underhill said. "Someone's feelings could be hurt." Made of sunset was more correct. All of it. The 1,000-striped war tents obscured in the wreathing smokes of orange watchfires, and their curling pennants striped the same in sunset colors. The black lines of horse or foot, or both, picked out with silver weapon glint, that receded as far as the eye could see. The bright coats of captains, and the dark gray of guns being drawn up under their command against empurpled barricadoes. The whole vast encampment. Or was it a great flotilla of galleons, armed and under sail? "1,000 years," Mrs. Underhill said grimly. "Defeats, retreats, rearguard actions, but no more. Soon." The knobby stick was under her arm like a commander's baton. Her long chin was held high. "See?" she said. "There! Isn't he brave?" A figure, burdened with armor and with weighty responsibilities, walked the poop or toward the breastworks. Wind stirred his white whiskers as long almost as himself, the generalissimo of all this. In one hand he held a wand. Just then the sunset altered, the tip of the wand caught fire. He gestured with it toward where the touch-holes on his guns would be, had they been guns, but then thought better of it. He lowered the wand, and it went out. From his broad belt he drew out a folded map, unfolded it, peered near-sightedly at it for some time, then refolded it, replaced it, and took up his heavy tread again. "The die is cast now," Mrs. Underhill said. "No more retreating. The worm's turned." "If you don't mind," the stork said, her voice faint between labored pants, "this altitude's too much for me." "Sorry," Mrs. Underhill said. "All done now." "Storks," the stork panted, "are accustomed to sit down once a league or so." "Don't sit down there," Lilac said. "You'll sink right through." "Downward, then," Mrs. Underhill said. The stork ceased to pump her short wings, and began to descend, with a sigh of relief. The generalissimo, hands on his gunwales or his machicolated belvedere, stared eagle-eyed into the distance, but failed to see Mrs. Underhill salute him smartly as they passed. "Oh, well," she said, "he's as brave as they come, and it's a fine show." "It's a fake," Lilac said. It had already shape-shifted into something even more harmless as they sank. Curse the child, Mrs. Underhill thought irritably. It was convincing enough. Well, perhaps they oughtn't to have entrusted it all to that prince. He was just too old. But there it is, she thought. We're all old, all too old. Could it be they had waited too long, been too long patient, retreated one final furlong too many? She could only hope that, when the time at last came, the old fool's guns would not all misfire, would at least give heart to their friends, and frighten briefly those on whom they were trained. Too old, too old. For the first time she felt that the outcome of it all, which could not be in doubt, was in doubt. Well, it would all be over soon. Did not this day, this very evening, mark the beginning of the last long vigil, the last watch, before the forces were at last joined? "Now that's the tour I promised you," she said over her shoulder to Lilac. "And now?" "Ah," Lilac said, "with no complaints. Ah, we'll take our nap." Lilac's long-drawn note of complaint altered, surprisingly, in her throat to something else, a sudden mouth-opening thing that stole over her like a spirit. It went on opening her mouth wider and wider. She hadn't thought it could open so wide, and made her eyes close and water, and sucked a long draught of air into her lungs, which expanded with a will of their own to take it in. Then, just as suddenly, the spirit was gone, releasing her jaws and letting her exhale. She blinked, smacking her lips, wondering what it was. "Sleepy?" said Mrs. Underhill. For Lilac had just yawned her first yawn. Her second came soon after. She put her cheek against the rough stuff of Mrs. Underhill's broad cloak, and somehow no longer unwilling, closed her eyes.
Hidden Ones Revealed. When he was very young, Oberon had begun a collection of postmarks. On a trip with Doc to the post office in Meadowbrook, he had begun idly examining the waste-baskets, having nothing else to do, and had immediately come up with 2 treasures, envelopes from places that seemed fantastically distant to him, and looking remarkably crisp for having come so far. It soon developed into a small passion, like lilies for birds' nests. He insisted on accompanying whoever was traveling near a post office. He conned his friends' mail. He gloated over distant cities, far states whose names begin with I, and rarest of all, names from across the sea. Then one day Joy Flowers, whose granddaughter had lived abroad for a year, gave him a fat brown bag full of envelopes sent her from every part of the world. He could hardly find on the map a place which had not stamped its name on one of these pieces of blue flimsy. Some of them came from places so distant they weren't even in the alphabet he knew. And at a stroke his collection was complete, and his pleasure in it over. No discovery he could make in Meadowbrook's post office could add to it. He never looked at it again. It was the same with old Oberon's photographs, when at last young Oberon discovered them to be more than a record of a large family's long life. Beginning with the last, of a beardless Smoky in a white suit beside the bird-bath made of dwarves which still stood by the summer-house door, he had dipped tentatively, then sorted curiously, and at last hunted greedily through the thousands of pictures, big and small, elated with wonder and horror. Here was the secret, the hidden ones revealed, each image worth 1,000 words. And for a week was almost unable to speak to his family for fear of revealing what he had learned, or rather thought he was about to learn. For in the end, the pictures illuminated nothing, because nothing illuminated them. "Note thumb," old Oberon would write on the back of a dim view of gray and black shrubbery, and there was, in the undisentanglable convolvulus, something that looked very much like a thumb. Good. Evidence. Another, though, would annul this evidence entirely, because, with only speechless exclamation marks on its back, here was an entire figure, a ghostly little miss in the leaves, with a trailing skirt of dew-glistening cobweb, pretty as a picture. And in the foreground, out of focus, the excited figure of a blonde human child looking at the camera and pointing out the wee stranger. Now who could believe that? And if it was true, it couldn't be. How it had been faked, Oberon had no idea, but it was just too stupidly real not to be fake. Then what good was the maybe a thumb in the shrubbery and 1,000 others just as obscure? When he had sorted a dozen boxes into the few impossible and the many unintelligible, and saw that there were dozens of boxes and portfolios yet to go, he shut them all up, with a mixed sense of relief and loss, and rarely thought about them again. He never again opened the old 5-year diary in which his own notes had been made either, after that. He returned the last edition of The Architecture of Country Houses to its place in the library. His own humble discoveries, or what had seemed like discoveries, the orrery, a few interesting slips of the tongue made by his great-aunt and his grandmother, heart-startling as they had once seemed, had been swamped by the thick flood of torturous pictures and worse notes on them which his namesake had made. He forgot about it all. His secret agentry was over. His secret agentry was over, but he had by this time gone so long in disguise, indetectably as a member of his family, that by slow stages he had actually become one. It often happened so with secret agents. The secret that was not revealed in Oberon's photographs lay, if it lay anywhere, in the hearts of his relatives, and Oberon had for so long pretended to know what they all knew, so that they would reveal it to him by accident, that he came to suppose he did know it as well as any of them. And like his evidences, and about the same time, he forgot about it. And since, if they had ever really known anything that he didn't know, they too had all forgotten it, or seemed to have forgotten it, then they were all equal, and he was one of them. He even felt, just below consciousness, that he was aligned with all the rest of them in a conspiracy that excluded only his father. Smokey didn't know, and didn't know they knew he didn't know. Somehow, rather than separating them from him, this joined them to Smokey all the more, as though they kept from him the secret of a surprise party planned for Smokey himself, and so for a while Oberon's relations with his father grew a little easier. But even though he stopped scrutinizing others' motives and movements, a habit of secrecy about his own persisted in Oberon. He often put false faces over his actions for no good reason. Certainly it wasn't to mystify. Even as a secret agent, he hadn't wanted to mystify anybody. A secret agent's task is just the reverse of that. If he had a reason at all, it may have been only a desire to present himself in a milder, clearer light than he might otherwise have appeared in. Milder and clearer than the dim flaring lamps by which he perceived himself. "Where are you off to in such a tear?" Daily Alice asked him as he wolfed his milk and cookies at the kitchen table after school. He was, in this autumn, the last Barnacle still a scholar in Smokey's school. Lucy had stopped going the year before. "Play ball," he said, his mouth full, "with John Wolfe and those guys." "Oh." She half refilled the glass he held out to her. Good Lord, he had gotten big lately. "Well, tell John to tell his mother I'll be over tomorrow with some soup and things, and see what she needs." Oberon kept his eyes on his cookies. "Is she feeling any better, do you know?" He shrugged. "Tacy said—" Oh, well. It seemed unlikely from Oberon's air that he would go tell John Wolfe that Tacy had said his mother was dying. Probably her simple message wouldn't even be passed. But she couldn't be sure. "What do you play?" "Catcher," he said quickly. "Usually." "I was a catcher," Alice said. "Usually." Oberon put down the glass slowly, thinking. "Do you think," he said, "that people are happier when they're alone or with other people?" She carried his glass and plate to the sink. "I don't know," she said. "I guess—" "Well, what do you think?" "I don't know," he said. "I just wondered if—" What he wondered was whether it was a fact everyone knew, every grown-up anyway, that everyone is of course happiest alone, or the reverse, whichever it was. "I guess I'm happier with other people," he said. "Oh, yes." She smiled. Since she faced the sink, he couldn't see her. "That's nice," she said. "An extrovert." "I guess." "Well," Alice said softly, "I just hope you don't creep back in your shell again." He was already on his way out, stuffing extra cookies in his pockets, and didn't stop, but a strange window had suddenly been flung open within him. Shell? Had he been in a shell? And odder still, had he been seen to be in one? Was it common knowledge? He looked through this window and saw himself for a moment, for the first time, as others saw him. Meanwhile his feet had taken him out the broad swinging doors of the kitchen, which grumped behind him in their way, and through the raisin-odorous pantry, and out through the stillness of the long dining-room, going toward his imaginary ball-game. Alice at the sink looked up, and saw an autumn leaf blown by the casement, and called out to Oberon. She could hear his footsteps receding. His feet had grown even faster than the rest of him, and she picked up his jacket from the chair where he had left it, and went after him. He was gone out of sight on his bike by the time she got out the front door. She called again, going down the porch stairs, and then noticed that she was outdoors for the first time that day, and that the air was clear and tangy and large, and that she was aimless. She looked around herself. She could just see, extending beyond the corner of the house, a bit of the walled garden around the other side. On the stone ornament at its corner a crow was perched. It looked at her, looking around herself. She couldn't remember ever having seen one so close to the house before. They were fearless but wary, and flopped from its perch, and flapped with heavy wings away over the park. Crass, crass. That's what Smoky said crows say in Latin. Crass, crass. Tomorrow, tomorrow. She walked around the walled garden. Its little arched door stood ajar, inviting her in, but she didn't go in. She went around to the funny little walk bordered by hydrangeas that had once been in training to be ornamental shrubs, tall and orderly and cabbage-headed, but which had declined over the years into mere hydrangeas, and smothered the walk they were supposed to border, and obscured the view they were supposed to exhibit. 2 Doric pillars, leading to the path that went up the hill. Still aimless, Alice walked along that walk, brushing from the last hydrangea blossoms a shower of papery petals like faded confetti, and started up the hill. Glory. Oberon circled back along the road that ran around Edgewood's guardian stone wall, and at a certain point dismounted. He climbed the wall. A fallen tree there and a weedy hummock on the other side made a stile, and hauled his bike over, wheeled it through the rustling gilded beechwood to the path, mounted again, and glancing behind him, rode to the summer-house. He concealed the bike in the shed old Oberon had built. The summer-house, warmed by September sun poured in through its big windows, was still and dusty. On the table where once his diary and spying equipment had lain, and where later he had sorted through Oberon's pictures, there lay now a mass of scribbled-over papers, the 6th volume of Gregorovius's Medieval Rome, a few other large books, and a map of Europe. Oberon studied the top sheet, which he had written the day before. The scene is in the Emperor's tent, outside Iconium. The Emperor is seated alone in an X kind of chair. His sword is across his knees. He is wearing his armor, but some of it has been taken off, and a servant is slowly polishing it, and sometimes he looks at the Emperor, but the Emperor just looks straight ahead and doesn't notice him. The Emperor looks tired. He considered this, and then mentally crossed out the last sentence. Tired wasn't what he meant at all. Anybody can look tired. The Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, on the eve of his last battle, looked— Well, what? Oberon uncapped his pen, thought, and recapped it again. His play or screenplay, it might end up either, or be transmogrified into a novel, about the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, had in it Saracens and papal armies, Sicilian guerrillas, and potent paladins and princesses, too. A congeries of romantic place names where battles were fought by mobs of romantic personages. But what Oberon loved in these doings wasn't anything that could be called romantic. In fact, all that he wrote was only to bring forth that figure, that single figure on a chair, a figure seen in a moment of repose snatched between 2 desperate actions, exhausted after victory or defeat, hard clothes stained with war and wear. Above all, it was a gaze a calm, appraising look, without illusions, the look of someone coming to see that the odds against a course of action were insurmountable, but the pressures to execute it irresistible. He was indifferent to the weather around him, and as Oberon described it, it was like him, harsh, indifferent, without warmth. His landscape was empty, save for a far tower with an aspect like his own, and perhaps a distant, muffled rider bearing news. Oberon had a name for all this. Glory. If it wasn't what was meant by glory, he didn't care. His plot, who was to be master, that's all, didn't really much interest him. He was never able to grasp just what the Pope and Barbarossa were arguing about anyway. If someone had asked him, but no one would. His project had been begun in secrecy, and years later would be burned in secrecy. What it was that had drawn him to this particular emperor, he wouldn't have been able to say. A harsh ring in the name. The picture of him old, mounted, armed, on his last futile crusade. All crusades were futile to young Oberon. And then swept away by chance in that armor under the waters of a nameless Armenian river when his charger shied in the middle of the ford. Glory. The emperor doesn't look tired exactly, but... He marked this out too, angrily, and recapped his pen again. His huge ambition to delineate seemed suddenly insupportable, as though he might weep that he had to bear it alone. I just hope you don't creep back into your shell. But he had worked so hard to make that shell look just like him. He thought everyone had been fooled, and they hadn't been. Dust swam in the sunlight, still being cast into weighty blocks by the windows of the summer house, but the place was growing chilly. Oberon put his pen away. Behind him on the shelves, old Oberon's boxes and portfolios stared at the back of his head. Would it always be so? Always a shell? Always secrets? For his own secrets seemed likely to separate him from the rest of them, as surely as any secret they had kept from him could have. And all he wanted was to be the Barbarossa he imagined, without illusions, without confusions, without shameful secrets. Ferocious sometimes, embittered maybe, but all of a piece from breast to back. He shivered. What had become of his jacket, anyway? Not yet. His mother was drawing it over her shoulders as she climbed the hill, thinking, "Who plays baseball in weather like this?" Young maples along the path, surrendering early, had already flamed beside still green sisters and brothers. Wasn't this football or soccer weather? An extrovert, she thought, then smiled and shook her head. The glad hand, the easy smile. Oh, dear. Since her children had stopped growing up quite so fast, the seasons had started going by Daily Alice faster. Once, her children were different people in spring and fall. So much learning and sensing and laughing and weeping were packed into their age-long summers. She had hardly noticed that this fall had come. Maybe because she had only one child now to be readied for school. One, and Smoky. Practically dutiless on autumn mornings with only one lunch to make, one sleepy body to chivvy from bath to breakfast, one book strap and one pair of boots to find. And yet, as she went up the hill, she felt huge duties calling to her. She reached the stone table at the peak of the hill, a little out of breath, and sat on the stone bench by it. Beneath it, a sorry mess, decayed and autumnal-looking, she glimpsed the pretty straw hat that Lucy had lost in June and mourned all summer. Seeing it, she felt sharply her children's fragility, their danger, their helplessness before loss, before pain, before ignorance. She named them in order in her mind: Tacy, Lily, Lucy, Oberon. They rang like bells of different pitch, some truer than others, but all answering her pull. They were fine, really, all four, just as she always told Mrs. Wolfe or Marge Juniper or whoever else inquired after them. They're fine. No, the duties she felt calling her, and she felt them more intensely now, seated in the sunlight above a wide landscape, didn't have to do with them, or with Smoky either. They had somehow to do with that path upward, and this windy hilltop, and that sky rattled with fast-moving pigeon-feather grey and white cloud, and this young autumn full, as every autumn so strangely is, of hope and expectation. The feeling was intense, as though she were being drawn in or swept away. She sat motionless in its grip, marveling and a little frightened, expecting it to pass in a moment, like sensations of déjà vu. But it didn't pass. "What?" she said to the day. "What is it?" Mute, the day couldn't answer, but it seemed to gesture to her, to tug at her familiarly, as though it had mistaken her for someone else. It seemed, and it would not stop seeming, just about to turn all at once to face in her direction, having heard her voice, as though she had all this time been looking at the wrong or back side of it, and of everything always, and was now about to see it plain, as it really was. And she, too. And still it couldn't speak. "Oh, what?" Daily Alice said, not knowing she spoke. She felt that she was dissolving helplessly into what she beheld, and at the same time had grown imperious enough to command it in every part, light enough to fly, yet so heavy that not the stone bench but the whole stone hill was her seat. Awed, yet for some reason not surprised, as she came to know what was being asked of her, what she was summoned to. "No," she said in reply. "No," she said softly, as she might have to a child who had by mistake taken hold of her hand or the skirt of her dress, thinking her its mother, turning up to her, inquiringly, its wondering face. "No." "Turn away," she said. And the day did. "Not yet," she said, and rang the bells of her children's names again. Tacy, Lily, Lucy, Oberon, Smoky. Too much yet to do. And yet there would come a time when, no matter how much was left to do, no matter how her daily duties had grown or shrunk away, a time when she could no longer refuse. She wasn't unwilling or afraid, though she thought that when the time came she would be afraid, and yet could not refuse. Astonishing that there could be no end to growing bigger. She had thought years ago that she had grown so huge that she could grow no more, and yet she hadn't even begun. But not yet, she said, as the day turned away. Not yet. There's too much to do still. Please, not yet. The black crow, or someone like him, far off, invisible through the turning trees, called its call, heading home. Grass, grass. Chapter 2. Wild above rule or art, enormous bliss. Milton. What Smoky liked about his girls growing up was that though they moved away from him, they did so, it seemed to him, less from any distaste or boredom than simply to accommodate a growth in their own lives. When they were kids, their lives and concerns, Tacy's rabbits and music, Lily's birds' nests and boyfriends, Lucy's bewilderments, could all fit within the compass of his life, which was then replete. And then as they grew up and out, they no longer fit. They needed room. Their concerns multiplied. Lovers and then children had to be fitted in. He could no longer contain them unless he expanded too, and so he did. And so his own life got larger as theirs did, and he felt them to be no further from him than ever, and he liked that. What he didn't like about their growing up was the same thing, that it forced him to grow, to enlarge, sometimes beyond what he felt the character he had come over the years to be encased in could stand. Tossing and turning. There had been one great advantage in having grown up anonymous when he had come to have children, for they could make out of him what they wanted, could think him kindly or strict, evasive or frank, jolly or glum, as their own tempers required. That was great to be universal father, nothing withheld from him. He bet, though he had no way to prove it, that his daughters had told him more of their secrets, grave, shameful, or hilarious, than most men's did. But there were limits even to his flexibility. He couldn't, as time went on, stretch as much as he had once done. He found himself less and less able to ignore it when his character, growing ever more lobster-like and unsheddable, disapproved of or could not understand the young. Perhaps it was chiefly that which had come between him and his youngest child, his son Oberon. Certainly the commonest emotion Smoky remembered feeling about the boy was a sort of baffled irritation, and a sadness over the mysterious gulf that seemed fixed between them. Whenever he got up the nerve to try to learn what was with his son, Oberon had produced a complex and well-practiced secretiveness that Smoky was helpless and even bored before. When Oberon had come to him, on the other hand, Smoky had seemed unable not to retreat into a bluff, know-nothing, standard-issue parent costume, and Oberon would too quickly retire. And it had grown not better, but worse, as the years went by, until at last Smoky, with outward head-shaking and reluctance and inward relief, had seen him off on his strange quest to the city. Maybe if they'd played ball more, just gone out, son and dad, and tossed the old pill around on a summer afternoon. Oberon had always liked to play ball, Smoky knew, though he himself had never been either good at it or happy doing it. He laughed at the insufficiency of this reverie, just the sort of thing his character might suggest in the face of his children's inexplicability. Maybe, though, it had occurred to him because he sensed that some common touch, some ordinary gesture, might have crossed over what lay between him and his son. If there was something as wide that lay between him and his daughters, he had never noticed it. But of course it might well be there, disguised in the daily strangenesses of growing up today with a father who had grown up yesterday, or even the day before that. None of his daughters had married, or seemed likely to, though he had now 2 grandchildren, Lily's twins, and Tacy seemed ready to bear a child by Tony Buck. Smoky held no particular brief for marriage, though he couldn't imagine life without his own, odd as it had proved to be. And as for fidelity, he had no right to speak at all. But he did find it distressing to think that his offspring would be more or less nameless, and that if this kept up, might one day be describable only as race-horses are, by so-and-so out of so-and-so. And he couldn't help thinking that there was something embarrassingly obvious in the couplings of his daughters with their lovers, a shamelessness that marriage would have decently hid. Or rather, his character thought so. Smoky himself mostly cheered their daring, their bravery, and wasn't ashamed to admire their sexuality as he had always admired their beauty. Big girls now, after all. But still, well, he hoped they could ignore it when his character made noises, or caused him, for instance, to decline to visit Tacy and What's-his-name when they were living together in a cave. A cave. His children seemed bent on recapitulating in their own lives the whole history of the race. Lucy gathered herbs for simples, and Lucy read the stars and hung coral around her babies' necks to ward off evil. Oberon with a knapsack set out to seek his fortune, and in her cave Tacy discovered fire, just when the supply of electricity in the world seemed to be running out for good, too. Thinking of which, he listened to the clock chime the quarter hour, and wondered if he should go down and shut down the generator. He yawned. The single lamp lit in the library made a pool of light he was reluctant to leave. There was a pile of books by his chair from which he had been choosing for school. The old ones had grown repulsive to the hand and eye from years of use, and boring beyond expression. Another clock chimed. 1 o'clock, but Smoky didn't trust it. Outside in the corridor, a candle in her hand, a familiar wraith of night-time passed. Sophie, still awake. She went away. Smoky watched the changeful light on walls and furniture flash and dim, and then came back again. "You still up?" she said, and at the same moment he asked the same of her. "It's awful," she said, coming in. She wore a long white nightgown which gave her even more the air of an unlaid ghost. Tossing and turning. Do you know that feeling? As though your mind's asleep, but your body's awake, and won't give in, and has to keep jumping from one position to another. Just barely waking you up every time. Yes, so your head can't dive down, sort of, and really sleep, but it won't give up either and wake up, and just keeps repeating the same dream, or the beginnings of one, and not getting anywhere. Sorting over and over the same handful of nonsense, yep, until you have to give in and get up. Yes, yes,
and you feel like you've been lying there for hours, struggling, and not sleeping at all. Isn't that awful?"
Awful.
He felt, but would never admit to, a sense of fitness that Sophie, long the champion sleeper, had come in recent years to be a fair insomniac, and knew now even better than Smoky, a chancy sleeper at the best of times, the pursuit of fleeing oblivion. "Cocoa," he said, "warm milk, with a little brandy, and say your prayers." He'd given her all this advice before. She knelt by his chair, covering her bare feet with the nightgown, and resting her head on his thigh. "I thought," she said, "when I sort of snapped out of it, you know, the tossing and turning, I thought she must be cold." "She?" he said, and then, "Oh, isn't that dumb? If she's alive, she's not cold, probably, and if she's, well, not alive." There was Lilac, of course. He had been thinking with such self-satisfaction of how well he knew his daughters, and how well they liked him, his son Oberon the only grain of grit in his oyster. But there was his other daughter. His life was odder than it often appeared to him. Lilac was a dimension of mystery and grief he sometimes forgot. Sophie never forgot. "You know what's funny?" Sophie said. "Years ago I used to think of her growing up. I knew she got older. I could feel it. I knew just what she looked like, how she'd look as she got older. But then it stopped. She got to be about 9 or 10, I guess, and then I couldn't imagine her getting any older." Smoky answered nothing, only stroked Sophie's head softly. "She'd be 22 now. Think of that." He thought of it. He had, 22 years ago, sworn before his wife that her sister's child would be his, all the responsibility his. Her disappearance hadn't altered that, but it had left him with no duties. He couldn't imagine how to search for the real Lilac lost, when he had at length been told that she was lost, and Sophie had hid her awful ordeal with the false Lilac from him, and from all of them. He still didn't know how it had ended. Sophie was gone for a day, and when she returned there was no more Lilac, false or true. She took to her bed, a cloud was lifted from the house, and a sadness entered it. That's all. He was not to ask. So much not to ask. It was a great art, that one. He had learned to deploy it as skillfully as a surgeon his art, or a poet his. To listen, to nod, to act on what he was told, as though he understood it. Not to offer criticism or advice, except of the mildest kind, just to show his interest and concern. To puzzle out. To stroke Sophie's hair, and not try to deflect her sadness. To wonder how she had gone on with such a life, with such a sorrow at its heart, and never ask. Well, if it came to that, though, his other 3 daughters were as great a mystery to him, really, as his 4th, only not a mystery it grieved him to contemplate. Queens of air and darkness, how had he come to engender them? And his wife. Only he had so long ceased, since his honeymoon, since his wedding day, to question her, that she was now no more a mystery, and no less, than clouds and stones and roses. If it came to that, the only one he could begin to understand, and criticize, and intrude on, and study, was his only son. "Why do you suppose that is?" Sophie asked. "Why what is?" "That I can't imagine her getting any older." "Well, Smoky said, "I don't really know." She sighed, and Smoky stroked her head, running his fingers through her curls, sorting them out. They would never exactly go gray. Though the gold faded from them, they still seemed like golden curls. Sophie was not one of those maiden aunts whose unused beauty comes to seem dried and pressed like a flower. For one thing, she was no maiden. But it did seem that her youth couldn't be outgrown, that she had never and would never become a person of mature years. Daily Alice looked now, at almost 50, good Lord, just as she ought, as though she had shed the successive skins of childhood and youth, and come forth thus, whole. Sophie looked 16, only burdened with a lot of unnecessary years, almost unfairly it seemed. Smoky wondered which, over the years, he had oftenest thought the more beautiful. "Maybe you need another interest," he said. "I don't need another interest," she said. "I need to sleep." It had been Smoky who, when Sophie had discovered with surprise and disgust how many hours there are in the day when it isn't half filled with sleep, had said that most people fill those hours with interests of some kind, and had suggested Sophie take some up. Out of desperation she'd done so. The cards, of course, first. And when she wasn't working with them, she gardened, and paid visits, canned, read books by the dozen, made repairs around the house, always resenting that these interests should be forced on her in the absence of her lost, why lost, sweet sleep. She turned her head restlessly on Smoky's thigh, as though it were her unquiet pillow. Then she looked up at him. "Will you sleep with me?" she said. "I mean sleep." "Let's make cocoa," he said. She got up. "It seems so unfair," she said, casting her eyes upward at the ceiling. "All of them up there fast asleep, and I have to haunt the place." But in fact, besides Smoky leading the way by candlelight to the kitchen, Momdy had just awakened with arthritic pains, and was thinking whether it would hurt more to get up and get aspirin or lie there and ignore them. And Tacy and Lucy had never gone to bed at all, but sat up by candlelight in quiet talk about their lovers and friends and family, about the fate of their brother, and the shortcomings and virtues of the sister not present, Lily. Lily's twins had just awakened, one because he'd wet the bed, and the other because she felt the wetness, and their wakefulness was about to wake Lily. The only one asleep then in the house was Daily Alice, who lay on her stomach with her head deep in 2 feather pillows, dreaming of a hill where there stood an oak tree and a thorn in deep embrace. La Negra. On a winter day, Sylvie paid a visit to her old neighborhood, where she had not lived since her mother had gone back to the island and farmed Sylvie out to aunts. In a furnished room down that street, with her mother, her brother, a child of her mother's, her grandmother, and the odd visitor, Sylvie had grown and grown somehow the destiny that she had today brought back with her to these littered streets. Though only a few subway stops away from Old Law Farm, it seemed a great distance, across a border, another country altogether. So dense was the city that it could contain many such foreign countries cheek by jowl. There were several which Sylvie had never visited at all, their old Dutch or quaintly rural names suggestive and remote to her. But these blocks she knew. Hands in the pockets of her old black fur, double socks on her feet, she went down streets she walked often in her dreams, and they weren't much different than she dreamed them to be. They were preserved as though in memory. The landmarks by which she had mapped them as a child were mostly still there. The candy store, the evangelical church, where women with moustaches and powdered faces sang hymns, the squalid credit grocer, the notaria, scary and dark. She found, by following these markers, the building where the woman called La Negra lived, and though it was smaller, dirtier, with darker and more urinous hallways than it had been, or than she remembered it, it was the same, and her heart beat fast with apprehension as she tried to remember what door was hers. From out an apartment, as she climbed up, a family argument accompanied by jibaro music suddenly burst. Husband, wife, crying children, mother-in-law. He was drunk and going out to get drunker. The wife railed at him, the mother-in-law railed at the wife. The music sang of love. Sylvie asked where La Negra's house was. They all fell silent, all but the radio, and pointed upward, studying Sylvie. "Thanks," she said, and went up. Behind her the sextet, well and long rehearsed, resumed. From behind her door studded with locks, La Negra questioned Sylvie, unable apparently, despite her powers, to place her. Then Sylvie remembered that La Negra had known her only by a childhood diminutive, and she gave that. There was a shocked silence. Sylvie could sense it, and the locks were opened. "I thought you were gone," the black woman said, eyes wide, mouth corners drawn down in fearful surprise. "Well, I am," Sylvie said. "Years ago." "I mean far," La Negra said. "Far, far." "No," Sylvie said, "not so far." She herself was a shock to Sylvie, for she had grown a lot smaller,
and a lot less fearsome as she was smaller. Her hair had grown grey as steel wool, but the apartment, when Negra at last stood aside and let Sylvie enter, was the same, mostly a smell, or many smells together, that brought back, as though she inhaled them with the odours, the fear and wonder she had felt there. "Titi," she said, touching the old woman's arm, for Negra still stared at her in something like surprise, and didn't speak. "Titi, I need some help." "Yes," Negra said. "Anything." But Sylvie, looking around the small, small apartment, was less sure than she had been an hour ago about what help she wanted. "Gee, the same," she said. There was the bureau, done up as a composite altar, with the chipped statues of black Santa Barbara and black Martin de Porres, the red candles lit before them, the plastic lace tablecloth beneath. There was the picture of Our Lady pouring blessings that turned to roses into the gas-flame-coloured sea. On another wall was the guardian angel picture, which also hung, oddly, on George Mouse's kitchen wall. The dangerous bridge, the two children, the potent angel watching to see that they crossed safely. "Who's that?" Sylvie asked. Between the saints, before the talismanic hand, was a picture shrouded in black silk, a candle before it also, burning low. Come sit, Negra said quickly. "She's not being punished, even if it looks like that. I never meant that." Sylvie decided not to question this. "Oh, hey, I brought some stuff." She offered the bag, some fruit, some dulces, some coffee she had begged from George, who got it when no one else could, for she had remembered her aunt drinking it with relish, hot, white, and sweet. Negra, blessing her profusely, grew easier. When she had, as a precaution, taken the glass of water she kept on the bureau to catch evil spirits in, and flushed it down the noisy toilet and replaced it, they made the coffee and talked about old things, Sylvie, in her nervousness, rattling on a little. "So I heard from your mother," Negra said. "She called long distance. Not me, but I heard. And your father." "He's not my father," Sylvie said dismissively. "Well, just somebody my mother married." She smiled at her aunt. "I got no father. Ay, bendita." "A virgin birth," Sylvie said. "Just ask my mother." And then, though laughing, clapped her hand over her mouth at the blasphemy. Coffee made, they drank it, and ate the dulces. And Sylvie told her aunt why she had come, to get the destiny that once upon a time Negra had seen in the cards, and in her child's palm removed from her. To have it pulled, like a tooth. "See, I met this man," she said, looking down, suddenly shy to feel the warmth that bloomed in her heart, "and I love him, and—" "Is he rich?" Negra asked. "I don't know. I think his family is, sort of." "Then," her aunt said, "maybe he's the destiny." "Ay, Titi," Sylvia said, "he's not that rich." "Well, but I love him," Sylvie said, "and I don't want some big destiny coming along and snatching me away from him." "I know," Negra said, "but where would it go if it left you?" "I don't know," Sylvie said. "Couldn't we just throw it away?" Negra slowly shook her head, her eyes growing round. Sylvie felt suddenly both afraid and foolish. Wouldn't it have been easier to simply cease believing that any destiny was hers? Or to believe that love was as high a destiny as anyone could want or have, and which she did have? What if messing in it with spells and potions didn't ward it off at all, but only turned it bitter and sour, and cost her love as well? "I don't know," she said. "All I know is that I love him, and that's enough. I want to be with him, and be good to him, and make him rice and beans, and have his babies, and just go on and on." "I'll do what you ask," Negra said in a low voice that didn't sound like hers. "Whatever you ask." Sylvie looked at her, a frisson of blue magic stealing up her spine. The old black woman sat in her chair as though enervated, her eyes not leaving Sylvie, but not quite seeing her either. "Well," Sylvie said doubtfully. "Like the time you came to our house and put the evil spirits on a coconut and rolled them out the door, and down the hall and out to the garbage?" She had told this story to Oberon, laughing uproariously over it with him. But here it didn't seem funny. "Titi?" she said. But her aunt, though sitting in her plastic-covered armchair all the time, was no longer there. No, the destiny could not be put on a coconut. It was too heavy. It could not be rubbed away with oils or washed off in herb baths. It went too deep. La Negra, if she were to do what Sylvie commanded, if her old heart could bear it, would have to draw it from Sylvie and swallow it herself. Where was it, first of all? She approached Sylvie's heart with careful steps. Most of these doors she knew: love, money, health, children. That portal there, ajar, she didn't know. Bueno, bueno, she said, desperately afraid that when the destiny she let out of Sylvie rushed upon her, it would kill her, or so transform her that she might as well be dead. Her spirit guides, when she turned to look for them, had fled in terror. And yet she must do what Sylvie had commanded. She put her hand on the door and began to open it, glimpsing a golden daylight beyond, a rush of wind, the murmur of many voices. "No!" Sylvie shouted. "No, no, no! I was wrong! Don't!" The portal slammed shut. La Negra, with heart-sickening vertigo, tumbled back into her armchair in her little apartment. Sylvie was shaking her. "I take it back! I take it back!" Sylvie cried. But it hadn't ever left her. La Negra, recovering, patted her heaving breast with her hand. "Don't ever do that again, child," she said, weak with relief that Sylvie had done it this time. "You could kill a person." "I'm sorry, sorry," Sylvie said, "but this was all just a big mistake." "Rest, rest," La Negra said, still immobile in the chair, watching Sylvie scramble into her coat. Rest. But Sylvie wanted only to get out of this room, where strong currents of brujeria seemed to play around her like lightning. She was desperately sorry she'd even thought of this move, and hoping against hope that her foolishness hadn't wounded her destiny, or caused it to turn on her, or waked it at all. Why hadn't she just let it sleep where it lay, peaceful, not bothering anybody? Her invaded heart thudded reproachfully. She pulled out her purse with trembling fingers, looking for the wadded bills she had brought to pay for this crazy operation. La Negra drew away from the money Sylvie offered her as though it might sting her. If Sylvie had offered her gold coins, potent herbs, a medallion heavy with power, a book of secrets, she would have taken them. She had passed the test put to her and deserved something. But not dirty bills for buying groceries, not money passed through 1,000 hands. Out on the street, hurrying away, Sylvie thought, I'm all right, and hoped that it was so. Sure, she could have her destiny removed. She could cut off her nose, too. No, it was with her for good. She was still burdened with it, and if not glad to be, then glad anyway that it hadn't been taken from her. And though she still knew little enough of it, she had learned one thing when La Negra had tried to open her, one thing that made her hurry fast away, searching for a train station that would take her downtown. She had learned that whatever her destiny was, Oberon was in it, and for sure she would not want it at all if he were not. La Negra rose heavily from her armchair, still baffled. Had that been she? It could not have been, not in the flesh, not unless all of La Negra's calculations were wrong. Yet there on the table lay the fruit she had brought, and the half-eaten dulces. But if that had been her who had been with La Negra just now, then who was it who had these many years helped La Negra in her prayers and spells? If she was still here, untransmogrified, still in the same city La Negra inhabited, then how could she, at La Negra's invocation, have cured and told truths and brought lovers together? She went to her bureau and drew off the scrap of black silk that covered the central image of her spirit altar. She half expected it to be gone, but it was there. An old cracked photograph, an apartment much like the one Negra stood in, a birthday party, and a dark, skinny, pigtailed girl seated, on a thick phone book, no doubt, behind her cake, a paper crown on her head, her large eyes compelling and weirdly wise. Was she so old now, Negra wondered, that she could no longer tell spirits from flesh, visitors from visitations? And if that was so, what might it portend for her practice? She lit a fresh candle and pressed it down into the red glass before the picture. The Seventh Saint. Long years before, George Mouse had showed the city to Oberon's father, making him a city man. Now Sylvie did the same for Oberon. But this was a changed town. The difficulties that everywhere had been cropping up in even the best-laid plans of men, the inexplicable yet somehow inevitable failure that seemed built into their manifold schemes, were sharpest in the city, and caused the greatest pain and anger there, the fixed anger Smoky hadn't seen, but which Oberon saw in nearly every city face he looked into. For the city, even more than the nation, lived on change, rapid, ruthless, always for the better. Change was the life-blood of the city, the animator of all dreams there, the power that coursed in the veins of the men of the noisy bridge, rod, and gun club, the fire that boiled up wealth and bustle and satisfaction. The city Oberon came to, though, had slowed. The quick eddies of fashion had grown sluggish. The great waves of enterprise had become a still lagoon. The permanent depression that the noisy bridge, rod, and gun club struggled against, but was unable to reverse, began in this grinding to a halt, this unwonted, cumbersome loganess of the greatest city, and spread outward from it in slow ripples of weary exhaustion to benumb the Republic. Except in small ways, and that as constantly and pointlessly as ever, the city had stopped changing. The city Smoky knew had changed utterly, had changed by ceasing to change. Sylvie assembled from the aged pile a city for Oberon's mind's eye that would anyway have been very different from the one George built for Smoky. A landlord, however odd, and an old, even a charter member, on his grandfather's side, of the great changer families, George Mouse felt the decline in his beloved apple, and was sometimes bitter, and sometimes indignant at it. But Sylvie had come from a different strain, from what had been in Smoky's time the dark underside of a glamorous dream, and was now, though still rattled with violence and desperation, its least depressed enclave. The last cheerful streets of the city were the streets where the people lived, who had always been at the changer's mercy, and who now, in the midst of everyone else's sense of decline into stagnancy and irremediable mess, lived much as they always had, only with a longer history and a surer tradition, hand to mouth, day to day, with a musical accompaniment. She took him to the clean, crowded apartments of her relatives, where he sat on the plastic coverings of outlandish furniture, and was given glasses of iceless soda, not good to chill the blood, they thought, set in saucers, and inedible dulces, and listened to himself praised in Spanish. A good husband, they thought, for Sylvie, and though she objected to the honorific, they went on using it for decency's sake. He was confused by the many, and to his ear, similar-sounding diminutives used among them. Sylvie, for reasons she remembered, but he could never keep straight, was called Tati by some members of the family, a branch that included the dark aunt, not really an aunt, who had read Sylvie's destiny, the aunt called La Negra. Tati, in some child's mouth, had become Tita, which had also stuck, and which in its turn became, a grand diminutive, Titania. Often enough Oberon didn't know that the subject of anecdotes told him in hilarious Spanglish was his own beloved under another name. "They think you're great," Sylvie said to him after a visit out on the street, her hand thrust deep into his overcoat pocket where he held it for warmth. "Well, they're very nice, too. But, Papo, I was so embarrassed when you put your feet up on that esta thing, that coffee table thing." "Oh, that was very bad. Everybody noticed." "Well, why the hell didn't you say something?" he said, embarrassed. "I mean, at home we lay all over the furniture, and it was—" He stopped himself from saying, "and it was real furniture," but she heard it anyway. "I tried to tell you. I was looking at you.
I mean, I couldn't say, "Hey, take your feet off that." They'd think I'd treated you like Titiwana treats Enrico. Enrico was a hen-pecked husband and a laughing-stock. "You don't know what they go through to get that ugly stuff," she said. "It costs a lot, believe it or not. Muebles like that." They were silent a while, bent into a cruel wind. Muebles, he thought. Movables. Strange, formal-sounding language for such a people. She said, "They're all crazy. I mean, some of them are crazy, but they're all crazy." He knew that, for all the great affection she had for her complex family, she was trying desperately to extricate herself from the long, almost Jacobean tragicomedy of their common life, charged as it was with madness, farce, corrosive love, even murder, even ghosts. In the night she would often toss and turn, and cry out in anguish, imagining terrible things that might, or might have already, happened to one or another of that accident-prone crowd. And often, though Oberon dismissed them as night terrors, for nothing, not one thing he knew of, had ever happened in his family's life that could be called terrible, her imaginings were not far from wrong. She hated it that they were in danger. She hated to be bound to them. Her own destiny shone like a flaring lamp amid their hopeless confusions, always just about to gutter or be blown out, but still alight. "I need a coffee," he said. "Something hot." "I need a drink," she said. "Something strong." Like all lovers, they had soon assembled, as on a revolving stage, the places where the scenes of their drama alternately took place. A little Ukrainian diner, whose windows were always occluded with steam, where the tea was black and so was the bread. The folding bedroom, of course. A vast gloomy theatre encrusted with Egyptian decoration, where the movies were cheap and changed often, and played into the morning. The Night Owl Market. The Seventh Saint Bar and Grill. The great virtue of the Seventh Saint, besides the price of its drinks and its nearness to Oldlaw Farm, a train's stop away, was its wide front windows, nearly floor to ceiling, in which, as in a shadow box or on a movie screen, the life of the street outside passed. The Seventh Saint must once have been somewhat splendid, for this glass wall was tinted a rich, expensive brown, which added a further unreality to the scene, and which darkened the interior like dark glasses. It was like being in Plato's cave, Oberon told Sylvie, who listened to him lecture on the subject. Or rather watched him talk, fascinated by his strangeness, and not paying inordinately close attention to the words. She loved to learn, but her mind wandered. "The spoons?" he said, lifting one up. "Girls," she said. "And the knives and forks are boys," he said, glimpsing a pattern. "No, the forks are girls, too." They had Café Royal before them. Outside, hatted and scarved in the deathly cold, people hurried home from jobs, bent before the unseen wind as before an idol or a lofty personage. Sylvie was herself between jobs at the moment, a common dilemma for one with a destiny as high as hers, and Oberon was living on his advances. They were poor but leisured. "The table?" he asked. He couldn't imagine. A girl. It was no wonder, he thought, that she was so sexy, when all the world was boys and girls to her. In the language she had been born into, there were no neuters. In the Latin Oberon had learned, or at least studied, with Smoky, the genders of nouns were an abstraction that he at any rate could never feel. But to Sylvie the world was a constant congress of male and female, boy and girl. The world. That was el mundo, a man. But la tierra, the earth, was a woman. That seemed right to Oberon. The world of affairs and notions, the name of a newspaper, the great world. But Mother Earth, the fructifying soil, Dame Kind, such appropriated divisions didn't extend very far, though. The lank-haired mop was a girl, but so was his bony typewriter. They played that game for a while, and then commented on the people passing by. Because of the tint of the glass, those passing by outside saw not the cave's interior, but themselves reflected, and not knowing they were observed from inside, sometimes stopped to adjust their clothing, or admire themselves. Sylvie's strictures on the common run of people were harsher than his. She had a great taste for all eccentricities and oddities,
but stern standards of physical beauty and a finely honed sense of the ridiculous.
"Oh, Papa, check this one out. Check him out. That's what I meant by a soft-boiled egg. You see what I mean?"
And he did see, and she dissolved in her sweet, raucous laughter. Without ever knowing he did so, he adopted for life her standards of beauty, could even feel himself drawn to the lean, brown, soft-eyed, strong-wristed men she favored, like Leon, the café creme-colored waiter who had brought their drinks. It was a relief to him when she decided, after long thought, that their children would be beautiful. The seventh saint was preparing for the dinner hour. The busboys glanced at their messy table. "You ready?" Oberon said. "I'm ready," she said. "Let's blow this joint." A phrase of George's, full of aged double entendres, more reminiscent of wit than exactly funny. They bundled themselves up. "Train or walk?" he asked. "Train." "Hell, yes," she said. Whispering Gallery. In their rush to the warmth, they leapt by mistake onto the express, which, full of sheep-like, sheep-smelling riders bound for the Bronx, didn't stop before it reached the old terminus, mixing it up there with 20 other trains bound in all directions. "Oh, hey, wait a sec," she said, as they were changing trains. "There's something here I want to show you. Oh, yeah, you gotta see this. Come on." They went down along passages and up ramps, the same complex Fred Savage had first threaded him through, though whether in the same direction he had no idea. "What?" he said. "You'll love it," she said. She paused at a turning. "Now if I can only find it. There." What she pointed to was an empty space, a vaulted intersection where 4 corridors met in a cross. "What?" he said. "Come here." She took him by the shoulders and steered him into a corner of the place, where the ribbed vaulting descended to the floor, making what seemed to be a slot or narrow opening, but which was only joined bricks. She faced him into this joint. "Just stand there," she said, and she went away. He waited, obediently facing into the corner. Then, startling him profoundly, her voice, distinct, yet hollow and ghostly, sounded from directly in front of him. "Hi there." "What?" he said. "Where?" "Shh," her voice said. "Don't turn around. Talk real soft. Whisper." "What is it?" he whispered. "I don't know," she said. "But if I stand over here in this corner and whisper, you can hear me over there. Don't ask me how." Weird. It sounded as though Sylvie were speaking to him from some realm within the corner, through a crack in an impossibly narrow door. A whispering gallery. Hadn't there been some speculation about whispering galleries in the architecture? Probably. There wasn't much that book didn't speculate about. "Now," she said, "tell me a secret." He paused a moment. There was a privacy about the corner, the disembodied whispering that tempted confidences. He felt bared or bearable, though he could see nothing. The opposite of a voyeur. He said, "I love you." "Oh," she said, touched, "but that's not a secret." A new fierce heat flew up his spine and erected his hair as a notion came to him. "Okay," he said, and told her of a secret desire he'd had, but hadn't dared express to her before. "Oh, hey, wow," she said. "You devil." He said it again, adding a few details. It was just as though he were whispering the words into her ear in the darkest privacy of bed, but more abstract, more perfectly intimate even than that, right into her mind's ear. Someone walked past between them. Oberon could hear the footsteps, but the someone couldn't hear his words. He felt a shiver of glee. He said more. She said, as at the prospect of great comfort or satisfaction, a small sound that he couldn't help answering with a sound of his own. "Hey, what are you doing over there?" her whisper said insinuatingly. "Bad boy." "Sylvie," he whispered. "Let's go home." "Yeah." They turned away from their corners, each appearing to the other very small and bright and far away after the dark intimacy of their whispers, and came to meet in the center, laughing now, pressing into each other as much as their heavy coats allowed them to, and with many smiles and looks. God, he thought, her eyes are so bright, flashing, deep, full of promise, all those things eyes are in books but never are in life, and she was his. They caught the right train and rode home amid self-absorbed strangers who didn't notice the two of them, or if they noticed, Oberon thought, knew nothing. Nothing of what he knew. Right side up. Sex, he had found out, was really terrific. A terrific thing. Anyway, the way Sylvie managed it. In him, there had always been a split between the deep desires enchained within him and the cool circumspection which seemed to him required in the adult world he had come to inhabit, he felt sometimes by mistake. Strong desire seemed to him childish. Childhood, his own anyway, as far back as he could remember almost, and he could tell stories of others, was darkly aflame, burdened with heavy passions. Adults had passed beyond all that, into affections, into the calmer enjoyments of companionability, into a childlike innocence. Weirdly backward he knew this to be, but it's how he had felt it. That adult desire, its exigency, its greatness, had been kept a secret from him like all the rest. He didn't wonder at. He didn't even bother to feel cheated or enraged at the long deception, since with Sylvie he had learned otherwise, broken the code, turned the thing inside out, so that it was right side up and caught fire. He hadn't come to her exactly a virgin, but he may as well have. With no one else had he shared this huge, this necessitous child's greed. No one had ever lavished hers on him, or eaten him up so complacently, and with such simple relish. There was no end to it, and it was all gratified. If he wanted more, and he discovered in himself astonishing, long-compacted thicknesses of desire to be unfolded, he had more. And what he wanted, he was as greedy to give, and she as greedy to take. It was all so simple. Not that there were no rules. Oh, yes, there were. They were like the rules of children's spontaneous games, strictly adhered to, but often made up on the spot, out of a sudden desire to change the game and please yourself. He remembered Cherry Lake, a dark-browed, imperious little girl he had used to play with. She, unlike all the others he played with who said, "Let's pretend," always used another formula. She said, "We must. We must be bad guys. I must be captured and tied to this tree, and you must rescue me. I must be queen now, and you must be my servant. Must. Yes." Sylvie, it seemed, had always known, had never been in the dark about it all. She told him of certain shames and inhibitions she'd had as a kid, where he'd had none, because all that stuff she knew, kissing, taking off clothes with boys, the rush of feeling, was really for grown-ups, and she would come to it truly only when she was older and had breasts and high heels and make-up. So there was not in her the division he felt. While he had been told that Mom and Dad had loved each other so much that they had subjected themselves to these childish indignities, so it seemed to him, in order to make babies, and could not connect these reported and only half believed in acts to be the huge lashings of feeling invoked in him by Cherry Lake, by certain photographs, by mad games played naked, Sylvie had all along known the real story. Whatever other terrible problems life put before her, and they were many, that one, at least, she had solved. Or rather, she had never felt it to be posed. Romance was real as flesh. Love and sex were not even woof and warp in it. They were one indissoluble thing, like the seamless fabric of her scented brown skin. It was he only then, though in stark numbers she was not more experienced than he, who was astonished, amazed, that this indulgence like a greedy infant's turned out to be just what grown-ups do, turned out to be adulthood itself. The solemn bliss of strength and capability, as well as the mad infant bliss of self-satisfaction unending. It was manliness, womanliness, certified again and again by the most vivid of seals. Papi, she called him in her bliss. Ay, papi, io vengo, papi. Not daytime papo, but strong nighttime daddy, big as a platano, and father of pleasures. He almost skipped to think of it. She pressed to his side, her head just reaching his shoulder. But he kept a steady, long-legged, grown-up pace. Was he right that men sensed his potency as he strode along with her, and deferred to him? Was it true that women glanced at him covertly, admiringly? Why didn't every one they passed? Why didn't the very bricks and blank white sky bless them? And so they did. At that moment, as they turned onto the street where Old Law Farm could be entered, between one footfall and another, something anyway occurred, something that he thought at first to be within himself, a seizure or a heart attack, but instantly felt all around them. Something enormous that was like a sound, but wasn't one, was either a demolition, a whole block of dirty brick and wallpapered interiors gone to powder if it was, or a burst of thunder, breaking the sky at least in two, the sky which remained inexplicably blank winter white above, if it was, or both at once. They stopped, clutching each other. "What the hell was that?" Sylvie said. "I don't know," he said. They waited a moment, but no roiling smokes arose from the buildings around them. No sirens wailed, ignited by catastrophe. And still the shoppers and loungers and criminals went their ways, unalarmed, unmoved, their faces filled with private wrongs. They went on warily to Old Law Farm, holding each other, each feeling that the sudden blow had been meant to separate them. Why? How? And it only barely failed, and might come again at any moment. What a tangle. "Tomorrow," Tacy said, turning her embroidery frame, "or the next day, or the next." "Oh," Lily said. She and Lucy were bent over a crazy quilt, enriching its surface with different stitcheries, flowers, crosses, bows, S's. "Saturday is Sunday," Lucy said. At that moment match was put to touch-hole, perhaps by accident. There would be some trouble about it afterwards. And the thing that Sylvie and Oberon in the city heard or felt rolled over Edgewood, booming the windows, rattling knick-knacks on étagère, cracking a china figurine in Violet's old bedroom, and making the sisters duck and raise their shoulders to protect themselves. "What on earth?" Tacy said. They looked at one another. "Thunder," Lily said. "Midwinter thunder. Or maybe not." "A jet plane," Tacy said, "breaking the sound barrier." Or maybe not. "Dynamite," Lucy said, "over at the interstate." Or maybe not. They bent to their work again, silent for a while. "I wonder," Tacy said, looking up from her frame, half turned back to front. "Well," she said, and chose a different thread. "Don't," said Lucy. "That looks funny," she said critically of a stitch Lily was making. "This is a crazy quilt," Lily said. Lucy watched her and scratched her head, not convinced. "Crazy isn't funny," she said. "Crazy and funny." She worked. "It's a big zigzag." "Cherry Lake," Tacy said. She held her needle to the wan light of the window, which had ceased to tremble. "Thought she had 2 boys in love with her. The other day—" "Was it some wolf?" Lily asked. "The other day," Tacy went on, slipping at the first try a silk thread green as jealousy through the needle's eye. "The wolf boy had a terrible fight with the rival. A third one Cherry didn't even know. In the woods. She is 3, Lucy sang, and on the second 3, Lily joined her an octave lower. 3. 3, 3, the rivals. 2, 2, the lily-white boys, clothed all in greeno. She is, Tacy said, a cousin of ours, sort of. 1 is 1, her sisters sang. She'll lose them all, Tacy said, and all alone, and evermore shall be so. You should use scissors, Tacy said, seeing Lucy face down on the quilt to bite a thread. You should mind your own business, Lily said. Beeswax, Lucy said. They sang again, 4 for the gospel makers. Run off, Tacy said, all 3, never to return. Not soon, anyway, as good as never. Oberon. Great-grandfather August. Lilac. Lilac. The needles they drew through cloth glittered when they pulled them out to the full extension of the thread. Each time they pulled them through, the threads grew shorter until they were all worked into the fabric and must be cut, and others slipped through the needle's eyes. Their voices were so low that a listener would not have known who said what, or whether they talked at all, or only murmured meaninglessly. "What will be fun," Lily said, "is to see them all again. All come home again, clothed all in greeno. Will we be there? Will all of us be? Where will it be? How long from now? What part of the wood? What season of the year? We will. Nearly all. There, soon. Not a lifetime. Every part. Midsummer." "What a tangle," Tacy said, and held up for them to see a handful of stuff from her work-box, which a child or a cat had got into. Silk thread bright as blood, and black cotton darning stuff, a hank of sheep-coloured wool, a silk pin or two, and a bit of sequined fabric dangling from it all, spinning on a thread end like a descending spider. Chapter 3. She heard a note in Elman's Wood, and wished she had been there. Buchan, Hind Eaton. Hawksquill could not at first determine whether by the operations of her art she had cast herself into the bowels of the earth, the bottom of the sea, the heart of the fire, or the middle of the air. Russell Eigenblick would later tell her that he had often suffered from the same confusion in his long sleep, and that perhaps it was in all four places that he had been hidden, in all four corners of the earth. The old legend always put him in the mountain, of course, but Godfrey of Viterbo said no, the sea. The Sicilians had him ensconced in the fires of Etna, and Dante put him in Paradise or its environs, though he might just as well, if he had been feeling vindictive, have stuck him in the Inferno with his grandson. The top of a stair. Since taking this assignment, Hawksquill had gone far, though never quite this far, and little of what she had begun to suspect about Russell Eigenblick could be put into a form understandable to the noisy Bridge, Rod and Gun Club, which almost daily now importuned her for a decision concerning the lecturer. His power and appeal had grown enormously, and soon it would be impossible for them to dispose of Eigenblick tidily. If dispose of him they must. Not much longer, and it would be impossible to dispose of him at all. They raised Hawksquill's fees, and spoke in veiled terms of perhaps seeking other sources of advice. Hawksquill ignored all this. So far from malingering, she now spent nearly every waking and many sleeping hours in pursuit of whoever or whatever it was that claimed to be Russell Eigenblick, haunting her own memory mansions like an unlaid ghost, and following flying scraps of evidence farther than she had ever gone before, pulling up at times before power she would rather not have started into wakefulness, and finding herself in places that she had not before known she knew existed. Where she found herself just now was at the top of a stair. Whether she mounted or descended these stairs she wouldn't afterwards be able to determine, but they were long. At the end of them was a chamber. The broad studded door stood flung open. A great stone, by its track in the dust, had not long ago been rolled away from barring shut the door. Dimly within she could see a long feast table, spilled cups and scattered chairs iced with ancient dust. From the chamber came an odor as of a messy bedroom just opened, but there was no one within. She made to pass the broken door to investigate, but noticed then, seated on the stone, a figure in white, small, pretty, head bound in a golden fillet, paring its nails with a small knife. Not knowing what language to speak to this person, Hawksquill raised her brows and pointed within. "He is not here," the person said. "He is risen." Hawksquill considered a question or two, but understood before she asked that this personage would not answer them, that he, or she, was an embodiment only of that one remark. He is not here. He is risen. She turned away, the stair and the door and the message and the messenger fading from her attention like a shape momentarily perceived in changeful clouds, and set off further, bethinking herself where she might go for answers to many new questions, or questions to fit the many new answers she was quickly garnering. Daughter of Time. The difference, Hawksquill had long ago written in one of the tall marbled folios filled with her left-handed script, which stood or lay on the long lamp-lit study table far behind her now. The difference between the ancient concept of the nature of the world and the new concept is, in the ancient concept, the world has a framework of time, and in the new concept, a framework of space. To look at the ancient concept through the spectacles of the new concept is to see absurdity, seas that never were, worlds claimed to have fallen to pieces and been created newly, a congeries of unlocatable trees, islands, mountains, and maelstroms. But the ancients were not fools with a poor sense of direction. It was only not orbis terrae that they were looking at. When they spoke of the four corners of the earth, they meant, of course, no four physical places. They meant four repeated situations of the world, equidistant in time from one another. They meant the solstices and the equinoxes. When they spoke of 7 spheres, they did not mean, until Ptolemy foolishly tried to take their portrait, 7 spheres in space. They meant those circles described in time by the motions of the stars. Time, that roomy 7-story mountain where Dante's sinners wait for eternity. When Plato tells of a river girdling the earth, which is somewhere, so the new concept would have it, up in the air, and somewhere also in the middle of the earth, he means by that river the same river Heraclitus could never step in twice. Just as a lamp waved in darkness creates a figure of light in the air, which remains for as long as the lamp repeats its motion exactly, so the universe retains its shape by repetition. The universe is time's body. And how will we perceive this body, and how operate on it? Not by the means we perceive extension, relation, color, form, the qualities of space, not by measurement and exploration. No, but by the means we perceive duration and repetition and change, by memory. Knowing this to be so, it could not matter to Hawksquill that on her travels her grey-bunned head and nerveless limbs did not probably change place, remained, she supposed, in the plush chair in the middle of the Cosmo-Opticon at the top of her house, which stood in a hexagram of lower city streets. The winged horse she had summoned to bear her away was not a winged horse, but that great square of stars pictured above her. And away was not where she was born. But the greatest skill, perhaps the only skill of the true mage, is to apprehend these distinctions without making them, and to translate time into space without an error. It's all, said the old alchemists quite truthfully, so simple. Away, said the voice of her memory, when the hand of her memory was on the reins again, and her seat was sure, and away they went, vast wings beating through time. They traversed oceans of it while Hawksquill thought, and then her steed plunged, at her command, unhesitatingly without a blink, which took the breath of her memory away, into either the southern sky below the world, or into the limpid, dark, austral waters, in any case making for there where all past ages lie, Ogygia the fair. Her steed's silver-shod feet touched that shore, and his great head sank. His strong wings, billowing like draperies, now emptied of the air of time, sank too with a whisper, and trailed along the eternal grass which he cropped for strength. Hawksquill dismounted, patted her steed's enormous neck, whispered that she would return, and started off, following the footprints, each longer than herself, pressed on these shores at the end of the Golden Age, and petrified long since. The air was windless, yet the gigantic forest under whose eaves she entered soughed with a breath of its own, or perhaps with his breath, expelled and drawn with the long regularity of immemorial sleep. She came no closer than the entrance of the vale he filled. "Father," she said, and her voice startled the silence. Aged eagles with heavy wings rose up and settled sleepily again. "Father," she said again, and the vale stirred. The great grey boulders were his knees, the long grey ivy his hair, the precipice-gripping massy roots his fingers. The eye he opened to her was milky grey, a dim glowing stone, the Saturn of her Cosmo-Opticon. He yawned. The inhalation turned the leaves of trees like storm wind and stirred her hair, and when he exhaled his breath was the cold black breath of a bottomless cave. "Daughter," he said, in a voice like earth's. "I'm sorry to disturb your sleep, Father," she said, "but I have a question only you can answer." "Ask it, then." "Does a new world now begin? I see no reason why it should, and yet it seems it does. Everyone knows that when his sons overthrew their ancient father and cast him here, the endless age of gold ended, and time was invented with all its labors. Less well known is how the young, unruly gods, frightened or ashamed at what they had done, gave the ruling of this new entity into the hands of their father. He was asleep in Ogygia then, and didn't care. So ever since, it has been here in this isle, where the 5 rivers have their common wellspring, that all the used years accumulate like fallen leaves. And when the ancientest one, troubled by a dream of overthrow or change, shifts his massy limbs and smacks his lips, scratching at the rock-ribbed muscles of his hams, a new age issues. The measures alter which he gives to the dance of the universe. The sun is born in a new sign. Thus the airy, scheming gods contrived to put the blame for the calamity on their old father. In time, Kronos, king of the happy, timeless age, became old busybody Kronos with his sickle and hourglass, father of chronicles and chronometers. Only his true sons and daughters knew better, and some adopted ones, Ariel Hawksquill among them. "Does a new age now begin?" she asked again. "It's beforehand if it does." "A new age?" said Father Time in a voice that could create one. "No, not for years and years." He brushed away a few of these that had gathered in withered piles on his shoulders. "Then," Hawksquill said, "who is Russell Eigenblick, if he isn't king of a new age?" "Russell Eigenblick?" "The man with the red beard, the lecturer, the geography." He lay back again, his rocky couch groaning beneath him. "No king of a new age," he said. "An upstart, an invader." "Invader?" "He is their champion. That's why they waked him." His milky gray eye was drifting closed. "Asleep for 1,000 years, lucky man, and now awakened for the conflict." "Conflict? Champion?" "Daughter," he said, "don't you know there's a war on?" War. There had been, all along, one word she had sought for, one word under which all the disorderly facts, all the oddities she had gathered up concerning Russell Eigenblick and the random disturbances he seemed to cause in the world might be subsumed. She had that word now. It blew through her consciousness like a wind, uprooting structures and harrying birds, tearing leaves from trees and laundry from lines, but at last, blowing from one direction only. War. Universal. Millennial. Unconditional war. For God's sake, she thought, he'd said as much himself in every recent lecture. She'd always thought it was merely a metaphor. Merely. "I didn't know, Father," she said, "until this moment." "Nothing to do with me," said the ancientest one, his words muffled in a yawn. "They applied to me once for his sleep, and I granted it. 1,000 years ago, give or take a century. They are, after all, children of my children, related by marriage. I do them a favor once and again. No harm in that. Little enough to do here, anyway." "Who are they, Father?" His enormous, vacant eye was shut. "Who are they whose champion he is?" But the vast head was bent backward on its bouldered pillow, the vast throat swallowed a snore. The hoary-headed eagles who had risen shrieking when he woke settled again on their crags. The windless forest soughed. Hawksquill reluctantly turned her steps toward the shore again. Her steed, sleepy himself, even he, raised his head at her approach. Well, no help for it. Thought must conquer this. Thought could. "No rest for the weary," she said, and leapt smartly onto his broad back. "On, and quickly! Don't you know there's a war on?" She thought as they ascended or descended. Who slept for 1,000 years? What children of the children of time would make war on men? To what end? With what hope of success? And who, by the way, was that golden-haired child she had glimpsed, curled up asleep in the lap of Father Time? The child turned, dreaming. Dreaming of what had come of all she had seen on her last day awake. Dreaming it all, and altering it in her dreaming, even as, elsewhere, it came to pass, plucking apart her bright and dark dream tapestry, and knitting it up again with the same threads in a way she liked better. She dreamt of her mother awaking and saying, "What?" of one of her fathers on a path at Edgewood. She dreamt of Oberon, in love somewhere with a dream lilac of his own invention. She dreamt of armies made of cloud, led by a red-bearded man who startled her nearly awake. She dreamt, turning, lips parted, heart beating slowly, that at the end of her tour she came riding down from the air, came coursing with vertiginous speed along an iron-gray and oily river. The ghastly red round sun was sinking vaporously amid the elaborate smokes and scorings of jets that had made the false armies in the west. Lilac could only hold her tongue. The brutal esplanades, the stained blocks of buildings, the clamour brought to her ears, silenced her. The stork turned inward. Mrs. Underhill's stick seemed uncertain in the rectangular valleys. They went east, then south. 1,000 people seen from above are not as one or two. A heaving, queasy sea of hair and hats, the odd bright muffler blown back. Hell-holes in the street shot up steam. Crowds were swallowed up in clouds of it, and, so it seemed to Lilac, didn't emerge, but there were countless others to replace them. "Remember these markers, child," Mrs. Underhill shouted back at Lilac over the keening sirens and the turmoil. "That burned church, those railings like arrows, that fine house. You'll pass this way again alone." A caped figure just then detached itself from the crowd and made to enter the fine house, which didn't seem fine to Lilac. The stork, at Mrs. Underhill's direction, topped the house, cupped her wings to stop, and with a grunt of relief put her red feet down amid the weather-obscured detritus of the rooftop. The 3 of them looked down into the middle of the block, just as the caped figure came out the back door. "Now mark him, dear," Mrs. Underhill said. "Who do you suppose he is?" With arms akimbo beneath the cloak, and a wide hat on his head, he was a dark lump to Lilac. Then he took off the hat and shook out long black hair. He turned clockwise in a circle, nodding, and looked around at the rooftops, a white grin on his dark face. "Another cousin?" Lilac said. "Well, yes. And who else?" He put his finger thoughtfully to his lips and scuffed the dirt of the untidy garden. "I give up," Lilac said. "Why, your other father." "Oh." "The one who engendered you, who'll need your help as much as the other." "Oh." "Planning improvements," Mrs. Underhill said with satisfaction, "just now." George paced out his garden. He went and shinned himself on the board fence which separated his yard from the next buildings, and looked over like Kilroy into the even less well-kept garden there. He said aloud, "God damn! All right." He let himself down and rubbed his hands together. Lilac laughed as the stork stepped to the roof's ledge to take off. Like the stork's white wings opening, George's black cape flew outward and then closed more tightly around him as he laughed too. This, Lilac decided, delighted by something about him which she couldn't name, was the father which, of the 2 of them, she would have chosen to have, and with the instant certainty of a solitary child about who is and who is not on its side. She chose him now. "There's no choosing, though," said Mrs. Underhill as they ascended. "Only duty." "A present for him," she cried to Mrs. Underhill. "A present." Mrs. Underhill said nothing. The child had been indulged quite enough. But as they coursed down the shabby street, in their wake there sprang up from the sidewalk at even intervals a row of skinny and winter-naked saplings, one by one. This street is ours, anyway, thought Mrs. Underhill, or as good as, and what's a farm without a row of guardian trees along the road that passes it? "Now for the door," she said, and the cold city tumbled beneath them as they fled uptown. "It's long past your bedtime. There!" She pointed ahead to an aged building that must once have been tall, overweening even, but no more. It had been built of white stone, white no longer, carved into a myriad of faces, caryatids, birds and beasts, all coal miners now, and weeping filthily. The central part of it was set back from the street. Wings on either side framed a dark, dank courtyard into which taxis and people disappeared. The wings were linked, high up at the top, by an arch-like course of masonry, an arch for a giant to pass under. And they three did pass under it, the stork ceasing to beat its wings, coasting, wing-tipping slightly to arrow accurately into the darkness of the courtyard. Mrs. Underhill cried, "We're heads! Duck! Duck!" And Lilac, feeling a whoosh of stale air rush up at her from the interior, ducked. She closed her eyes. She heard Mrs. Underhill say, "Nearly done now, old girl, nearly done. You know the door." And the darkness behind her lids grew brighter, and the noise of the city vanished, and they were elsewhere again. So she dreamed. So it came to have been. So the saplings grew, dirty-faced urchins, tough, neglected, and sharp. They grew, fattening in the trunk, buckling the sidewalk that ran beneath them. They wore broken kites and candy wrappers, burst balloons and sparrows' nests in their hair, unmindful. They shouldered each other for a glimpse of sun. They shook their sooty snow winter after winter on passers-by. They grew penknife-scarred, snaggle-branched, dog-manured, unkillable. On a mild night in a certain March, Sylvie, returning to Old Law Farm at dawn, looked up at their branches outlined against a raw pale sky, and saw that every twig-tip bore a heavy bud. She said good-night to the one who had seen her home, though he was importunate, and sought the 4 keys she needed to get herself into Old Law Farm and the folding bedroom. "He'll never believe this crazy story," she thought, laughing. "Never believe the crazy but essentially innocent, nearly innocent chain of events that had had her up till dawn. Not that he would grill her. He'd only be glad she was safe. She wished he wouldn't worry. She got whirled away sometimes, is all. Everybody put a claim in on her, and most of them seemed to her good. It was a big city, and its revels ran till late when the moon was full in March, and hey, one thing just led to another. She unlocked the door into the farm, and made her way up through the sleeping warren of it. At the hole that led to the folding bedroom, she slipped off the high-heeled shoes from her dancing feet and tiptoed to the door. She unlocked the locks quietly as a burglar and peeked in. Oberon lay in a heap on the bed, obscure in the dawn light, and for some reason she was sure, only feigning untroubled sleep. An imaginary study. The folding bedroom and its little kitchen were so small that Oberon, in order to have some quiet and isolation in which to work, had to create out of it an imaginary study. "A what?" Sylvie asked. "An imaginary study," he said. "Okay, look, this chair." He had found somewhere in the ruined habitations of Old Law Farm an old schoolhouse chair with one broad paddle arm for a student to use as a desk. Underneath the seat was a compartment for the student's books and papers. "Now," he said. He positioned the chair carefully. "Let's pretend I have a study in this bedroom. This chair is in it. Now really all we have is this chair, but—" "What are you talking about?" "Well, will you please just listen a minute?" Oberon said, blazing up. "It's very simple. There were lots of imaginary rooms at Edgewood, where I grew up. I bet." She stood arms akimbo, a wooden spoon in one hand, head bound in a bright hussy kerchief, beneath which her earrings trembled amid escaping curls of raven hair. "The idea is," Oberon said, "that when I say, 'I'm going into my study, babe,' and then sit down in this chair, then it's as though I've gone into a separate room. I shut the door. Then I'm alone in there. You can't see me or hear me, because the door is closed. And I can't see or hear you. Get it?" "Well, okay. But how come?" "Because the imaginary door is closed, and—" "No, I mean how come you need this imaginary study?" Why don't you just sit there?" "I'd rather be in private. You see, we have to make a deal that whatever I do in my imaginary study is invisible to you. You can't comment on it, or dwell on it, or— Gee, what are you going to do?" A smile, and she made a rude gesture with the spoon. "Hey." But what he intended to do, though no less private and self-indulgent, was mostly to daydream, though he wouldn't have put it that way. To court, on long wool-gathering rambles, Psyche his soul, put two and two together, and perhaps write down the sum, for he would have sharpened pencils in the pencil well of the desk, and a clean pad before him. But mostly, he knew, he would only sit, twist a lock of hair between his fingers, suck his teeth, scratch himself, try to catch the flying speckles that swam in his vision, mutter the same half-line of someone else's verse over and over, and generally behave like the quieter sort of nut. He might also read the papers. "Thinking and reading and writing, huh?" Sylvie said with great affection. "Yes. You see, I have to be alone sometimes." She was stroking his cheek. "For thinking and reading and writing?" "Yes, baby." "Okay." She backed away, watching him with interest. "I'm going into my study now," Oberon said, feeling foolish. "Okay. Bye." "I'm shutting the door." She waved the spoon. She began to say something further, but he cast his eyes upward, and she returned to the kitchen. In his study, Oberon rested his cheek in the cup of his hand and stared at the old grainy surface of his desk. Someone had scratched an obscenity there, and someone else had priggishly altered it into book in block letters. Probably all done with the point of a compass. Compass and protractor. When he started in at his father's little school, his grandfather gave him his old pencil case, leather with a snap closure and weird Mexican designs cut in it. A naked woman was one. You could run your finger over her stylized breast and feel the leather button of her nipple. There were pencils with dowdy pink hats for erasers, which pulled off to reveal the naked pencil end. There was another rhomboid dialectical gray eraser, half for pencil and a grittier half for ink, which macerated the paper it was used on. Pens black and cork-tipped like ant-cloud cigarettes, and a steel box of points, and a compass and protractor. Bisect an angle, but never trisect it. With his fingers he moved an imaginary compass above the desktop. When the little yellow pencil wore down, the compass leaned at a useless angle. He could write a story about those long afternoons in school, in May, say the last day, hollyhocks growing outside, and vines clambering in at the open windows, the smell of the outhouse, the pencil box, Mother West Wind and the little breezes. Those protracted afternoons. He could call the story Protractor. "Protractor," he said aloud, and then shot a glance at Sylvie to see if she had overheard him. He caught her just having shot him a glance, and now looking back at her task unconcernedly. Protractor, protractor. He drummed his fingers on the oak. What was she up to in there anyway? Making coffee? She had heated a big kettle of water, and now dumped heedlessly into it several big shakes of coffee, right from the bag, and threw in this morning's used grounds as well. A rich, boiling coffee smell filled the air. "You know what you ought to do," she said, stirring the pot. "You ought to try to get a job writing on A World Elsewhere. It's really degenerating." He began to say, but then studiously turned away. "Oops, oops," she said, stifling a laugh. George had said that all that TV was written on the other coast, but how would he know anyway? The real difficulty was that he had come to see, through Sylvie's elaborate retellings of the events of A World Elsewhere, that he could never have thought up the myriad and to him incongruous passions that seemed to fill it. Yet, for all he knew, the terrible griefs, great sufferings, accidents and windfalls it told of were all true to life. What did he know about life, about people? Maybe most people were as willful, as overmastered by ambition, blood, lust, money, passion, as the TV showed them. People in life weren't his strengths as a writer anyway. His strengths as a writer were— "Knock, knock," Sylvie said, standing before him. "Yes? Can I come in?" "Yes." Do you know where my white outfit is? In the closet? She opened the door of the toilet. They had screwed into the door of this little chamber a collapsing clothes rack which held most of their clothes. "Look inside my overcoat," he said. There it was, a two-piece white cotton outfit, jacket and skirt, an old nurse's uniform, in fact, with an identifying patch on the shoulder. Sylvie had ingeniously altered it into something at once stylish and improvised. Her taste was sure. Her skills didn't match it quite. He wished, not for the first time, that he could give her thousands to lavish on herself. It would be a joy to watch. She looked over the outfit critically. "Your coffee's going to boil away," he said. "Huh?" With a pair of tiny scissors in the shape of a long-beaked bird, she was removing the identifying shoulder patch. "Oh, yike!" She hurried to turn it down. Then she returned to her outfit. Oberon returned to his study. His strengths as a writer were, "I wish I could write," Sylvie said. "Maybe you can," Oberon said. "I bet you'd be good at it." "No, really." She had snorted in contempt at this notion. "I bet you would." He knew with love's certainty that there was little she couldn't do, and that little wasn't worth doing. "What would you write?" "I bet I could think up better stuff than they think up on a world elsewhere." She carried the steaming kettle of coffee to the tub. As in all old-law tenements, this sat squat and unembarrassed in the middle of the kitchen, and began straining the liquid through a cloth into an even bigger cauldron set in the tub. "It's not touching, you know. It doesn't touch your heart." She started to undress. "Do you mind," Oberon said, abandoning as hopeless the imaginary walls and door that separated him from Sylvie, "if I ask you what the hell you're doing?" "I'm dying," she said calmly. Shirtless now, the globes of her breasts swinging gently with their pendular momentum as she moved, she picked up the two parts of the white outfit, looked them over a final time, and thrust them into the cauldron of coffee. Oberon got it, and laughed delightedly. "Sort of a beige," Sylvie said, pronouncing the G as though it were in badge. She plucked from the dish drainer by the sink the little sock-like cotton strainer, El Colador, a boy, which she used to make strong Spanish coffee, and showed it to him. It had turned a rich tan color he had himself often admired. She began stirring the cauldron slowly with a long-handled spoon. "2 shades lighter than me," she said, "is what I want. Café con leche." "Pretty," he said. Coffee spattered her brown skin. She wiped it off and licked her fingers. With the spoon in both hands, she lifted the garment up, her breasts tautening, and looked at it. It was already deep brown, browner than she, but rinsings, he could see her think it, would lighten it. She dropped it back in, with a quick finger tucked a lock of hair that had got away back under her snood, and stirred again. Oberon wouldn't ever decide whether he loved her more when her attention was on him, or when, as now, it was fixed on some task or thing in the real world. He couldn't write a story about her. It would consist only of catalogues of her actions down to the most minute. But he had no real desire to write of anything else. He was standing now in the door of the little kitchen. "Here's an idea," he said. "Those soap operas always need writers." He said this as though it were a fact he was sure of. "We could collaborate." "Huh?" "You think up some stuff that might happen on the show, coming out of what's happening now, only better than what they'll do, and I can write it." "Really?" she said, doubtful but intrigued. "I mean, I'll write the words, and you write the story." What was odd, he came closer, was that he meant by this offer to seduce her. He wondered how long lovers are lovers before they stop having to plot each other's seduction. Never? Perhaps never. Perhaps the lures get smaller, more perfunctory. Or maybe just the reverse. What did he know? "Okay," she said with quick decision. "But," she said with a secret smile, "I might not have a lot of time, because I'm going to get a job." "Hey, terrific." "Yeah, that's what this outfit's for, if it comes out." "Gee, that's great. What kind of job?" "Well, I didn't want to tell you since it's not for sure. I have to get interviewed. It's in the movies." She laughed at the absurdity of it. "A star?" "Not right away. Not the first day. Later for that." She moved the sodden brown mess to a corner of the tub. She poured out the cold coffee. "A producer, sort of, I met. Sort of a producer or director. He needs an assistant, but not like a secretary exactly." "Oh, yeah?" Where was she meeting producers and directors and not telling him about it? "Like sort of a script girl and assistant." Surely Sylvie, even more alert than he was to such things, would have sensed whether this sort of producer's offer was real or mere predation. It sounded doubtful to him, but he made encouraging noises. "So," she said, turning cold water full force over the now tan outfit, "I gotta look good, or at least as good as I can look, to go see him." "You always look good." "No, really." "You look good to me now." She flashed him the briefest and brightest of her smiles. "So we'll get famous together." "Sure," he said, coming closer, "and rich. And you'll know all about movies, and we'll make a team." He circled her. "Let's make a team." "Oh, I gotta finish this." "Okay. It'll be a while." "I can wait. I'll just watch." "Oh, Papo, I get embarrassed." That's nice." He kissed her throat, smelling the biscuity odor of her exertion, and she allowed him to, her wet hands held out over the tub. "I'm going to let down the bed," he said in a low voice, something between a threat and the promise of a treat. She watched him do so, her hands in the water, but her mind not now on her task. The bed, lowered, intruded suddenly into the room, very bed-like, but also like the prow of a laden ship that had just come in, had just sailed through the far wall and hove to there, waiting to be boarded. Nevertheless, spring. In the end, though, whether because she came to doubt that her producer really was one, or because the false spring of that week vanished and March went out like a lion, freezing her tender marrow, or because the dyed outfit didn't ever please her quite, there lingered about it, after no matter how many washings, a faint smell of stale coffee. Sylvie never did go to be interviewed for the movies. Oberon encouraged her, bought her a book to read on the subject, but this only seemed to plunge her into further gloom. The Klieg-lit visions faded. She sank into a torpor that alarmed Oberon. She lay till late in a huge tangle of bedclothes, his winter coat atop them all, and when she did rise, mooned around the little apartment with a sweatshirt over her nightgown and thick socks on her feet. She'd open the refrigerator and stare irritatedly within at a container of moldy yogurt, nameless leftovers in tinfoil, a flat soda. "Coño," she said, "there's never anything in here." "Yeah, is that so?" he said, with heavy irony from within the imaginary study. "I guess it must be broken." He rose and reached for his coat. "What do you want?" he said. "I'll go get something." "No, Papo, I have to eat too, you know, and if the refrigerator won't supply it—" "Okay, something good." "Well, what? I could get some cereal." She made a face. "Something good," she said, with a two-handed, chin-uplifted gesture that certainly expressed her desire, but left him no wiser. He went out into a new-fallen, still-falling snow. As soon as she closed the door on him, Sylvie was swept by a tide of gloomy feeling. It amazed her that he, brought up the baby boy in a household of sisters and aunts, could be so endlessly solicitous, take so much of their daily domestic life on himself, and bitch so little. White people were strange. Among her relatives and their neighbors, a husband's chief domestic duties were eating, beating, and playing dominoes. Oberon was so good, so understanding, and smart. Official forms and the endless paper of an aged and paralytic welfare state held no terror for him. And not jealous. When early on she'd developed a pressing crush on sweet brown Leon, who waited at the Seventh Saint, and indulged it a while, and lain then next to Oberon every night, rigid with guilt and fear, till he'd wormed the secret out of her, he'd only said he didn't care what she did with others, as long as she was happy with him when she was with him. Now, how many guys could you find, she asked herself in the clouded mirror over the sink, who would act like that? So good, so kind. And how did she repay him? Look at you, she insisted. Bags under your eyes, losing pounds every day. Pretty soon, she held up a warning pinky in the mirror, like this, flaca, and not bringing home shit. Useless to herself as to him. Un boba. She'd work. She'd work hard and pay him back everything he'd done for her, the whole oppressive, relentless treasure of his goodness. Toss it back in his face. There. I'll wash fucking dishes, she said aloud, turning away from the small pile of them by the squalid sink. I'll turn tricks. And was it to that her destiny led her? Bitter-faced and rubbing her horripilated arms, she paced from bed to stove like a caged thing. What should free her bound her to await it amid a poverty, an impoverished day-to-day existence, different from the long, hopeless poverty of her growing up, but poverty nonetheless. Sick of it, sick, sick, sick. Self-pitying tears sprang to her eyes. Damn her destiny, anyway. Why couldn't she trade it for a little decency, a little freedom, a little fun? If she couldn't throw it away, why could she get nothing in exchange for it either? She climbed back into bed, black resolution in her mind. She drew up the covers, staring accusatorily at the middle distance. Dark, asleep, far off, but built into her very stuff. Her destiny couldn't be resigned. She'd learned that. But she was tired of waiting. It had not one single feature she could determine, except that Oberon was in it, but not this squalor. Somehow not even this Oberon. But she'd discover it now. Now. Bueno, she said. All right, and took a stern attitude under the covers with arms crossed. She'd wait no more. She'd learn her destiny, and begin it or die. She'd drag it out of the future where it lay by main strength. Oberon meanwhile plodded to the Night Owl Market, surprised to find this was Sunday and nothing else open. What do weekends mean to the leisured poor? Through snow that lay just for this hour virginal and new, his the first feet to begin its long defilement into rotten slush more black than white. He was angry. In fact, he was furious, though he had kissed Sylvie gently farewell, and would kiss her again in 10 minutes when he got back, just as gently. Why didn't she ever even acknowledge the equability of his temper, the sunniness of his disposition? Did she think it was easy to maintain? Easy to press down honest indignation into a soft answer, every time, every single time? And what credit did he get for his efforts? He could sock her sometimes. He'd like to give her one good punch, quiet her down a little, show her just how far his patience had been tried. Oh, God, how awful even to think it. Happiness, he had come to see, his happiness anyway, was a season. And in that season, Sylvie was the weather. Every one within him talked about it, among themselves, but no one could do anything about it. They could only wait till it changed. The season of his happiness was spring, a long, skittish, changeful spring, as often withdrawn as proffered, like any spring, but nevertheless spring. He was sure of it. He kicked the wet snow. Sure. He mooched indecisively among the few and expensive goods the Night Owl offered, one of those places that keep up a marginal existence by being open on Sundays and deep into the night. And when he had made his choices, 2 kinds of exotic juices for Sylvie's tropical palate, to make up for punching her, he drew out his wallet and found it empty. As in the antique joke, a moth should lazily fly out. He scrabbled in his pockets, inside, outside, under the eyes, reserving terrible judgment of the counterman, and at last, though having to resign one of the juices, made up the amount in found silver and linty pennies. Now what? He said when, snow on his hat and shoulders, he opened the door of the folding bedroom and found Sylvie in bed. Having a little nap? Leave me alone, she said. I'm thinking. Thinking, huh? He took his sodden paper bag into the kitchen and messed around for a time with soup and crackers. But when he offered her these, she refused them. In fact, for the rest of that day, he could hardly get a word out of her, and grew afraid, thinking of her familial streak of madness. Dulcet, kind, he spoke to her, and her retreating soul fled from his words as from a cutting edge. So he only sat. His imaginary study moved into the kitchen since the bed remained opened and occupied, and thought of how further to indulge her, and of ingratitude, and she struggled on the bed, and sometimes slept. Winter deepened. Black clouds formed over their heads. Lightnings answered lightnings. North winds blew, cold rain poured down. Let him follow love. "Hold hard," Mrs. Underhill said. "Hold hard. Somewhere here a slip's been made, a turning mist. Don't you feel that?"
"We do,"
said the others gathered there. "Winter came," Mrs. Underhill said, "and that was right, and then—" "Spring!" they all shouted. "Too fast, too fast." She beat her temple with her knuckles. A dropped stitch could be fixed, if it could be found. A certain unravelling was in her power. But where along the long, long way had it been? Or, she cast her eye along the vast length of tale unfolding from the to come with the steady grace of a jewelled and purposeful serpent, was it yet to be? "Help me, children," she said.
"We will,"
they said in all their various voices. This was the problem. If what had to be discovered lay in what was to be, then they could discover that easily enough. It was what had been that was hard to keep in mind. That's the way it is for beings who are immortal, or nearly so. They know the future, but the past is dark to them. Beyond the present year is the door into eons ago, a darkling span lit with solemn lights. As Sophie with her cards probed an unfamiliar future, pressing on the thin membrane that separated her from it, pressing here and there to feel the advancing shapes of things to come, so Mrs. Underhill felt blindly among the things that had been, searching for the shape of what was wrong. "There was an only son," she said. "An only son," they echoed, thinking hard. "And he came to the city." "And he came to the city," they said. "And there he sits," Mr. Woods put in. "That's it, isn't it?" Mrs. Underhill said. "There he sits. Won't be moved, won't do his duty, wants to die of love instead." Mr. Woods clutched his skinny knee in his long hands. "It could be this winter will go on and never stop." "Never stop," Mrs. Underhill said. A tear was in her eye. "Yes, yes, that's just how it appears."
"No, no," they all said, seeing it so.
The freezing rain beat on the deep small windows, crying in mourning. The trees lashed their branches at the implacable wind. The meadow mouse was seized in the red fox's desperate jaws. "Sink, sink," they said. She knocked again at her temple, but no one answered. She rose, and they retreated. "I'll need advice," she said. "That's all." The black water of the mountain pool was just unfrozen, though jags of ice like broken stone projected around its margins. On one of these projections Mrs. Underhill stood and sent down her summons. Sleepy, stupid, too cold even to be angry, Grandfather Trout rose from the dark depths. "Leave me alone," he said. "Answer up," Mrs. Underhill said sharply, "or it'll go hard with you." "What?" he said. "This child in the city," Mrs. Underhill said, "great-grandson of yours, won't be moved, won't do his duty, wants to die of love instead." "Love," Grandfather Trout said. "There is no force on earth left stronger than love." "He won't follow the others." "Then let him follow love." Said Mrs. Underhill, and then, She put her thumb to her chin, and her finger along her cheek, resting her elbow in the cup of her other hand. "Well, perhaps he ought to have a consort," she said. "Yes," Grandfather Trout said. "Just to trouble him and keep his interest up?" "Yes." "It is not good for man to be alone." "No," said Grandfather Trout, though whether in agreement or denial was hard to tell when the word issued from a fish's mouth. "Now let me sleep." "Yes," she said. "Yes, of course, a consort. What have I been thinking of? Yes." At every word her voice grew greater. Grandfather Trout sank quickly in fear, and the very ice melted away by inches from beneath Mrs. Underhill's feet as she cried, "Yes," in a voice of thunder. "Love," she said to the others, "not in the was, not in the will be, but now. Love! They all cried. Mrs. Underhill threw open a humpbacked trunk bound in black iron, and began rummaging in it. She found what she wanted, wrapped it featly in white paper, bound it with red and white twine, neatly waxed the ends of the twine to keep them from ravelling, took pen and ink, and on Mrs. Woods's bent back addressed a label, all in less time than it took to think of it. "Let him follow love," she said when the package was made, "and so he'll come. Willie?" She dotted a final I. "Nilly." "Ah!" they all said, and began to drift away, talking in low voices. "You'll never believe this," Sylvie said to Oberon, bursting through the door into the folding bedroom, "but I got a job." She'd been out all day. Her cheeks were red with March wind, her eyes bright. "Hey!" he laughed, astonished, pleased. "Your destiny?" "Fuck destiny," she said. She tore from its hanger the coffee-dyed outfit and flung it trash-canwards. "No more excuses," she said. She pulled out work shoes, sweatshirt, muffler. She banged the shoes on the floor. "Have to dress warm," she said. "I start tomorrow. No more excuses." "That's a good day," he said. "April Fool's." "Just my day," she said. "My lucky day." He laughed, raising her. April had come, and she in his embrace felt a thing that was at once relief at a danger avoided and a foreboding of that same danger, and her eyes filled at the safety she felt within his arms, and at its fragility too. "Papa," she said, "you're the greatest, you know that? You really, really are." "But tell me," he said, "what's this job?" She grinned, hugging him. "You'll never believe it," she said. Chapter 4. Methinks there be not impossibilities enough in religion for an active faith. Sir Thomas Browne. In the tiny offices of Wingéd messenger service were a counter or petition, behind which the dispatcher sat, chewing always an unlit cigar and plugging and unplugging the cords of the oldest PBX in the world, and bellowing "Wingéd" into his headset. A line of grey metal folding chairs on which those messengers not at the moment carrying messages sat, some as still and lifeless as unplugged machines, some, like Fred Savage and Sylvie, engaged in conversation. A huge and ancient television on a chain-flown platform out of reach, forever on. Sylvie, if she wasn't running, caught episodes of A World Elsewhere. Some urns full of sand and cigarette butts. A crackle-finish brown time clock. A back office containing a boss, his secretary, and at odd hours a hearty but ill-looking salesman. A metal door with a bar. No windows. More would happen. It wasn't a place Sylvie liked to stay in much. In its bare, fluorescent, hard-finished shabbiness, she recognized too many places where she had spent too much of her childhood. The waiting rooms of public hospitals and asylums, welfare offices, police stations, places where a congress of faces and bodies in poor clothes gathered, dispersed, were replaced always by others. She didn't, fortunately, have to spend much time there. Wingéd messenger service was as busy as it had ever been. And out on the cold spring streets, bound in work boots and hooded sweatshirt, looking, she told Oberon, like a teenage dyke, but cute, she made time, glorying in the crowds, the posh offices, and the oddly assorted secretaries, snooty, harsh, and mannered, slovenly, kind, whom she gave to and took away from. "Wingéd messenger," she shouted at them. No time to waste. "Sign here, please." And away in elevators crowded with soft-voiced, fine-suited men on their way to lunch, or loud-voiced back-slappers returning. Though she never learned Midtown as Fred Savage knew it, every underground access, every passageway, every building which, facing on one avenue, evacuated onto another, saving half a block for a walker, she did grasp the general and find shortcuts, and she made her lefts and rights, ups and downs, with an accuracy she was proud of. On a day early in May that had begun rainy, Fred Savage, beside her, wore a vast fedora swaddled in plastic. She sat restless on the edge of her chair, crossing her legs right over left and then left over right, watching A World Elsewhere and waiting for her name to be called. "That guy," she explained to Fred, was the one who pretended to be the father of the kid whose real father was the other guy, who divorced the wife, who fell for the girl, who crashed the car that crippled the kid that lived in the house that this guy built. Fred said. Sylvie's eyes hadn't left the screen, nor her ear the story, but Fred looked only at Sylvie. That's him, she said, as the scene changed to a smooth-haired man sipping coffee and studying silently for a very long time a letter addressed to someone else, trying apparently to decide whether he dared open it. He had been, Sylvie told Fred, wrestling with this temptation since April ended. If I was writing it, she said, more would happen. I just bet it would, Fred said. And the dispatcher said, Sylvie? She leapt up, though her eyes didn't leave the screen. She took the dispatcher's slip and started out. See ya, she said to Fred, and to an unresponsive overcoat and hat at the end of the row of chairs. More would happen, said Fred, who still looked only at Sylvie. I bet now it would at that. Something going. The pickup was from a suite in a tall hotel of glass and steel, chill, sinister even, despite the factitious gaiety of its tropical lounges and English chop-house and hustle and bustle. She rode upward alone in a silent, thickly carpeted elevator in which nameless music played. At the 13th floor, the doors slid open, and Sylvie said, Hey, startled, because facing her was a vast blow-up in color of Russell Eigenblick's face, bushy eyebrows over limpid eyes, red beard sprouting from his cheeks almost up to his eyes, mouth knowing, stern and kindly. The nameless elevator music became a radio, loud, a merengue. She looked down the long plush corridor of the suite. Instead of a secretary of any sort, 4 or 5 young guys, black and PR, made dance steps and drank cokes around a vast rosewood desk. Those not in a sort of military undress wore bright loose shirts or jackets of many colors, Eigenblick's troop's insignia. Hi, she said, at ease now. Wingéd messenger service. Hey, check the messenger. Say. One of the dancers strutted toward her as the others laughed, and Sylvie did a step or two with him. Another, with an expert air, manipulated the intercom. A messenger's here. We got something going? So listen, Sylvie said. What about this guy? Thumb toward the vast portrait. What's with him? Some laughed. One looked solemn. The dancer fell back in astonishment at Sylvie's ignorance. Oh, wow, man, he said. Oh, man. He had just begun to put right forefinger into left palm to begin an explanation. Cute, Sylvie thought him, well-muscled, real neighborhood, when double doors behind them were flung open. Sylvie caught a glimpse of huge rooms glossily furnished. A tall white guy with blonde hair cut severely came out. With a quick gesture, he ordered the radio silent. The young men drew together protectively, taking stances tough but wary. The blond man raised his chin and eyebrows at Sylvie inquiringly, too busy to say actual words. Wingéd messenger. He considered her for a long moment, almost insolently. He had a good 5 inches on everybody else present, more than that on Sylvie. She crossed her arms, placed her booted feet in a so attitude, and returned his look. He turned back into the rooms he had come from. What's his problem? She asked the others, but they seemed subdued. He was back, anyway, in a moment, with a parcel, oddly shaped, tied with an old-fashioned red and white twine Sylvie hadn't seen in years, and addressed in a hand so fine and antique as to be almost illegible. Altogether, it was one of the odder things she had been asked to carry. Don't delay, the man said, with what Sylvie thought might be the trace of an accent. I'm not going to delay. Turkey. Sign here, please. The blond man drew back from her book as though it were repellent. He gestured to one of the boys and backed through the doors, closing them after him. Wow, she said, as the good-looking one signed her book with a flourish and a final dot. You work for him? Big gestures all around indicating resentment, defiance, resignation. The black one essayed a quick imitation, and the others fell out in exaggerated but silent laughter. Okay, Sylvie said, seeing that the address was far uptown, a good long time away from the office. See ya. The dancer accompanied her to the elevator, bringing out a quick line. Listen, I could use a message if you got one.
No message for me? Hey, listen, I want to ask you something. No, this is serious."
And after further chaff, she would have liked to stay, but the package under her arm seemed somehow needful and exigent, he struck a comic pose as the elevator doors extinguished him to her. She did a few steps alone in the elevator, hearing other music than was playing there. Long time since she'd been dancing. Uncle Daddy. Riding uptown, hands thrust in her sweatshirt's front pockets and the weird package beside her. She should have asked those guys if they knew Bruno. She had heard nothing of her brother in some time. He wasn't living with his wife and her mother, she knew that. Hustling somebody somewhere. But those guys weren't together. Just something to do, instead of hanging around the block. She thought of little Bruno. Pobrecito. She had vowed that, once a week at least, she would make the long journey out to Jamaica and visit him, take him away from them for a day. She hadn't, not as often as she'd intended to, not at all in the last busy month. She renewed her vow, sensing at her back, pressing on her, a history of such neglects and their cumulative damage, the ones she had been subjected to, and her mother before her, and Bruno, her other nieces and nephews, smothered with love and left to sink or swim. What a system. Kids. And why did she think she could do it any differently? And yet she thought she could. With Oberon she might have kids. Sometimes her ghost children implored her to be born. She could almost see and hear them. She couldn't resist forever. Oberon's. She couldn't do better. Such a sweetie. Good, good man at heart. And for sure a hot number, too. And yet, often enough he treated her like a child herself. Not that she sometimes wasn't one, but a child, a mother. Uncle Daddy, they both called him when he was in that mode or mood. He'd wiped her tears, though. He'd wipe her ass if she asked him to. What a mean thing to think. What if they grew old together? How would that be? Two little old people, apple-cheeked and crinkly-eyed and white-haired, full of years and affection. Nice. She'd like to see that big house and all that it contained. But his family. His mother was almost 6 feet tall. Coño. She imagined the vast race of them towering over her, looking down. Sport model. George said they were a sweet bunch. He'd got lost more than once in that house. George. Lilacs' father, though Oberon didn't know it, and George had sworn her to secrecy. Lost? What was that about? George knew more, but what he wouldn't say. What if Oberon lost one of her kids? White people. She'd have to keep a sharp eye out, running around at knee level to them, holding on to her babies. But if all that weren't her destiny, or if she really had escaped destiny, refused it, turned it down. If she had then, oddly, she seemed to have more future rather than less. Anything could happen if she were free of the cramp of destiny. Not Oberon, not Edgewood, not this town. Visionary men and pursuits, visionary places, visionary selves crowded up on the borders of her train-lulled consciousness. Anything. And a long table in the woods, dressed in a white cloth, set for a banquet, and everybody waiting. And an empty place in the middle. Her head, falling suddenly breastwards, dipped her in vertigo, and she snapped awake. Destiny, destiny. She yawned, covering her mouth, and then looked at her hand and the silver ring on it. She'd worn it for years and years. Would it come off? She turned it. She tugged. She put her finger in her mouth to wet it. She pulled harder. Nope. Stuck on good. But gently. Yes, if she pushed gently from below. The silver circle slid upwards, over the big knuckle, and off. A strange lightness glowed around the naked finger, spreading outward from it to the rest of her. The world, the train, seemed to grow pale and insubstantial. She looked slowly around herself. The package that had been beside her on the seat was gone. She leapt up, filled with horror, jamming the ring back on her finger. "Hey, hey!" she said out loud, to alarm the thief if he was still nearby. She charged out into the middle of the car, sweeping the other riders with her glance. They looked up at her, curious and guiltless. She looked again at where she had been sitting. The package was right there where it had been. She sat again slowly, wondering. She put her ringed hand on the smooth white paper of the package, just to make sure it was really there. It was, though it seemed unaccountably to have grown larger as it travelled uptown. Definitely larger. Out on the street, where breezes had blown away the rain and clouds and brought in a real spring day, first one of the few the city was ever allowed, she chased down the address written on the package, which no longer quite fit beneath her arm. "What is with this thing?" she said aloud as she walked briskly through a neighborhood she hadn't ever visited much, a neighborhood of great dark-stained apartment hotels and aged brownstones. She tried holding the package this way, then that. Never had she been given anything so clumsy to carry. But the spring was vivifying. She couldn't have wished for a better day on which to carry messages through the streets. Wingéd was just what she felt. And summer would come soon, hot as hell. She couldn't wait. She unzipped, tentatively, then boldly, the front of her sweatshirt, felt the breeze lick at her throat and breast, and found the feeling good. And there ahead must be the building she had been sent to. Lost for sure. It was a tall white building, or a building that had once been white. It was covered with gloomy cast figures of every description. 2 wings of it stuck out, forming a dank, dark courtyard between them. Far above, at the top of the building, a course of masonry joined these 2 wings, making an arch absurdly high, an arch for a giant to pass under. Sylvie glanced up at this monstrous fancy, and then quickly away. Tall buildings gave her the willies. She didn't like looking up at them. She stepped into the courtyard, where puddles from the recent rain showed lurid rainbows of oil, but then had no idea how to find room 001, as she must. An ancient porter's lodge there by the entrance seemed to have been shuttered up tight for years and years, but she went to it anyway and pressed a rusted bell. "If this thing works, I'll—" She didn't get to complete her condition, for even as she pressed down the bell's black nipple, a small shutter flew open in the little lodge and showed her the top half of a head, long nose, small eyes, bald dome. "Hi, can you tell me—" she began, but before she could ask further, the eyes crinkled up in a smile or a grimace, and a hand arose, with a long index finger. The hand indicated left, then down, and the shutter banged shut. She laughed. What the hell do they pay him for? That? She followed his instructions and found herself going in, not the central entrance with its steps and glass doors, but a wrought iron grille or gate that led to stairs which went down into an open areaway. Sun didn't reach that narrow place, a sort of slot made by the rising towers. She went down, down, down to the echoey, cavern-smelling bottom, where there was a small door let into the wall. A very small door, but there was no other exit. "This can't be right," she said, shifting the impossible package. It seemed to be changing shape, and had grown very heavy, too. "I'm lost for sure." But she pushed open the door. It opened on a narrow, low-ceilinged corridor. Down at the far, small end, someone was standing before a door, doing something. Painting the door? He had a brush and a paint pot. Super, or Super's helper. Sylvie thought she'd ask further instructions from him, but when she called "Hi," he looked back at her in alarm and vanished through the door he'd been working on. She marched up to it anyway, reaching it with surprising suddenness. The corridor was shorter than it seemed, or seemed longer than it was, whichever. And the door at its end was even smaller than the one she'd come in by. If this keeps up, she thought, I'll be crawling next. On the door, in fresh white paint in an antique style, the number 001 was painted. Laughing a little nervously, uncertain now and not at all sure that an elaborate joke wasn't being played on her, Sylvie knocked at the little door. "Wingéd messenger," she called. The door opened a crack. A strange outdoor summer gold light seemed to come through it from beyond. A very long, very knuckly hand was put around the door to open it further, and then a very widely grinning face looked out. "Wingéd messenger?" Sylvie said. "Yes. What is it? What can we do for you?" He was the man she'd seen painting the number on the door, or someone just like him. Or he was the man who directed her here, or someone just like him. "Package for you," she said. "Aha," the little man said. His grin unabated, he opened the door wider so she could stoop to enter. "Do come in, then." "Are you sure," she said, looking within, "that this is where I'm supposed to be?" "Oh, it certainly is." "Boy, it's real little in here." "Oh, yes, it is. Won't you please step right on in?" The Wildwood. Out on the same May streets at evening, Oberon, dawdling farmwards through the brand-new spring, thought of fame and fortune and love. He was returning from the offices of the production company that created and sustained A World Elsewhere, and several other less successful ventures. He had there given into the manicured hands of a remarkably friendly but somewhat absent man of not much more than his own age 2 scripts for imaginary episodes of their famous soap. Coffee had been pressed on him, and the young man, who didn't seem to have a lot of business on hand, had talked ramblingly about television and writing and production. Huge figures of money were mentioned, and arcana of the business touched on. Oberon tried hard not to be astonished at the first, and nodded sagely at the latter, though he understood little enough of it. And then he'd been shown out, with invitations to drop around any time, by a secretary and a receptionist of near legendary beauty. Amazing and wonderful. Large vistas opened before Oberon on the crowded street. The scripts, his and Sylvie's collaboration through long, hilarious, and excited evenings, were shapely and thrilling, he thought, though not exquisite to look at, typed as they were on George's old machine. No matter, no matter. His future was filled with expensive office equipment, and with long lunches, prize secretaries, hard work for great rewards. He would seize from between the claws of the dragon who was denned in the heart of the wildwood the golden treasure it guarded. The wildwood. Yes. There had been a time, he knew, say when Frederick Barbarossa was Emperor of the West, a time when it had been beyond the log walls of tiny towns, beyond the edges of the harrowed land, that the forest began. The forest, where there lived wolves and bears, witches in vanishing cottages, dragons, giants. Inside the town, all was reasonable and ordinary. There was safety, fellows, fire and food and all comforts. Dull, maybe, more sensible than thrilling, but safe. It was beyond, in the wild wood, that anything could happen, any adventure could be had. Out there, you took your life in your hands. No more, though. It was all upside down now. At Edgewood, upstate, night held no terrors. The woods there were tame, smiling, comfortable. He didn't know if there were any locks that still worked on the many doors of Edgewood. Certainly he'd never seen any of them locked. On hot nights he'd often slept out on open porches, or in the woods themselves, listening to the sounds and the silence. No, it was on these streets that you saw wolves, real and imagined. Here you barricaded your door against whatever fearful thing might be out there, as once the doors of woodsmen's huts were barred. Horrid stories were told of what could happen here after the sun is set. Here you had the adventures, won the prizes, lost your way, and were swallowed up without a trace, learned to live with the fear in your throat, and snatched the treasure. This was the wildwood now, and Oberon was a woodsman. Yes, greed for treasure bred daring in him, and daring made him strong. Errant, armed, he strode through the crowd. Let the weak be gobbled up, he would not be. He thought of Sylvie, clever as a fox, woods bred, though born in the complacent safety of a jungle island. She knew this place. Her greed was as great as his, greater, and her cunning matched it. What a team! And to think that not many weeks ago they two had seemed stuck in a dead fall, to have lost each other in trackless undergrowth, to be on the point of surrendering to it all, and parting. Parting. God, what chances she took! How narrow the odds were! But he could believe just now, this evening, that they would grow old together. The joy they took in each other, in abeyance all that cold, bitter March, had flowered again bright and tough as clustered dandelions. That very morning, in fact, she had been late for work for a reason. A new reason. Late because a certain elaborate process had had to be successfully brought to conclusion. Oh, God, the fabulous exertions they required of one another, and the rests those exertions required. A life could be spent in the one and then the other. He felt that his nearly had been so spent, all in that morning. And yet unending. He felt it could be, saw no reason why it should not be. He drifted to a halt in the middle of an intersection, grinning, blind. His heartbeat seemed to be minted in gold, as moment upon moment of that morning was relived within his breast. A truck blared at him, a truck desperate not to miss the light, its light, which Oberon was flouting. Oberon leapt from its path, and the driver yelled something pointed but unintelligible at him. Struck down, blinded by love, Oberon thought, laughing and safe on the far sidewalk. That's how I'll die. Struck by a truck when I'm whelmed with lust and love, and forget where I am. He took up a quick city stride, still grinning, but trying to be alert. Keep your wits about you, after all, he thought, but got no further in the thought, for there came at that moment, crashing down the avenue, or swarming up the side streets, or descending from the balmy sky like a ton of shrieking laughter, a thing that was like a sound but wasn't one, the bomb that had fallen once on him and Sylvie, but double that, or greater. It rolled over him. It might have been the truck that had missed him, yet it seemed to burst from his own person. Coursing away from him up the avenue, leaving him sundered, the thing seemed to make a vacuum behind it or within it that tugged at his clothes and ruffled his hair. Still, his feet fell in good order. The thing had no power to hurt him, physically at least. But the smile was quite wiped from his face. Oh boy, they really mean business now. That was his thought. But he didn't know why he thought it, or what business he thought they meant, or for that matter, who he thought they were. This is war. At that moment, far to the west, in a state whose name begins with I, Russell Eigenblick, the lecturer, was on the point of rising from his folding chair to address another immense gathering. He had a small deck of index cards in his hands, a pimento-flavored belch in his throat, chicken a la king again, and a throbbing pain in his left leg, just below the buttock. He wasn't feeling particularly justified. That morning, in the stables of his wealthy hosts, he had mounted a horse and trotted sedately around a small enclosure. Posing for photographers thus, he had looked confident, as always, and somewhat too small, as always nowadays. Upon a time he had been well above average height. Then he had been induced to take a gallop over fields and meadows as barbed and neat as any chase he had ever ridden. A mistake, that. He hadn't explained that it had been centuries since he'd last been on a horse. He seemed lately to have lost the strength for such provocative remarks. Now he wondered if an ungainly limp would mar his approach to the dais. How long, he thought. It wasn't that he shunned the work, or resented the trials that were part of it. His paladins strove to ease the process for him, and he was grateful, but the squalid intimacies of this age, the back-slapping and arm-taking, didn't really bother him. He had never stood on ceremony. He was a practical man, or thought himself to be so. And if this was what his people, as he already thought of them, wanted of him, he could give it. A man who, without complaint, had slept amid the wolves of Thuringia and the scorpions of Palestine, could suffer motels, could service aging hostesses, could catnap on planes. Only there were times, as now, when the strangeness of his long journey, too impossible to seize, bored him, and the great sleep with which he had grown so familiar tugged at him, and he longed to lay his heavy head once again on his comrade's shoulders and close his eyes. His eyes were drifting closed, even at the thought. Then there came, bowling outward in all directions from its starting place, the thing Oberon in the city had felt or heard, a thing that turned the world for a moment to shot silk, or changed in a wink the changeable taffeta of its stuff. A bomb, Oberon had thought it to be. Russell Eigenblick knew it wasn't a bomb, but a bombardment. Like a sharp restorative, it shot through his veins. His weariness vanished. He heard the end of the encomium which introduced him, and he sprang from his chair, eyes alight, mouth grim. He let flutter away dramatically the handful of notes for this lecture as he mounted the dais. The vast audience, seeing this, gasped and cheered. Eigenblick gripped the edges of the lectern with both hands, leaned forward, and bellowed into the microphones that gaped before him to receive his words. You must change your lives. A wave of astonishment, the wave of his own amplified voice washing the crowd, lifted them up, struck the back wall, and returned to break over him. You must change your lives. The wave curled back on them, a tsunami. Eigenblick gloried, sweeping the crowd and seeming to look deeply into every eye, into every heart. They knew it, too. Words crowded into his brain, formed sentences, platoons, regiments against whom resistance was hopeless. He unleashed them. The preparations are finished. The votes are in. The die is cast. The chips are down. Everything you most dreaded has already occurred. Your ancientest enemies have the whip hand now. To whom will you turn? Your fortress is all chinks, your armor is paper, your old laughter is a reproach in your throat. Nothing is as you supposed it to be. You have been deeply fooled. You have been staring into a mirror and supposing it to be the old road's long continuation, but the road has run out, dead end, no through traffic. You must change your lives. He drew upright. Such winds were blowing in time that he had difficulty hearing himself speak. In those winds rode the armed heroes, mounted at last, sylphs in battle dress, hosts in the middle of the air. Eigenblick, as he harangued the open-mouthed mass before him, lashed them, threshed them, felt himself bursting restraints, and coming forth whole at last. As though in a moment he had grown too large for an old worn carapace, with delicious itchy relief he felt it split and crack. He paused until he knew it had all been shed. The crowd held its breath. Eigenblick's new voice, coming forth loud, low, insinuating, made them shiver as one. "Well, you didn't know? Oh, no. How were you to know? You never thought? You forgot? You hadn't heard?" He leaned forward, looking out over them like a terrible parent, speaking rapidly, as though he spoke a curse. "Well, there will be no forgiveness this time. This time is once too often. Surely you see that. Surely you knew it all along. You might, in your secretest heart, if you ever allowed yourself to suspect that this would happen, and you did suspect it, you might have hoped that once again, there would be mercy, however undeserved. Another chance, however badly bungled every other chance had been, that at the very last you would be ignored, only you would be missed out, overlooked, not counted, lost blameless in the cracks of the catastrophe that must engulf all else. No, not this time. "No, no," they cried out to him, afraid. He was moved. Deep love for their helplessness, deep pity for their state filled him and made him powerful and strong. "No," he said softly, cooing to them, rocking them in the arms of his bottomless wrath and pity. "No, no. Arthur sleeps in Avalon. You have no champion, no white hope. Nothing is left to you but surrender. Don't you see that? You do, don't you? Surrender. That's your only chance. Show your rusted sword, useless as a toy. Show yourselves helpless, innocent of any of the causes or conclusions of this, aged, confused, weak as babes. And still, helpless and pitiable as you are." He held out commiserating arms to them with great slowness. He could hold them all and comfort them. "Eager to please as you are, full of love, asking only with softest tears in your big babe's eyes for mercy, pity, peace. Still. The arms descended. The big hands again gripped the lectern as though it were a weapon. A huge fire burst within Russell Eigenblick's bosom. Horrid gratitude engulfed him that he could lean down upon these microphones at last and say this. "Still it will not draw their pity, none of it, for they have none, or stay their awful weapons, for they have already been loosed, or change anything at all, for this is war." Lower he bent his head. Closer his satyr's lips came to the aghast microphones, and his whisper boomed. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is war." Unexpected scene. Ariel Hawksquill in the city had felt it too. A change, like a flash of menopause, but not happening to herself, but to the world at large. A change, then. Not a change, but a change. A change glimpsed bowling along the course of space and time, or the world stumbling over a thick and unexpected seam in the seamless fabric. "Did you feel that?" she said. "Feel what, my dear?" said Fred Savage, still chuckling over the ferocious headlines of yesterday's paper. "Forget it," Hawksquill said softly, thoughtful. "Well, about cards now. Anything at all about cards? Think hard." "The ace of spades reversed," Fred Savage said. "Queen of spades in your bedroom window, fierce as any bitch. Jack of diamonds, on the road again. King of hearts, that's me, baby." And he began to hum through his ivory teeth, his buttocks moving slightly but snappily on the long buttock-polished bench of the waiting-room. Hawksquill had come to the great terminus to question this old oracle of hers, knowing that most evenings after work he could be found here, confiding strange truths to strangers, pointing out with an index finger, brown, gnarled, and dirt-clogged as a root, certain items in yesterday's paper which the train-takers around him might have missed, or discoursing on how a woman who wears a fur takes on the propensities of the animal. Hawksquill thought of timid suburban girls wearing rabbit furs dyed to look like lynx, and laughed. Sometimes she brought a sandwich to share with him, if he were eating. Usually she went away wiser than she had come. "Cards," she said. "Cards and Russell Eichenblick." "That fella," he said. He was lost a while in thought. He shook out his paper as though shaking a troublesome notion from it, but it wouldn't go. "What is it?" she said. "Now, damn if there wasn't a change just now," he said, looking upward. "Something. What was it, did you say?" "I didn't say." "You said a name. Russell Eichenblick, in the cards." "In the cards?" he said. He folded his paper carefully. "That's enough," he said. "That'll do." "Tell me," she said, "what you think." But she had pressed him too hard. Always a danger. Ask the great virtuosi for one more encore, and they will turn petulant and surly. Fred rose, as far as he ever rose, remaining bent like a quizzical letter, and felt for something non-existent in his pockets. "Gotta go see m'uncle," he said. "He wouldn't have a buck for the bus. Some kind of buck or change." From east to west. She walked back through the vast arching hall of the terminus, no wiser this time than when she had come, and more troubled. The hundreds who hurried there, eddying around the shrine-like clock in the center, and washing up in waves against the ticket booths, seemed distracted, hard-pressed, uncertain of their fates. But whether more so than on any other day, she wasn't sure. She looked up. Grown faint with age and long watching, the zodiac, painted in gold, marched bias-wise across the night-blue dome, pricked out with tiny lights, many of them extinguished. Her steps slowed, her mouth fell open. She turned, staring, unable to believe what she saw. The zodiac ran the proper way across the dome, from east to west. Impossible. It had always been one of her favorite jokes about this mad city that its grand center was watched over by a zodiac that was backwards, the mistake of a star-ignorant muralist, or some sly pun on his star-crossed city. She had wondered what reversals might happen if, with proper preparation, one were to walk backwards through the terminus, beneath this backwards cosmos. But propriety had always kept her from trying it. But look now. Here was the ram in his right place, and the hind-quarterless bull, the twins and the crab, King Lion and the Virgin, and the double-panned scales. The poised scorpion next, with red Antares in his sting, the centaur with his bow, the fish-tailed goat, the man with the water-jug, and the two fishes bow-tied at the tails. The crowds flowed around her where she stood gawking, flowed without pause as they did around any fixed object in their path. Her looking upward was infectious, as in the hoary trick. Others looked upward too, searching briefly, but, unable to see the impossible thing she saw, hurried on. The ram, the bull, the twins. She struggled to retain her memory that they had been otherwise, had not always had this order, for they looked as old and immutable as the stars they pictured. She grew afraid. A change. And what other changes would she find, out on the streets? What others lay in the to-come, yet to be manifested? What, anyway, was Russell Eichenblick doing to the world? And why on earth was she sure that it was Russell Eichenblick who was somehow at fault? A sweet baritone bell struck and echoed around her as she stared, not loud but clear, calm as though possessed of the secret. The terminus clock, ringing the small time of the hour. Sylvie? The same hour was being rung in the pyramidal steeple of a building which Alexander Mouse had built downtown, the only steeple in the city that rang the hours for the public enlightenment. One of the 4 notes of its 4-note tune was silenced, and the others fell irregularly into the channel of streets below, blown away by wind or muffled by traffic, so it was no help usually. But Oberon, unbarring and unbolting a door into Old Law Farm, didn't care what time it was anyway. He gave a glance around himself to see that he wasn't followed by thieves. He'd already been robbed once by 2 kids who, since he'd had no money, had taken the bottle of gin he was carrying, and then took and flung his hat to the ground and stepped on it with long sneakered feet as they went away. He slipped in and bolted and barred the door behind him. Down the hall, through a brick-toothed rent George had made in the wall to give access to the next building. Up that hall, up the stairs, gripping the banister iced thickly with generations of paint. Out a hall window, onto a fire escape, a wave to the happy farmers at work with chutes and trowels down below, and back into another building, another hall, absurdly narrow and close, familiar in its gloom and joyful, for it led home. He glimpsed himself in the pretty mirror Sylvie had hung on the wall at the end of the hall, with a tiny table below it and a bowl of dried flowers, bien nice. The doorknob didn't open the door. Sylvie? Not home. Not back from work, or out farming. Or just out. The reborn sun caused the blue island lagoon in her blood to rise. He hunted out his 3 keys and peered at them in the dark, growing impatient. Ovoid ended for the top lock. Keystone ended for the middle. Oh, hell. He dropped one and had to get down on hands and knees, furious, and feel for it, amid the irremediable antique filth of all city nooks and crannies. Here it was, huge round-ended one for the police lock, which kept the police out. Ha-ha. Sylvie? The folding bedroom seemed oddly large, and though sunlight poured in through all its little windows, somehow not cheerful. What was it? The place seemed swept, but not tidy, cleaned, but not clean. There was a lot of stuff missing, he gradually realized. A lot of stuff. Had they been robbed? He went gingerly into the kitchen. Sylvie's collection of unguents and such that clustered above the sink was gone. Her shampoos and hairbrushes gone. It was all gone. All but his own old Gillette. In the bedroom likewise. Her totems and pretty things gone. Her china senorita, with a dead white face and black spit curls, whose top half separated from her flaring skirt, which was really a jewel box, gone. Her hats hung on the back of the door, gone. Her crazy envelope of important papers and assorted snapshots, gone. He tore open the closet door. Empty coat hangers clanged, and his own overcoat hung on the door, flung out startled sleeves, but there was nothing at all of hers there. Nothing at all. He looked around him, and then looked around him again, and then stood still in the middle of the empty floor. Gone, he said.